is Sweet Torment, a bad boy billionaire romance audiobook. Their Secret Desire, Book 5, by Michelle Love.
Blurb.
I need something to distract me from the death threat hanging over my head, and she will do nicely. I saw her the moment she stepped into the room, a goddess of sensuality, her body all curves, just waiting for me to plunder her. My body, my mind want her. There's no way I'm letting her get out of my sight until I make her fall in love with me. No way. Yeah, I could have anyone. I'm not dumb. My looks, my money, my status, and I've certainly slept my way through most of the world's most beautiful women. Except now I've seen the most beautiful woman in the world. She has to be mine.
Chapter 1.
Harpa Malhotra shrieked with joy as she threw her arms around Padme. You came. Here I thought you'd be too locked into your first assignment to show up. Padme Kaur hugged her friend. Miss your restaurant opening? Never, baby, never. Harpa grinned at her. You're such a good friend. Now let's go get really drunk and check out all the handsome boys I hired as waitstaff. Padme laughed. What will Mika say? Mika Ray was Harpa's longtime boyfriend, a sweet, serene African-American whom Padme adored. Harpa grinned. Oh, I hired some pretty girls too. I'm not stupid. She looked Padme up and down. Speaking of which, you look gorgeous. Padme grinned shyly. She was wearing a dark gold sheath dress that clung to her curvy body in all the right places and dipped low at the back, revealing a silky expanse of dusky skin. Her chestnut brown hair, thick and wavy, hung to the middle of her back. She'd made up her face with only the barest minimum of makeup, preferring the natural look, but there was a hint of pink blush on her cheeks and a rosy tint to her lips. Padme wasn't ignorant of her natural beauty. It was that it just didn't mean anything significant to her. She would rather be complimented on her intellect or her sense of humor. At Quantico, she'd had to fight hard to shake off the mantle of beauty over brains. Finishing at the top of the class had helped that. Her usual uniform of jeans and t-shirt had been foregone tonight though, and Padme had enjoyed getting dressed up for this party. Harpa, no slouch in the looks department herself, grinned at her friend but then glared at her in mock disapproval. You'd better not stand too close to Cosima, way too much beauty. You'll both break all the men present. She dragged Padme, laughing, into the main room of Harpa's new Seattle-based restaurant, Betty. Betty had been Harpa's pseudonym when she had switched careers from fashion styling to her passion, cooking, a few years ago, and now Harpa was one of the most sought-after chefs in the world. Padme met Harpa soon after Harpa had suffered through a traumatic time with her lovely older sister, Cosima. Cosima had been shot and nearly killed by her own FBI protector, Jack Hampton. And it had been that shocking attempted murder that had inspired Padme to go into training at Quantico. Padme, at 28, knew all about betrayal. Her birth mother had given her up, and she had spent years in the foster care system, alone and vulnerable. When she was 13, she was assaulted by one of her guardians, a kind-faced man called Robert. Robert had threatened to kill Padme if she ever told anyone about the assault, and she had never forgotten the feeling of having her trust wrenched away from her. Despite her difficult start to life, Padme was persistent. She had worked 3 jobs to pay for college and had been headhunted by a man named Henry Jones to enter the program at Quantico. Padme had been top of her class, and now she was 3 days away from her first assignment. She was nervous but excited about the job, and right now she just wanted to kick back and relax on this last Friday before her new start. Harpa returned with some drinks, including a violently bright cocktail that looked lethal. Padme chuckled at the mischievous expression on Harpa's face. The cocktail was potent but delicious, and Padme felt any tension about her upcoming assignment slide away. She spotted Cosima and went to greet her. Cosima glowed with health and pregnancy, her 5th, Harpa had told Padme with an astonished shake of her head. Cosima and her husband, the gloriously handsome property magnate Arlo Forrester, were as inseparable as ever. Cosima kissed Padme's cheek. "Girl did good, Pad. We're all so proud of you." Padme flushed with pleasure. Cosima was the big sister Padme had always wanted, kind, sweet, and generous. She smiled at her now. "Number 5, E8? Cosima nodded at Arlo. "The sperminator." Padme giggled as Arlo rolled his eyes. "How are your other offspring?" "Tilly and Fen are in Paris on a school trip, delighted to be away from their nagging parents." "Typical 8-year-olds." "Yep. Mina is at her first sleepover and loving it, and Bear is at home with the babysitter." "They're exhausting," Cosima said with an exaggerated groan and a twinkle in her eye. Padme knew she loved being a mother as much as she loved being an architect. Cosima was a force of nature, managing to fit more in a day than most people did in a lifetime. She nodded to Padme. "Excited about your first real assignment?" Padme nodded. "Nervous excitement. Dale, my partner, and I are going to protect an Italian businessman who pissed off the wrong people. He's going to testify against the Ingalls." Arlo whistled. "Brave dude, they're some nasty people." "Tell me about it. I've seen the photos of some of their victims, and worse, their victims' wives and children. So I'm being thrown in the deep end here." Cosima was frowning now. "It sounds dangerous, Pad. You will be careful, won't you?" Padme smiled at her friend gratefully. "I will." "Did Severin make it tonight?" Severin was Padme's sort of adopted mother, if it was possible to be sort of adopted at 18. Severin had come into Padme's life at a time when she needed a mentor, someone to help steer her away from the life of misery and degradation that had been beckoning. Severin Banks was one of Seattle's most prominent activists. At age 64, she showed no signs of stopping. Her campaigns for equal pay for women, for the LGBT community, and for the advancement of her own Black community kept her in the headlines. When she saw the young, lost, almost destitute half-Indian girl, she took her under her wing and inspired Padme to be the change she wanted to see. Padme shook her head. "She has a date." Cosima chuckled. "With the same guy as last time?" "Nah, that fizzled out. This guy is nice and a lot younger. Severin says it's a good thing. He'll have enough stamina to keep up with her." Cosima and Arlo laughed, and they chatted a little longer before Cosima was stolen away by her sister, as Harpa made a small speech, thanking everyone for coming. Padme refilled her drink and circulated, using her finely tuned observation skills to engage in some people watching. It was just after midnight when she felt someone staring at her. She glanced up and her insides went to mush. Across the room, the most gorgeous man was smiling at her. He was tall, casually dressed in a light white linen top and jeans, leaning back against the wall. His dark hair was shaggy and wild about his head, his smile sensual and confident. Padme felt that smile everywhere. She sipped her drink, unable to tear her gaze away from his. He pushed himself away from the wall and walked slowly toward her. Padme's heart began to pound. A second later, she cursed silently as one of Harpa's friends descended on her, arms open. What was her name again? Deirdre? Brenda? "Darling Pad," she breathed, enveloping her in a warm hug. "I just heard you graduated. Congratulations, sweetie. Come, let me buy you an enormous drink and you can tell me all about the FBI." Padme smiled at the woman. She really was very sweet, it was just that her timing sucked. The sensual god had disappeared, and obviously moved on to a more available target. Damn it. Padme was feeling in need of a little male attention. The initial attraction some of her male classmates had felt for her had either turned into friendship, or as she progressed, and they saw how brilliant she was and how much better she was at the job than they were resentment. Padme didn't care one iota. She had one hard and fast rule: never pee in the company pool. Ever. She was still a woman with needs though, and she knew once she got into her new assignment, she would be focused solely on that, and all work, And no play, she thought now, with a grin to herself. Deirdre Brenda was talking about her kids now, and Padme nodded along politely, still scanning the room, looking for him. Her companion drifted away after a few minutes, and Harpa came over to replenish Padme's drink. "Did you get caught?" she asked with a grin. "Barbara's lovely, but she can talk for hours." "Barbara, that was it." Padme chuckled. "She's sweet." "Hey Harp, who's the guy with the dark curls, very attractive, tall?" Harpa looked blank. "Mika." Padme laughed. "No doofus." She looked around and spotted him at the bar. "Him there?" Harpa followed her line of sight. "Oh, him. Yes, gosh, isn't he something else? No one seems to know who he is." "A crasher?" "Maybe, but when they look like that, they can crash all they want." Harpa grinned at Padme. "You should go for it, Pad. You need some R&R." Padme smirked. "I don't think I'd be resting and relaxing if I had a man like that." Padme nearly choked on her drink. "Is that Mika waving like a loon at me?" "Excuse me, Pad, he's having a crisis." Harpa disappeared, and so had the R&R guy again. Elusive jerk, wasn't he? Still, despite giggling over Harpa's coarseness, she let herself fantasize about the man. Gosh, she loved to think about him. The drink was definitely getting to her. The music had been turned down to a slow, sensual beat now, the lighting had dimmed, and people were beginning to dance. Padme closed her eyes, listening to the music. She felt a fingertip being lightly traced down her spine, and knew instantly it was him. She felt his hands on her waist as he turned her to face him. Her eyes still closed, not wanting to break the spell, she felt his lips brush her eyelids lightly. "Hello." Soft, deep, sensual. Padme opened her eyes and looked into the greenest eyes she had ever seen, locked on hers intently. Neither of them spoke, they just gazed at each other for the longest time. Then he slipped a hand onto the small of her back and began to dance with her. Their bodies swayed in time with the music, getting closer and closer. Padme couldn't look away from his intense gaze, her body responding to him. He pulled her closer, his lips an inch from hers, but he made no attempt to kiss her, the anticipation of it both sweet and painful. Padme traced the shape of his lips with a trembling finger, then stroked his face. He really was achingly handsome. His hand was on her belly now, stroking it through the thin silk of her dress, and Padme felt herself relax into his touch, wanting more. He tangled his hands in her hair, and finally, his lips met hers. A rush of heady sensations shot through Padme. She heard him chuckle. "Beautiful girl," he whispered, his lips at her ear, "I want to be with you." Padme could only nod. "Gosh, yes, me too." "Come with me," he said softly and took her hand. She let herself be led out of the main room, into the corridor at the back of the restaurant. His hand felt so good, the fingers warm and dry. He bent his head, and as his lips touched hers, all reason fled and she kissed him back. His hands tangled in her long dark hair, bunching it up in his fist, as he pushed her against the wall of the hallway. Padme gasped. "Geez, this man. Gosh, was this stupid and reckless?" Probably, but she didn't care at this particular moment. "Come back to my hotel with me, beautiful one." And Padme couldn't think of one reason to say no. She quickly returned to the main room and hugged Harpa goodbye, trying not to think of the man waiting for her outside in a cab. He was leaning against it, grinning at her as she came to meet him. Gosh, there wasn't a word for it. Insane? She didn't even know his name, and yet it seemed right to go with him. He kissed her all the way to his hotel, where they spent the night together. Hours later, in the morning, Padme grinned at him. "Hello, and lose that American accent, would you? So far, it's the only fake thing about you." He chuckled. "Fair point." He rolled onto his side and kissed her. "Well then, hello. I'm Danilo." Okay, so her finely tuned FBI training told her he was still lying, but maybe that was okay for now. She'd seen enough of him to know he wasn't carrying a concealed weapon, she grinned to herself. His attractive Italian accent made her want to look past just about anything, especially a little white lie. "Penny," she said, giving him a look that told him two could play that game, buddy. Danilo smiled. I didn't expect to go to a party and meet the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Her mouth hitched up on one side. That's such a line. No, it's true, but I can see your point. You don't have to trust me. Padme studied him. His face was both beautiful and rugged, a strange combination. She could imagine when angry he could look hard and dangerous. But now she saw no threat in his looks, especially when he was looking at her like he wanted her. What's your real name? She asked, taking a risk. His face grew pensive then, but he was no more willing to tell her the truth. I cannot tell you, Principessa. It would be dangerous. Padme felt a frisson go through her. For whom? For both of us. Who was this dude? Was he a player who was trying to project an air of mystery? She studied him to see the person underneath. He grinned at her scrutiny. You like what you see? Padme smothered a grin. He was so cheeky, so obviously fun-loving, that she couldn't quite reconcile that with his warning of potential danger. Who are you? He shrugged. No one of importance. She kissed him, enjoying the feel of his lips against hers. He tasted so good. As she reluctantly pulled away, she fixed him with a mock-serious look. Now, I believe the proper thing to say at this point is that I don't normally do this kind of thing. The one-night thing. But I'm glad I did it with you. He ran a hand down her body. Me too, cara mia. Believe it or not, I don't usually act with that much spontaneity. Rather, I don't get the opportunity or have the desire to act that way. It wasn't a plan, it really was just you. You can believe that or not. Padme decided she did believe him, and kissed him. He smiled. Sweet one. Would you spend the weekend with me? I have to work from Monday, or rather, I'm going to be somewhat absent from public life for a while. I would love to spend the next couple of days with you, if you don't have any prior commitments. Padme hesitated. She had planned on preparing for her first assignment on Monday, and getting some time at the gym. If she were sensible, she would leave now, before it got complicated, before she got too involved with someone who, by his own admission, would be gone by next week. Someone who might be dangerous. No. She would say goodnight now, and leave it as a very, very pleasant memory. Be sensible. Don't risk your career over a handsome man. Good girl, she told herself. I'd love to stay, her mouth betrayed her. Oh, damn it.
Chapter 2.
Frederick Ingalls waited while the airport staff brought the latter to his private jet. He'd never been to Seattle before, and he wasn't in the mood for sightseeing now. He hated to be dragged away from his Paris home, especially for something as ridiculous as this, but never Toscano could bring down his entire world, and Ingalls was not about to allow that. He got into the waiting limousine to see his private investigator waiting for him. Where is he? Hotel. With some tramp he picked up. They haven't left his room all weekend. Frederick's bodyguard, Wes, spoke up. Seems ideal for a hit. Kill him, kill the girl, we could even make it look like a suicide. Paint her as a crazy obsessed chick. Frederick rolled his eyes. Except we don't know who she is, and her family or friends could ruin that plan. Besides, we had to register a flight plan. The FBI knows I'm here. How quickly do you think they'll come for me, if Toscano and some random girl end up dead as soon as I fly in? Think, idiot. He stared out of the window. No, we play the long game. See if we can avoid any violence, for now. Intimidate Toscano into keeping his mouth shut. Probably shouldn't have offed his business partner then, Wes muttered, but was quelled under Frederick's furious glare. Wesley, when this trip is over, I want you to take some time. Think about if you really want to defy me at every turn. Now shut up. Wesley, shut up. Frederick sighed. The murder of Maximilian Nero had been unfortunate but necessary, and Frederick had underestimated Enver Toscano's grief for his friend and his determination for revenge. Even threatening one of Enver's girlfriends hadn't stopped him from vowing to bring the Ingalls down, and the girlfriend had been quietly whisked away somewhere they couldn't touch her. The Ingalls family ruled most of Europe. France, Italy, Spain, Germany. There were very few countries that their malevolent presence didn't reach. Their business, money laundering, was run under the guise of philanthropy, and their enemies were dealt with ruthlessly and efficiently. Until Max Nero had uncovered the evidence of their dealings, the Ingalls had run roughshod over their competition, the police, even Interpol. Nothing and no one could touch them. Frederick shook his head, remembering the day he'd killed Max. A mistake. It had been Frederick's first misstep since taking over as head of the company after his father's death. He should have paid off Max instead of killing him. Max was malleable, unlike Enver. Max had given him the option. If only Fred had listened to Max before he committed the crime. His words came back now to taunt him. Believe me, Frederick, this is a better deal for you. If Enver ever found this information. You may think he's the playboy in this, but you should never ever underestimate him. He's a good man through and through. If there is any whiff of corruption, he'll bring the force of law down on you. And then he'll sleep with your wife, and she'll swear blind, even under the threat of death, that he was the best romantic partner she'd ever known. Frederick had snarled, losing his temper, and ordered Max killed. He was aware the second he had killed Max and his wife, Julia, and not quickly either, that it was the wrong move. Enver would mourn the loss of his friend, and be like a tenacious puppy. It hadn't taken ever long before he'd found out what happened. Some jerk wad on Frederick's staff had sold the Singles out. Enver had vowed to bring them down. Frederick had expected a bullet. But what Enver wanted was the destruction of the Ingalls family business. He wouldn't be satisfied by the simple death of one of the Ingalls. He went to the FBI and told them he would testify under oath and destroy the Ingalls' reputation once and for all. Which meant that now Frederick would have to kill Enver Toscano, and soon. Whoever this girl was, Frederick hoped she was only a one-night stand, because he hated to kill an innocent woman. He smirked to himself. You sick creep, just admit it. He shrugged. He didn't really care about this girl who was sleeping with Toscano. But no one would get in the way of Enver Toscano's murder. No one. Exhausted and sated, for now at least, Danilo ordered room service and they lounged around in fluffy white robes, sharing French fries and burgers and fresh fruit. Padme's body ached, and she was tired but elated. Being with Danilo, she could barely believe they had only just met. He grinned at her now. You have the most adorable blush on your cheeks. He stroked a finger down one, then laughed as Padme pretended to bite it. She sighed happily and leaned back against the couch. So tell me about yourself. What you can, of course. She still desperately wanted to know why he thought telling her anything about him, even his name, would be dangerous, but she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. He said, well, I guess I can tell you I'm Italian. Big shocker. She pulled a face and he laughed. Okay, then I can tell you that I'd really like to be with you again. Not until I get more information, buddy. Really? Really? Oh damn it, man, just give me something. If you can't tell me your real first name, how about your middle name? That won't tell me anything. He was pushing her back on the couch now. Lucio. Lucio. I'm gonna smooch with Lucio, she said and grinned as he groaned at her bad joke. Just for that, you're going to get it. Later, Padme told him a little about her past. I was born here, but for the first 5 years of my life I was raised in India. We came back here when my mom got a job, but she soon found it too hard to keep me, and she gave me up for adoption when I was 5. Danilo looked appalled. Gosh, that must have been horrific. Well, yes, kind of. She wasn't the warmest of mothers, or the most loving. At first in the children's home they were kind, but when they realized no one would adopt a mixed-race 5-year-old, they soon became tired of me and I of them. I wasn't the best behaved either. When I was 13, A guardian molested me. No one believed me, of course, so I ran away and lived on the streets for about 3 years, until Severin found me and took me in. I worked a lot of part-time jobs to pay for college, and I turned my life around. Penny, I'm so sorry. What do you do now? He seemed genuinely interested in her life, but suddenly Padme was uncomfortable. She didn't want to tell him she was FBI, it might freak him out. I'm in criminal psychology. It was near enough to the truth, so she didn't feel bad. That must be fascinating and disturbing in equal measure. She smiled at him gratefully. You can say that again. Her mind flashed back to the horrific images she'd been sent earlier that week. A dead mother and her unborn child lost. She tried to push away the memory of Robert, her childhood tormentor, threatening Padme's life. She would never forget his face as he held a knife, his voice a chilling whisper, "Tell anyone, kid, and I'll harm you." She shivered, and Danilo frowned. Are you okay? Bad memories. He gathered her to him, holding her so tenderly she thought she might cry. I will try to erase those bad times, if you let me. She smiled, stroking back his dark hair. I have no doubt you would. Enough about me. At least tell me about your home in Italy. You don't have to go into specifics, but describe the countryside, the towns. I've always wanted to go. Well, he said, it's Tuscany. You've seen the photographs. Rolling hills, villas on hilltops, cypress trees, olive groves. It's all there. And yes, I do love it more than anywhere else. I think you would like it. I would very much like to take you there one day. Padme felt uncomfortable. Danilo, I'm not looking for a long-term relationship right now. Not that you totally wouldn't be worth it, but I've just gotten my life to how I want it to be. Work home, she trailed off, sensing she'd hurt him. Although, of course, I would love to go to Italy. Danilo was studying her. I have no expectations, Penny, none? It was an offhand comment, but I meant it. Even if we are not romantic partners, I hope we will always be friends. That at least I can promise you, I think, she said cautiously. She placed her palm against his cheek. You have made this last day unbelievably fun and exciting and blissful. He rolled her onto her back, burying his head in her neck. And you too. You may not believe me, but I don't usually have this kind of connection. I admit last night my thoughts were solely on being with you. Which you achieved and then some. Gosh, this is truly heavenly, Danilo, but it feels too good to be true as well. Danilo kissed her thoroughly. For this weekend at least, can't it be? And she couldn't think of one single reason why it shouldn't. In the hotel across the street from Denver Toscano's hotel, Frederick Ingalls watched the couple being intimate. He had to give it to the man. Toscano chose well, the girl was stunning. All dark hair and dusky. He lowered the binoculars and stepped away from the window. Maybe he would kill the girl too, make Toscano watch as he, Frederick, took her life. Yes, that would be good. Tonight though, his fingers itched for the kill. With his looks, Frederick Ingalls could get anyone. Yes, he had a wife back home, a wife whom he adored and hated in equal measure, and she, him, but he wouldn't dream of sating his darkest desires on her. No. He preferred taking a random beauty from the streets, then taking her life. That was what he needed tonight. He picked up his phone. Wesley? Did you arrange the room here in Seattle? I will need it tonight. He listened with satisfaction to Wesley's affirmation. Good. Go prepare it and arrange for the cleanup afterward. It took him 2 hours to find the one he wanted. Soft-looking, wide-eyed, and innocent was how he liked them. Naive. Vulnerable. She was a beauty too. She was easily seduced, then easily subdued, then took her with him easily. Her lovely eyes were open and staring, her body limp. She had died too quickly. He left the girl's body and went back to his hotel. Yes, he would take her life. It would be her punishment for her sleeping with Enver Toscano. Padme tried not to show how miserable she felt as Sunday night came around. She never ever thought she would be dreading this particular Monday morning, but the last 48 hours had been nothing short of magical. Danilo, or whatever his name was, wasn't just a phenomenal romantic partner. He was incredibly funny, sweet, and fascinating. He told her what he could about his past. Born and raised in Florence, Italy, by his Italian father and American mother, he had lost both of them young. His father when he was 5, his mother when he was just 18. His best friend Max had died recently, and Danilo was still raw from it. Padme marveled at his ability to wear his heart on his sleeve. It made the conversation between them easy and fun, and above all else, it felt genuine. Often she thought about telling him about who she was, asking him to trust her to tell her his real name. She wanted to know him. The real him. His name was important. Now she wondered why she had worried about it. Their connection had been deeper than mere names or even intercourse, as great as it was. And now she was going to have to say goodbye, and she was struggling to find the words. "Hey," Danilo came from the bathroom, a white towel wrapped around his body. They had just showered together. His dark curls were damp against his face, his eyes such a beautiful color against his tanned skin. Padme ran her eyes over his body, not bothering to hide her admiration. "Dude, you are one gorgeous man." Danilo grinned. "Why, thank you." He came to the bed and covered her body with his. "As long as you think so." He kissed her tenderly, as if memorizing the shape of her lips, and then buried his face in her neck, making a strange growling sound. "Mio Dio, I don't want to let you go," he murmured, and Padme felt her chest ache. No, neither did she. She wanted to hang on to him, to these last few moments together. He looked up and she saw the genuine conflict in his eyes. "Hey," she said softly. "We said one weekend. And it's been perfect. I mean it, these have been the most incredible few days." Danilo nuzzled her nose with his. "They have. I just wish," he sighed. "I wish that I wasn't who I was, that I could just be here with you, and not have to deal with." He didn't finish the sentence, just looked at her sadly. "I've never met anyone like you before. And it would have to happen now." Padme swept her hands over his face, gazing up at him. "My name isn't Penny." He grinned that crooked smile she was quickly coming to love. "I know. And you know I'm not, Danilo." "Yes." He kissed her. "Soon I hope I'll be free to tell you my real name." "Just whisper it to me," she pleaded. "I swear on my life it will go no further." She saw the hesitation in his eyes. "To sweeten the deal, my real name is Padme Kaur." "That's beautiful." She could see the conflict in his eyes. "Trust me," she said simply, and he nodded. "You're about the only person in the world I trust, even after this short time. But if I tell you my name and one day you slip, we are only human, then it could mean your life being in danger. I want to tell you so much, Padme, I really, really do. Please just trust me enough to say, when it's safe, I'll tell you everything." And she had to be satisfied with that. Just after midnight, Padme said goodbye to the most attractive man she'd ever met. She traveled by cab back to her apartment, and opening the door, she dumped her purse on the table, and stood for a long minute in silence before bursting into tears.
Chapter 3.
"Why do you look so grumpy?" Dale, her partner, squinted at her as she got into his car the next morning. "Mind your own business," she snapped before relenting. "Sorry, Dee. I had a weird weekend." Dale grinned at her. "Bet I can cheer you up. Guess who got the Cleveland posting?" Padme suddenly perked up. "Tell me it was Maria. Please tell me it was Maria." Bingo. They both cheered, and Dale was right, that did perk Padme's spirits up. Maria had been at Quantico with them. An arrogant, incompetent know-it-all who delighted in telling them that her father had been an agent for 35 years, and she knew it all by osmosis. She didn't. Couple her annoying attitude with her abject jealousy over Padme's brilliance, and Maria had been the focus of most of the class's hatred. Now she had been posted to the least requested field office in the States. I have to admit, as much as it makes me a bad person, well, that's karma. Padme was grinning now. Dale chuckled. See, I told you I could cheer you up. Gosh, this traffic today. Are you all ready for our babysitting job? Padme rolled her eyes. Guess we can't be too picky, right out of the academy. Who is this guy? No idea. We get our orders from the office, then head out. Henry Jones greeted them both with a smile. Welcome, welcome. Not to blow smoke up right off the bat, but we hit pay dirt with you two. You know, every field office was clamoring for you? Padme and Dale looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Henry grinned. Well, now that we have the good news out of the way, here comes the real world. You may think we're just handing you a babysitting job, but this guy is putting it all on the line to bring down the Ingalls, and we're going to have his back while he's doing it. The death threats are real, and this kid, Enver Toscano, has already seen his business partner murdered. Also, Frederick Singles flew into Seattle on Saturday. He knows where Toscano was this weekend, but since then, we've transferred Toscano to a safe house. Did you read the briefing notes? Good. He sat on the edge of the desk. His lawyer, an arrogant jerk called Brian Dedalus, specifically requested new agents. The Ingalls have spies everywhere, and he is betting on them not having gotten to you two, yet. So get over to this address. You'll meet the lawyer and the protectee, and work out the protection detail together. Don't forget to brief me about what you decide. He stopped talking and studied them. We're throwing you in the deep end, kids. Look after yourselves. Dale and Padme were quiet as they drove to the safe house, realizing just how much responsibility they had been handed. Padme drove while Dale looked over the case file. Geez, this guy's young to be in this situation. 37 and a multi-billionaire. Single, workaholic, playboy. The usual? Stepping up to the plate, though. Padme smiled at him. You getting a crush on the protectee? Gonna be his best buddy? Dale grinned. The hell with you, Core. You wish. Shut up. Even though they spent the journey busting each other's chops, both were still on high alert, constantly checking to make sure they weren't followed. Padme even erred on the side of caution when she saw a sedan with blacked-out windows pull alongside their SUV. She turned off the highway and took a detour, but the sedan was long gone. They arrived at the safe house and were greeted by a security team. After showing their IDs, they were led into the house. A young woman, thin in the extreme with long blonde hair and nervous energy, smiled shyly at them. Hi, I'm Chaley, Mr. Toscano's personal assistant. Please come this way. He and Mr. Dedalus are waiting to meet you. They were led down a long, lushly carpeted corridor. Even if this was a safe house, Enver Toscano obviously wanted to be kept in comfort. Padme caught Dale's eye and he smirked, apparently thinking the same thing. Chaley led them into a room where a smartly dressed man sat on a large couch, a briefcase by his side and a laptop open. He looked up, and Padme saw his ice-blue eyes take them in. Where have you been? We were told you would be here by 10 a.m. Padme looked at the man coolly. His hair was artfully swept back and held in place, Padme was almost certain, by a buttload of hairspray. His blue eyes were cold, and his manner was one of arrogance and entitlement, in other words, a jerk. Was this the protectee? If so, he could just go to hell. We were told to make sure we arrived here safely and unseen. Which is what we did. Now, how about you try that again? The man stood. Padme was amused to see he was smaller than her, 5 feet 9 inches, and flushed angrily. Fine. Well, now that you're finally here. Let's start over. I'm Agent Core, this is Agent Fortuna. Are you Enver Toscano? No, he's not, said a beautifully accented and very familiar voice behind her. I'm Enver Toscano. With a jolt and a pounding heart, Padme turned to see the man she had been with 24 hours earlier. From his expression, Enver Toscano was as shocked to see her as she was to see him. This was the man whose life was in danger? Gosh no, please, not him. Suddenly everything made sense. To his credit, he immediately covered his surprise and shook both their hands. Thank you for coming. Do excuse Brian, he's not had his Ritalin this morning. Padme smothered a snort of laughter with a cough. Enver invited them to sit, managing to squeeze Padme's fingers inconspicuously. He was dressed in jeans and a vintage t-shirt, and Padme wondered how she could ever have thought the slimeball lawyer Daedalus was Enver. Enver was careful not to stare at her, but as they talked, Padme was hyper-aware of his body close to hers, his eyes on hers when she spoke. She felt like she was stammering and gibbering like an idiot as she outlined the protection plan she and Dale had come up with, but the men in the room seemed to nod along with it just fine. Even Daedalus looked appeased. Obviously, Dale took over from her. When it's time to transport you to the courtroom, we've arranged a decoy vehicle. We'll actually be flying you via helicopter to the helipad nearest the courtroom. And then more decoy cars will be sent out as we transfer you by car. We're taking this very seriously, Mr. Toscano. Enver nodded. And I couldn't be more grateful for your help. So, one of you will always be here with us? Brian Daedalus looked at Dale, and then raked his eyes up and down Padme's body, apparently considering how a slim woman like her could protect a 6'2" man like Enver. His judgment made her bristle with annoyance. He really was a jerk, Henry hadn't exaggerated. Yes, she said, her voice hardening. And I will have to remind you that any and all decisions regarding Mr. Toscano's movements must be discussed with us. She felt Dale nudge her discreetly, and then he cleared his throat. Agent Core is the lead on this, so she has the final say on any decision. Padme tried not to look surprised. They hadn't discussed who would lead, and she was grateful to Dale for his support. If Brian Daedalus thought he could pull any misogynistic crap on her, he had another thing coming. Enver was watching her, his eyes amused. In that case, perhaps, Agent Fortuna, you can go brief my security team with Brian, and I can settle things with Agent Core. Call me Dale, and yeah, that's a good idea. Dale looked at Padme, who nodded at him, a smile on her flushed, burning face. At least it felt like it was burning. When Dale and Daedalus had left, Never smiled at Chaley. Chalky, would you mind giving us a minute? Take a break, get yourself a coffee. Chaley hopped off the end of the sofa, shooting Enver and Padme a smile, and then, finally, they were alone. Padme let out a long breath. Enver Toscano. Enver came to her side, sweeping a loose strand of hair back over her ear. Mio Dio Padme, I can't say it isn't good to see you, but the thought of you putting yourself in harm's way for me. I would take a bullet for you in a heartbeat, she whispered fiercely, but it's not going to get to that, ever. I won't let anyone hurt you. His lips were against hers then, and for a moment, she fantasized that this could be their reality. She drew away after a moment. But we can't do this? Not if I'm going to protect you properly. If I get distracted and something happens to you. Gosh, Enver. And I cannot bear the thought that you might get hurt because of me. This is just what I was trying to avoid. He got up and paced around the room. Maybe we should ask for a replacement? No. Padme felt panicked. No. I won't be able to trust anyone else to protect you the way I would. I meant what I said. This is my job, Enver. It's my job to put myself in front of any bullet meant for you, and that's what I'll have to do if I have to. Enver's eyes were sad. You don't even know me, Padme, cara mia. Padme stood and went to him. I do know you. I know you love with your whole heart, that the loss of someone close to you could crush you. I feel the same way, about you. I know that's completely the opposite of what a woman is supposed to say after the weekend we had. I'm supposed to act cool, and in our case, God knows, professionally, but I don't trust anyone else to protect you. It doesn't matter that we haven't known each other long. I know that I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Enver kissed her gently. The moment this is over, Padme Kaur, you and I are going to spend a lot of time together. Undressed. I think we agreed to that on the weekend. Deal? She smiled. Deal? Her voice was a whisper. How had her life changed this much in such a short amount of time? They heard Dale and Brian returning. Don't mind Brian, Enver said in a low voice. He just wants this over and done with so he can get back to his life in New York. He's staying here? Enver rolled his eyes. He doesn't trust me to be by myself. You're not. Enver met her gaze as the others came back into the room. Hopefully I won't be alone ever again, my beautiful Padme. He said it in a low voice, but it sent Padme's heart into overdrive. She knew she should tell Dale and her bosses of her relationship with Enver, however humiliating that might be, but she was convinced that no one could protect Enver better than she would. Chaley showed Dale and Padme to their respective rooms, Dale whistling in appreciation at the comfortable beds and widescreen television. Padme dumped her hold-all on the bed and wondered how she could possibly sleep knowing Enver was only a few rooms away. Gosh, how she wanted him, but she would not compromise his safety for the sake of some intimacy, even if that was with the most gorgeous man she'd ever met. Padme knew that if they risked it and were discovered, she would be fired and maybe even arrested for compromising the operation. There was a soft knock at her door, and her heart began to thump. Come in. She was both relieved and disappointed when Dale opened the door, giving her a boyish grin. Hey you, just wanted to know if you want me to take the night shift. You look kind of done in already. Padme smiled at him. And it's only lunchtime. No, it's okay, I'm kind of a night owl. I'll take the late shift. Dale flopped down on the bed next to her. What do you think of him? Denver? Nice guy. Good for him taking on the Ingalls. Dale nodded. That's what I think. That lawyer, though. They both laughed. By the look of him, he's read American Psycho once too often. Padme snorted. He's not that interesting. He does know the 80s are over, right? You're such a pain. But Dale was laughing. Padme punched his arm and got up off the bed. Come on, we have work to do.
Chapter 4.
By the evening, they both realized that babysitting duty was as dull as it sounded. Brian Daedalus ignored them, jabbering away on his cell phone. Chaley, shy and nervous, would offer them coffee every time she saw them. Enver was working but would stop when he saw them and chat, and Padme grew more impressed by him every time they talked. In sharp contrast to his lawyer, Enver was humble and apologetic for having put them in this situation. But mostly, he was just fun and smart to be around. As Padme got to know him better over the next few days, she found herself feeling even more conflicted about their whole situation. Enver was everything she wanted, and everything she couldn't have. She took the night shifts, listening to the silence around the compound as she walked the corridors. Enver had taken to joining her, and they would sit and talk until dawn, each desperate to touch the other, but knowing they couldn't. When this is over, Enver said, late one night a week after they'd come to the safe house, I would love to take you away to Italy to show you my home. Do you have any family left? A few cousins scattered throughout the country. Claudio is the closest to me. He's an artist. His sister Soleil died a few years ago. Some memory pinged in Padme's memory, at the unusual name. Are you talking about Soleil Fonseca? The murder down in Los Angeles? Enver nodded, his eyes sad. Gosh, that was horrific. I'm so sorry, Enver. Thank you. It was a bad time for us all, especially Claudio. Padme shook her head. So much pain. Enver smiled a little and covered her hand with his. You make it better. Padme's eyes locked on his, and before she knew what was happening, his lips were against hers. Gosh, he was intoxicating. We can't do this, she said, but then lost herself in the kiss. Enver pulled her into his arms, and her body curved around his. Enver. Enver. Moments later, they lay together, panting, listening for any sign that they had been heard. There was silence throughout the property. Gosh, Padme said, her face flushed, her hair sticking to the sweat on her face. We really shouldn't have done that. Enver grinned down at her, not looking the least bit repentant. I think it was kind of inevitable, cara mia. She chuckled quietly. You're so cocky. Help me up, big guy. I'm supposed to be protecting you. He pulled her to her feet and they got dressed, pausing often to kiss. Enver persuaded her to go to the large kitchen with him, and they made sandwiches, falling on them as if they were half-starved. Food and intimacy, Enver grinned at her, my two favorite things. Keeping you alive, baby, is my favorite thing. Seriously, Enver, that has to be the last time until the case is over. Enver nodded, sobering up. I know. I'm sorry, Padme. I could not stop myself. Don't apologize. I wanted you just as much, I still want you. Badly. But this is your life we're talking about. And yours, he said firmly. He set his sandwich down and ran a hand through his dark hair. Gosh, I'll be glad when this thing starts. The trial, I mean. The DA told me you'll actually be testifying against one of the Ingalls associates? Not Frederick Ingalls himself? Enver rolled his eyes. They won't arrest Freddie Ingalls himself, he's too important. Their words. They'll just take his knees out from beneath him. He has deals in place with many high-ranking government officials in Europe, but the slightest whiff of corruption and they'll pull out of his deals. It will make his organization very hard to deal with. Padme blinked. I just don't get the business world. I guess I see things in black and white. You make a product, you sell the product. As soon as it gets more complicated than that, I'm out. I've never asked, what is your line of business? Shipping, Enver said and grinned when she grimaced. Sensual, huh? Really, it was Max who brought me on board. We had known each other since we were kids. After college, I was adrift really. My major was in music, but I didn't know if I wanted to pursue it as a career. Max inherited his father's shipping business, and when I joined his company, I found I had a gift for negotiation. After I brokered a huge deal with the Scandinavian governments, Max made me a partner. His father had run a low-key operation, but we expanded it to become the world's biggest shipping company. I sound like a brochure. Padme burst out laughing as he pulled a face at the end. A little, but please, go on. Tell me more about Max. Enver smiled a little sadly. He was my best friend and I loved him, but he got greedy. Unbeknownst to me, he approached Freddie Ingalls to broker a deal. The specifics of the deal I don't know, but Max came to me one night, telling me he'd gotten in too deep, that he had underestimated Ingalls' grip once he had Max in his net. He told me a little about what he had discussed with Ingalls, but then Ingalls got nasty, threatening to kill Max and everyone he loved if Max reneged on the deal. 3 days later, Max and his wife Julia were murdered in their home. They made Max watch the whole thing. They came after me, but I'd been warned and wasn't where they expected. Enver let out a shaky breath. Julia was pregnant when they killed her. Geez. Padme felt a wave of horror flood over her. She didn't think she had processed how much Enver's life was on the line until this moment. Enver, if they're only going to hobble Frederick's business, not arrest him, what's going to stop him from pursuing you for the rest of your life? Enver smiled sadly. Nothing. And I'm aware that once I testify, all bets are off. The FBI is under no obligation to keep protecting me. Padme wanted to argue, but he was right. Gosh. I have been offered a pass into witness protection, but I don't want that. Padme gazed at him, distressed. If it keeps you alive, why not? There was a long pause. Because now I have someone who I cannot be parted from, Padme, and they wouldn't let me see you again. I cannot live with that. Oh, Enver. Padme felt her body go cold at the thought of it. She took a deep breath. I can't be the reason you get killed. I can't. You wouldn't be. I'm saying I don't want my life curtailed by Freddie Ingalls, and he is the one who would come after you as well as me. He's a sadist. Without him at the helm, the rest of them would crumble. They just want to be comfortable and get as much money as they can without being bothered by scandal. Padme chewed this over. I wouldn't hesitate to put the jerk down. Gosh, taking a pregnant woman's life? And they knew it too. Creeps, he spat. Just let me get a whiff of Ingalls, and I'll end him myself. Invir's expression was hard. I don't want you within 1,000,000 miles of that psycho. She gave him a lopsided grin. It's kind of my job, Enver. He nodded, his expression concerned. What made you go into the FBI anyway? I wanted to help people, she said simply. It was either this or the military for me. Did you go to college? She nodded. A degree, then a master's in political science. When Cosima. Wait, do you know Cosima and Arlo Forrester? He nodded. I do, a little. Well, Cosima was shot and seriously injured a few years ago by her FBI handler. We didn't know if she was going to make it. But because of it, the restrictions on protecting foreign nationals have been tightened up. I decided to join up to make sure they were, and now look where I am. Isn't that what you call irony? Enver grinned at her, but she shook her head. More like heartbreak. Gosh, what am I doing? Padme closed her eyes. I've worked so hard to get where I am, Enver. You don't know the half of it. Orphanage kid, mixed race, female. I've had to overcome a lot of discrimination to get here. If something happened to you, not just on my watch but at all, I don't think I could survive it. Enver stroked her face. I feel the same. And I don't want to compromise your career. That's not the kind of man I am. Padme gazed at him. You would be easy to fall in love with, Enver Toscano, but I can't risk it while your life is in danger. He nodded. And I won't risk anything happening to you, not for me. But know this. I'm not done with you, Padme Kaur. Not at all. The trial started on a Monday morning, 3 weeks after Enver had been transferred to the safe house. Padme flew with Enver in the helicopter, while Dale and some other FBI agents organized the decoy vehicles. Padme's boss, Henry, had insisted on coming with them, which Padme was grateful for. She tried to put aside her terror that something would happen, that someone would get close enough to Enver to hurt him, but she couldn't help feeling sick the whole journey to the courthouse. Only when they stepped inside its heavily guarded confines did she allow her shoulders to unbunch. She regarded every person she didn't know as a suspect, even some of the newly recruited agents. Henry smiled at her. That's my girl, he said to her quietly, always watching. She nodded back at him. Do we have any intelligence on a specific threat today? Henry shook his head. We have eyes on Ingalls and his associates. He nodded at Enver, who stood a little way away, and talked to Brian Daedalus. How's it going with the protectee? Good. He's a smart guy, does what we want him to do. Gosh, that didn't even cover it. The big thing he's doing is taking them all on his own. Brave guy. Padme smiled. Yes. She walked over to Enver then, nodding at Brian. Court says you're first up, Enver. He smiled at her. So, maybe this will all be over soon? Doubtful, Brian butted in. Your testimony could take days, even weeks. He looked at Padme, his eyes cold. Wouldn't it be better to allow my client to live in a hotel adjacent to the court, rather than risk anything happening on the journey back and forth? Padme sighed inwardly. She really didn't like this joker. Local hotels would be the first place any assassin would look for Enver. Yep, great idea. She was rewarded by Brian's face turning red. He excused himself, and they watched as he went to talk to Henry. Enver chuckled. He's gonna tell Papa on you. Padme shrugged, dismissive of the lawyer. Where on earth did you find that guy? Tinder, Enver said with a straight face, and Padme laughed. Yeah, well, you should have swiped left. Got it. Padme looked at him. You nervous? Enver nodded. Just want to get this show on the road. You'll nail it, baby. The epithet came out of her mouth before she could stop it, and Enver smiled. I heard that. Shut up, she hissed and then laughed. A moment later, the court clerk called Enver in. Padme watched him walk inside the courtroom and mouthed good luck to him. He winked at her and disappeared into the courtroom. Padme let out a sigh of relief. The public gallery in the courtroom had been shut off, and even the journalists covering the case had a gag order until Enver was safely out of the country. There were armed guards in there with him, he was safe. Hey. Dale came up behind her and she turned. We got him here alive. Feels pretty good, huh? Padme smiled. Sure does. Dale grinned and lowered his voice. He's a good guy, Pads. I'm really happy for you. Her eyes widened and she felt a cold fear spike inside her. What? Dale put his hand on her arm. Don't worry. I'm not going to say a word, but it's pretty obvious to me that you two are. We are not anything, Padme lied. He's just a friendly guy. She hated to lie to Dale like this, but she didn't want to risk being thrown off Enver's case. Girl, after everything we've been through, don't you think you can trust me? I'm not saying a word. I think it's a great thing. But you want to deny it? Go right ahead. Dale walked off and Padme felt awful. Dale was right, she should have trusted him. She caught up to him and pulled him into a corridor. I'm sorry, Dee. You're right, Enver and I have a history. But we're not together, at least, not while this case is going on. It's too risky for him. For us. Dale's expression softened. I know. Listen, I meant what I said. I won't say a word. And hey, just for the record, you're a great agent. End of discussion. Padme relaxed. You are the best. Oh, I know. Enver looked drained after a day's worth of questioning, and he was quiet on the trip back to the compound. Padme, sitting next to him, surreptitiously squeezed his hand and he gave her a weary smile. Bad day? She said, but he shook his head. No, just draining. They talked a lot about Max and Julie's murders. They showed the court photographs of the crime scene and their bodies. Oh gosh, Enver, I'm sorry. He nodded, and she could see the pain in his eyes. She wanted so much to hold him, kiss him, make him feel comforted, but in this small confined helicopter, it was impossible without being seen by the pilot. They landed back at the compound. The lights in the main house were out, and Padme narrowed her eyes, feeling suspicious. They had left Chaley and 2 security guards at the property. Padme drew her weapon. Enver, stay inside the copter with Mac and Wiley. Mac, if you hear shots, take off and go to the emergency safe house. Got it. Got it, boss. Enver leaned forward. What is it? Probably nothing, but Dale and I and the rest will do a sweep. I'll come get you as soon as we give the all clear. She stepped out of the helicopter, but Enver grabbed her hand. Stay safe, Principessa, he whispered and she nodded. Padme and Dale entered first, guns drawn, flashlights on. Padme flicked the lights on at the main switch, and the whole house lit up. There was silence. Chaley? Chaley Sanders. Gary Holder? Kevin? There was no answer. Padme peeled off to search the living room while Dale took the bedrooms. Silence hung heavy over the whole compound, and Padme could only hear her heart beating heavily. Something was wrong. She could feel it in her bones. Agent Core. We have 2 men down, kitchen area. Repeat, 2 men down. Damn. Where the hell was Chaley? She turned into the study and flicked the lights on. She recoiled immediately. The furniture in the room had been pushed to the sides of the room, except for one chair in the middle of the room. Tied to it, bloodied and unconscious, Padme hoped, was Chaley. Padme darted to the young woman's side and felt for a pulse. Still alive, just. She saw the stab wounds in the young woman's abdomen, and her heart ached for the sweet young assistant. Padme drew her gun and fired 2 shots into the roof, causing plaster to drop down on them. Dale and the other agents burst into the room as Padme untied Chaley and picked her up. Gosh, she was tiny, probably less than 100 pounds. Dale took her from Padme, as Padme saw a note had been placed under Chaley's limp body. Let's get her to a hospital now, she ordered, as outside she saw the helicopter carrying her love take off. Relieved, she followed Dale out to the car and sat in the back, cradling Chaley, who was coming around. Padme was focused on pressing her hands down on Chaley's wounds to keep the blood loss to a minimum. Charlie? That's right, sweetheart, stay with me. Keep breathing. We're getting you to a hospital right now, darling. Chaley opened her eyes and looked up at Padme. Padme smiled. That's right, sweetie, we're taking you to get help. They told me it wasn't personal. Don't let them win, don't let them hurt him. Padme moaned as Chaley's head fell back, and the girl went limp in her arms. Dale, step on it. Dale got them to an emergency room in record time, but it was too late. The emergency room doctor declared Chaley dead on arrival. He was sympathetic, but a matter of fact with Padme and Dale. She didn't stand a chance, I'm afraid. Her abdominal artery was severed in multiple places. She simply bled out. Padme felt hollow. Over the few weeks she'd known Chaley, she had grown to like the young assistant very much. She didn't deserve to die like this. No one did. Damn, Dale said, his face pale. Damn. Padme followed him out the ambulance. Dale put his head in his hands and then screamed. Padme sat down on one of the benches outside and felt herself grow numb. Chaley had been murdered, and their safe house was blown. Enver had been spirited away, and now she wondered if she could even trust the people who had taken him. She remembered the note under Chaley's body and pulled it out of her pocket, wincing at the blood that soaked the paper. She smoothed it out and read it. Dale rubbed his hands on his head. So they know where we were keeping Enver. Someone must have blabbed. Who the hell else knew, apart from a very few of us? They knew about the house. Padme looked up at him, her face pale as she held up the note. And they know about me. Dale took the note from her, and Padme watched as his eyes widened as he read the message on the paper. Next time, we'll gut your pretty Indian girlfriend.
Chapter 5.
Padme sat in Henry's office. It had been 2 days since the murder, 2 days since she'd seen or spoken to Enver. After they had read the note, Dale had pleaded with her to tell Henry about the threat. You don't have to say anything about your relationship with Enver. Just take this threat seriously. If what happened to Chaley ever happened to you, I could not live with it, Pad. Neither could Enver. So here she was, waiting for Henry to tell her what her next steps were. She had decided she would tell him everything, take her punishment, and ask if she could be put with Enver. Well, Henry came into the room, shutting the door behind him. I guess we now have 2 people to protect. The threat on that note was very real, Padme. The Ingalls won't think twice about killing you to get to Enver Toscano. How did they know about us? I mean, about Dale and I being Mr. Toscano's protection detail? Henry's face was stern. We are looking into it. Believe me when I find them, he sighed. So, assuming that you don't want off this case, I propose we take you to the same safe house as Toscano. You'll keep your badge and gun, but for all intents and purposes, you'll be treated as a protected witness also. Padme sighed. The babysitter becomes the babysat. Henry's mouth hitched up in a smile. Suck it up. Mr. Toscano's lawyer tells me he thinks his client will only be questioned for 1 more day. After that what? We just let him walk into a viper's nest? They will kill him on sight, whether he's testified or not. They can't stop that now, but Freddie Ingalls won't just let it lie. Henry sat back in his chair, studying her. We've offered Mr. Toscano permanent relocation in the Witness Protection Program, but he says he doesn't want it. Rumor has it he's in love with a woman here in Seattle. You know anything about that? Padme prayed she didn't flush, as she kept a blank expression. No, sir, the protected hasn't mentioned anything. Henry's eyes never left hers. I only ask because I know you and Mr. Toscano seem friendly. Padme nodded. I would say that, sir. Within the confines of our roles, of course. Of course. He didn't believe her, she could tell, but she was too deep in the lie now. Geez, she really had laid it on the line for this man, hadn't she? Is Mr. Toscano safe where he is? Henry nodded. He is. We told him about his assistant, and he's obviously very upset. He asked if you or Agent Fortuna were hurt, and we told him you were fine. So what I think would be best is if you pack a bag, and we relocate you to where Mr. Toscano is. He obviously trusts you, Padme, and in his position, that's not an easy thing to do. Will Dale come with me? Henry hesitated. Agent Fortuna is being reassigned. Padme was shocked. Why? He did nothing wrong. I know that, Padme. Henry's voice was kind. He asked to be reassigned. Said he felt guilty for not protecting you. No. Padme was distressed. I'm fine, nothing happened to me. Chief, please don't punish him for nothing. It wasn't his job to protect me. Calm down, Agent. Go talk to him, but he seemed pretty set. If he changes his mind, of course, let me know. Padme sought Dale out immediately. He was eating a bowl of ramen in the mess. She sat down opposite him and glared at him until he looked up. He gave a resigned sigh. You heard. What the hell, Dale? Dale glanced around the room, making sure they weren't overheard before leaning closer. They know we're a team. Maybe by being separate, I can throw them off the track. Padme rocked back. You are not putting yourself up as bait. No freaking way, Dale. No? I'm not some fragile little woman you have to save, Captain America. Dale rolled his eyes. Putting aside the fact that I would take a bullet for you any day, Pad, I'm not that much of a Neanderthal. I'm talking about working together, playing cat and mouse with them until someone slips up. Then we've got them, even if we have to take them down one operative at a time. We do not know who we are dealing with, Dale, or how many of them there are. And someone, she hissed, lowering her voice, is on the inside. I know it. Paranoia much? How else did they find the safe house? Padme felt tears in her eyes. How else did they kill Chaley? Dale studied her for a long time. Pad, do you think I ever want to see you like that? Do you honestly not know how much you mean to me? She looked up sharply, misunderstanding him, and he laughed. Slow your roll. I meant as a sister. A best friend. Padme relaxed. Good. I love you too, Daily Whaley. A hell no to that nickname. Padme grinned, the banter cheering her. So, Daily Whaley, what's the plan? Dale laughed, shaking his head. Pain in the ass, woman. Well, first thing, you do as Henry is telling you and get your ass over to Enver. He needs you right now, in every way. He waggled his eyebrows, but Padme shook her head at him. I lied to Henry, told him nothing is going on. Well, it isn't, is it? Not during the investigation, anyway. Padme blushed and Dale's eyes widened. You didn't? Once, she admitted, when everyone was asleep. Dale considered and smiled mischievously. Nicely done, Cor. She giggled but told him to shut up. I cannot believe I risked everything for a jump. Except it was more than that, right? His voice was soft now. You've fallen for him. Padme hesitated and then nodded. Maybe I should quit. Dale made a siren sound. Emergency, call the sisterhood, emergency. His lame imitation of a robot made Padme laugh, and soon they were both crying with laughter. You are such a loser, she said, wiping her eyes. Yeah, but I'm your best loser, he said smugly, and she grinned. Yeah, you are. Give me a high five. All the way to the safe house, even through so many detours and diversions, she lost count. Padme practiced her greeting the protectee speech. Hello again, Mr. Toscano. Good to see you safe and well. Mr. Toscano, hello, good to see you. Gosh, Enver, you're the most attractive man on this planet. Get your clothes off right now and como lay with me. Her lips twitched with a grin. No, that last one really wouldn't be appropriate, despite it being true. Crap. She loved him. No, that wasn't possible. She'd only known him for a month. But everything in her body said it was true. She loved Enver Toscano. She closed her eyes and pictured him now, his crooked smile that changed his face from manly to boyish. That dark beard, those green eyes, that golden tan skin. The feel of his lips against hers, geez. Stop, she told herself, but then she couldn't stop the memory of him when they were intimate. When they arrived at the new safe house, Padme kept all her feelings inside her as she nodded to the security guard. Mr. Toscano is in his study, Agent. Far end of the corridor as you go in. Thank you. She made to move, then stopped herself. Is Mr. Daedalus here, Agent? No, ma'am. Just Mr. Toscano. Thank you, she said again, and then, her heart in her mouth, she walked to the study and knocked. Come in. She opened the door and saw him. Dressed in a sweater and blue jeans, he looked up from behind the desk, and the smile that spread across his face made her knees weak. Without a word, he got up, and with 2 long strides he took her in his arms and kissed her. Padme, lost in his embrace, heard him lock the door behind her. A beat, then they were tearing at each other's clothes, desperate to feel each other's skin. I love you, she gasped, not caring if he got freaked out. I love you so much, Enver Toscano. Ti amo, he whispered with real feeling, with tears in his eyes. I love you too, il mio amore. Nothing existed in the world for them at that moment. Just the joining of their bodies, the gaze of their eyes. Gosh, Padme. Padme. Ti amo. Enver stood up and lifted her into his arms, kissing her as his green eyes went soft with love. When I heard those gunshots, I thought I'd lost you. I tried to get out of the helicopter, but they took off. I was screaming at them. I'm afraid I cursed them out. Padme chuckled, smoothing his hair back from his face. And I'm glad they ignored you. Her smile faded. I'm sorry about Chaley. Such a sweet girl. Enver's eyes were full of pain, and he nodded. And they would not let me see her, or call her parents. He set Padme down on her feet, and they got dressed. Come sit with me, darling. He unlocked the door in case anyone got suspicious, and opened the window to let some fresh air in. He sat next to Padme and took her hand. I cannot imagine what it must have been like to find her like that. Padme sighed. Yes, you can. The same people who killed Max and Julia murdered Chaley. Henry told me there was a note with Chaley's body. What did it say? Padme felt cold inside. They hadn't told him about the threat to her. Good. Good, that was for the best. Because otherwise, he would send her away. Just making sure you got the message. Forensics took care of it. I really didn't read much of it. Enver seemed happy about that. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Mio Dio. I am crazy for dragging you into this world. I am selfish. Padme kissed his cheek. You didn't drag me anywhere, I came willingly. It's you and me now, whether it's publicly known or not. I've said it before, and I mean it. I'd take a bullet for you. And I'm going to ask you to stop saying that, because it makes me want to break down. But he said it with a smile on his face. He leaned his forehead against hers. I don't think the FBI knows what to do with me. Once my testimony is over, I'm cut loose. Padme shook her head. No. Look, they're offering witness protection. Take it. Enver's smile faded. They won't let me see you again. That's not an option. It's not as if I haven't got the resources to disappear from public life on my own. But why should you have to? Padme felt a little hysterical. It isn't fair. He swept his hand through her hair and held her face in his hands. Who said life had to be fair? As long as I have you, nothing else matters. You'll always have me. Good. There was a knock at the door and they moved apart, trying to look as casual as possible, as one of the security guards, Sean, came in. Agent Core, we haven't met. I'm Sean Gray, head of security here. Padme stood and shook the man's hand. Good to meet you. We should sit down and discuss Mr. Toscano's protection while he's here. I understand you've been working in shifts? Sean Gray gave her a bemused look. We should also discuss your protection, Agent Core. Oh, damn it. Padme could feel Invir's stare. I'm good as long as Mr. Toscano is good. Sean nodded. That's fair enough, but we have specific orders to protect both of you because of the threats. Someone threatened Agent Core? Invir's voice was hard. Padme glared at Sean, who finally caught on. It's standard procedure when a protectee's safe house is compromised to then protect the lead agents. It was a weak lie, but Padme was grateful for him trying. Sean made his excuses, obviously embarrassed, and left them alone. Padme could feel the weight of Invir's stare as she turned to face him. Cara mia, she saw him barely contain his anger. We're going to sit down and you're going to tell me exactly what is going on. Padme lay on her back, staring up at the ceiling. She'd escaped here after she and Enver had their very first argument. Enver was furious that she'd lied about the threats to her safety. She'd shot back that she was a big girl and could look after herself. Enver had lost it then, and Padme realized just how scared he was of losing her. Do you know what they did to Julia? He had raged at her. I do. I saw the photos. They gutted her, Padme. They cut her baby from her and killed them both. In front of Max. Look what they did to Chaley. Do you think they won't do it to you? Mio Dio, Padme, mio Dio. Eventually, she had left him to fume and come to find a bedroom to lie down in. Should she have told him about the threats? Probably. Padme sighed and grabbed her cell phone and dialed the number of the only person she could talk to about this. Hey cutie. Hey Dee. Can you talk? Sure. Dale sounded out of breath. It'll give me an excuse to stop working out. How's the love nest? Not very loving. Enver found out about the note. Uh-oh. I assume he didn't take it well. Padme sighed. No, he freaked on me. We're taking some time out right now. Dale was still catching his breath. You can't really blame him after what's happened. Hell, I don't want anything to happen to you either. None of us do. Padme was quiet for a moment. He told me he loved me. Well now, Dale's voice softened, of course he does. Padme felt tearful. What a mess this all is. Yeah, princess, it is. Have you discussed what you're going to do after his testimony ends? He won't go into witness protection because of me. Gosh, Dale, if he gets killed because of me. You see? Don't be too hard on him when you feel the same way. Do you love him? Very much. Then go make up with him. We'll figure out what to do next. It's not like he doesn't have the money to disappear. The question is, do you want to disappear with him? Give up everything you've worked for, all your friends, family? Padme let a few silent tears fall. That's just it, Dale? I don't know.
Chapter 6.
Later that night, there was a soft knock at her door and Enver came in. He sat down on her bed, gazing down at her with pain in his eyes. Padme half smiled at him. Padme sat up and kissed. Ti amo, he murmured as his lips trailed across her neck. Gosh, when they were like this, Padme knew she would give up everything for this, for him. My beautiful Padme, my love, il mio amore. His low, sensual voice made her skin vibrate, and now his mouth was all over her. Can we stay like this forever? She whispered, and Enver nodded. We can, Principessa, we absolutely can. But it would mean leaving everyone and everything you know. Can you do that, Padme? Can you really do that? And right at that moment, Padme knew she could. She wanted to be with Enver, openly, freely, more than anything. Even if being with him meant giving everything up and living a life on the run from his enemies. Enver kissed her as he tightened his grip on her. Cara mia, if I could keep you safe forever, I would do it. I feel the same. Look, if tomorrow is your last day of testimony, then we have to decide tonight what our next move will be. Padme rubbed her eyes. I'll have to tell my bosses that I'm quitting. Her life was supposed to take, that abandoning it now for a man seemed overwhelming. No. Not for a man, for this man. This gorgeous, funny man who loved her. He was watching her closely, and Padme smiled at him. A new life, she said firmly. With you. Whatever the situation. We can face it together. You're sure? I've never been so sure of anything in my life. He kissed her again, and then they were being intimate again, not caring who heard them, secure in the knowledge that their love could overcome anything. Both of them woke with a start, as the door to the bedroom was flung open. Brian Daedalus stared down at them, a sneer on his face. Get dressed, he snapped, his face raking over Padme's body, a thin sheet the only thing separating her skin from his slimy gaze. We leave in 30 minutes. He narrowed his eyes at Padme and she flushed. With just a look, he made her feel like a tramp. Jerk. Remind me to fire his ass, Enver said darkly before smiling down at her. Good morning, beautiful. She kissed him. Good morning, handsome. Come shower with me. Minutes later. Dressing quickly, they were about to leave the bedroom when Enver grabbed her hand. Before we go, I want to say thank you to you. Thank you for making my life something I want to keep living with you. You have made me excited about the future. I was so down after Max's death that I felt reckless, directionless. The moment I saw you at that party. I love you so much, Padme Kaur. I can't wait to begin our life together. A tear escaped her eye then. Oh gosh, Enver, you will never know how much you mean to me. Their lips met in a passionate embrace. I do know, Enver said softly. I see it in your eyes. I love you. Ti amo, Padme Kaur. Ti amo. The journey to the court was thankfully uneventful, but Padme was aware of Brian Daedalus glowering at her. She stared back at him, challenging him to say something about her and Enver's relationship, but the lawyer merely smirked and looked away. Enver took her hand as they walked down to meet Henry Jones and the rest of the FBI agents. Padme hesitated, but Enver smiled down at her. I'm not hiding anymore. Padme nodded, winding her fingers through his. Daedalus would no doubt tell everyone, so why should they hide it anymore? Henry's expression when he saw their linked hands went from surprise to resignation to disapproval. Sensing the shift in his emotions, Padme excused herself from Enver for a moment and drew Henry to one side. Henry, I'm sorry. My mind is made up. Henry shook his head, sighing. I can't pretend I'm happy, Padme. I championed you from the start, stuck my neck out for you, and you're throwing it away. For the best reason, Henry. For the only reason. I'm in love with Enver Toscano. Henry's eyes were troubled. I don't think you have any idea what you're getting into. They will never stop hunting you. Padme nodded. I know. But he means everything to me. We'll handle whatever comes together. Henry sighed. If that's the way you want it to be, Agent Kaur, I'm going to have to relieve you of duty. Your badge and gun. Padme handed them to him. Thank you for everything, Henry. Henry leaned closer. Please, Pad, change your mind. Don't make me fire you. Padme kissed his cheek. You don't need to fire me, Henry. I quit. Think about what you're doing. I have, she said, meeting his gaze. I know what my life is meant to be now. She made her way back to Enver, showing him her empty gun holster. So I'm just here as your romantic partner now, baby. I can come into the courtroom, support you. He squeezed her hand, dipping his head to kiss her. You are my world. Glad to hear it. Brian Daedalus came up behind them. Because I've just put in a formal complaint about you, Agent Kaur. I'm sure your bosses will be displeased with your behavior. Enver opened his mouth to speak, but Padme shook her head. No, please let me. She turned to look at Brian. Buzz off, Daedalus, you slimy-faced Patrick Bateman wannabe. If you're trying to get me fired, it's too late. I already quit. Enver and I have been together since before I ever met you, so mind your own business, would you please? Jackass. She turned her back on the lawyer. Enver was having trouble hiding his smirk. Damn little tramp, Brian hissed, apoplectic, and spat at her. His saliva hit her in the face, and an incensed Enver lunged for Brian. Stop, stop. Padme got between them, wiping her face. Brian, walk away right now. Enver, they're calling you. Enver let go of Brian, who then dusted himself off. Daedalus, the second this is over, you're fired. Get out of my sight. Brian gave a strange smirk of triumph but said nothing more, stalking off. Padme breathed out, relaxing as Enver took her hand. Ready, love? Padme watched her romantic partner as he calmly answered the questions the prosecution and defense were putting to him. She looked at the defendants, lower-ranking members of Frederick Ingalls' organization. All this for them, she said to herself. Was it worth it? As Enver was released from the custody box, it seemed so anticlimactic, but his smile when he rejoined her made her heart swell. We're free, he said. Now let's disappear. He kissed her as she led him from the courtroom. She saw Brian Daedalus in front of them. He turned as they reached the stairs. To Padme's horror, at the last moment, she saw the gun in Brian's hand. He leveled it at Enver, and it all happened in a second. Padme threw herself in front of Enver, pushing him down as Brian fired the gun, and she felt hot metal slam into her belly. Damn tramp. Daedalus' shirt exploded with red as the other agents took him down, but he managed to get off another shot, this time aiming for Padme deliberately. The bullet ripped into her stomach. Adrenaline flooded her body, and she was more concerned with Enver than herself. He was underneath her, as Padme flipped over to check Enver wasn't shot. There was so much blood. Are you hit? Are you hit? She was frantic now, her hands roaming his body searching for wounds. Enver's eyes were huge, full of pain. He shook his head. No, baby, it's not my blood. It's not my blood. Oh gosh, Padme, someone help her please. He shot her, he was screaming now as Padme realized that her whole body was on fire and that the blood soaking them both was her own. Someone pushed her aside and grabbed Enver, yanking him up as he screamed for someone to help her. Padme lay on her back, barely able to breathe as she watched Enver still shouting with his eyes fixed on her, reaching out his arms toward her as he was being dragged away by his protection. I love you, she whispered as the darkness flooded her vision.
Chapter 7. 6 months later.
Henry Jones sighed as the field office receptionist nodded toward his visitor. Padme, this has to stop. Padme struggled to her feet, and the cane she was using helped her up. Since being shot, she had gone through long and extensive and painful rehab, but her progress was slowed by the fact that every day she came here, to her old workplace, to ask Henry one question. Where is Enver? Padme, her lovely face pale, fixed Henry with a determined look. Henry, I'm going to keep coming here until you help me. Where is Enver? Henry shook his head but said nothing, instead helping her towards his office. When she was settled in the chair, he sat back down opposite her, studying the young woman who had thrown everything away for the man she loved. Pad, I've told you again and again. Enver Toscano took himself out of protective custody and disappeared. If that were true, he would have come for me. Henry sighed again. So you've told me over and over. Look, sweetheart. He leaned forward, giving her a warm smile. Enver is wherever he is, and the fact he hasn't come for you, doesn't that say it all? Pad, you gave up everything you had for him, and you still got shot, and even after that he left you. Padme fixed him with a glare. If he didn't care, why did he pay for all my medical costs? Why are there hundreds of millions of dollars in my checking account? I haven't touched any of it because if I do, I'll be admitting he's gone. If he isn't contacting me, it's because he can't, and that means he's dead. She choked over the words. Or Frederick Ingalls has him. Or maybe it was Envir's way of saying goodbye. Henry's words were soft, but Padme looked away from his gaze. No. He loves me. Sometimes I forget how young you are. Henry rubbed his hands over his head. I never thought you were the type of woman who would abandon everything for a fleeting affair and a handsome face. Padme rocked back. It's more than that between Enver and I don't appreciate being patronized. I haven't abandoned anything. I made an informed decision when I quit. But you didn't tell Severin or any of your friends that you were planning to disappear from their lives entirely. Padme was silent for a moment before she got up. I'll come again tomorrow. If you don't help me, I'll find a way to find Enver. He's out there, and God knows what is happening to him. He put his neck on the line to help bring down the Ingalls, and the FBI just abandoned him. She limped out of the door, with Henry staring unhappily after her. He closed his eyes and thought for a long moment before picking up his phone. It's me? I need to call in a favor. Padme saw Dale waiting outside her apartment and felt a wave of annoyance. He helped her from the cab. Did you get sent? She asked, not caring if she sounded pissed. She was pissed. Dale, used to her moods by now, shrugged. Henry's concerned, like the rest of us. Padme let him help her inside her apartment. How about I make us some coffee? Dale said, making sure she was comfortable. As the coffee brewed, he studied her. You don't look so good, Pad. You sleeping? Padme shook her head. She felt exhausted now, drained, and worst of all, heartbroken. Tears came easily, and they did now. Oh, Pad. Dale's arms were around her then, comforting her, and she let a few more tears escape. I miss him. I just miss him. She started to cry in earnest now. Dale let her cry herself out. Sweets, I know you don't want to hear this, but you need to move on now. Come on, I don't have to tell you this. Padme sat up, drying her eyes with the palms of her hand. Damn, Dale, I don't know how my life has turned out like this. I really don't. She moved and winced, and Dale frowned. You still in pain? She nodded. Docs think it's psychosomatic, but I swear they left something in there. Like what? She gave him a grin. Branding iron from the burn of it. Hair straighteners. Bonfire. Ouch. But Dale grinned at her, obviously glad to see her joking after her distress. Padme sighed and leaned her head back on the couch. So no job, no romantic partner. Wow. I could write a book on messing up, couldn't I? What did you mess up? You fell in love, is all. You did nothing wrong, in fact you did everything right. Even after you quit, you still saved the protectee. Padme stared at him. Then why did he leave me? Maybe he figured he was bad news. You got shot because of him. I got shot because Brian Daedalus was working for Frederick Ingalls. We don't know that. For all we know, Daedalus could have just been jealous of you and Enver. Maybe he was in love with one of you and couldn't live with it. He must have known we'd take him down once he started shooting. Jerk. Dale nodded. Right? So working for Frederick Ingalls. I don't know. Padme looked at him unhappily. What if he's killed Enver, Dale? I have to know. She hesitated. Will you help me? Please? She'd asked before, of course, but now she felt Dale was listening, really listening to her. And yes, she needed to know whether her romantic partner was alive or not. She couldn't move on until she knew. If he were alive and didn't want her, yes, it would hurt like hell, but she would have some closure at least. Dale let out a long breath. I won't do anything to risk my job at the Bureau, but within those conditions, yes, all right. I'll give you 3 months, Pad, and then we call it quits and you move on with your life. Spend some of that money on yourself. She half smiled at him. It's not my money. But as for the rest, okay. Thank you. 3 months. 3 months to find out whether the love of her life was dead or alive. And whether he still wanted her. Padme went to bed that night a little lighter at heart. Since that terrible day in the courtroom, it had felt like her heart had been the one to take those 3 bullets. When she awoke in the hospital 3 days after the shooting, barely able to move and in incredible pain, her first question had been, "Is Enver okay?" Her pseudo-mother Severin had stroked the hair back from Padme's forehead and told her that Enver hadn't been hurt, but that they'd had to take him into protective custody. Padme had been relieved, and as she'd recovered, it had given her strength to know that soon she and Enver would be reunited. But it hadn't worked that way. One day, Henry had come to visit her and told her that Enver had gone. "We don't know where, sweetheart." Bullshit. He wouldn't just leave me. Is this some plan you dreamed up to protect me? She wouldn't listen to Henry's explanations of why Enver hadn't been allowed to contact her. It was only when it came time for her to settle her medical expenses that she discovered they had all been covered by Enver. On top of that, her bank had called her about the large deposit that had been made into her checking account. "Excuse me? How much did you say?" She couldn't believe this wasn't a prank. "Over $700 million, Miss Kaur. Obviously, we're calling to set a meeting to discuss investing the sum and..." "This is a joke, right? Dale? Is this you?" It had taken some persuasion and a quick login onto her online banking account to see the numbers in black and white before she believed it. Credit $735,589, 60.00. Creditor E. Long. E. Long. Eddie Long, the name Enver had used to check into the hotel where they had spent that incredible weekend. Enver had given her almost $1 billion? She had gone through many emotions, the overriding one being that she didn't want his money, and he must have known that. Was this a kiss-off? If it was a humiliating one, and completely out of character for Enver. Padme rolled onto her back now, and stared up at the ceiling. No? Something else was going on, and she couldn't figure out what it was for her life. "If you're out there, baby," she whispered, "please? Come find me." She heard footsteps on the balcony outside her bedroom window. Another of Enver's mysterious gifts had been to hire an around-the-clock security. She was still on Frederick Ingalls' radar, it would seem. She hadn't heard or witnessed anything suspicious since the shooting, but it never hurt to be cautious. Maybe it's because Enver is dead, and he has no more need for revenge. She squeezed her eyes shut. No, I won't believe that until they show me his body. She rolled onto her side and curled up as comfortably as she could. Despite what she'd told Dale, the pain inside had been getting worse, not better, and her doctors were worried. Her spine had been damaged by the bullets smashing through her soft abdomen, and now it was constantly inflamed. She'd had steroid injections and God knows what else, but Padme knew she would probably never regain full function of her own body. Stop dwelling on it. Remember something good, something happy. Try as she might, she could now only equate happiness with her time with Enver. That first weekend, that incredible, life-changing weekend. It was Saturday night. They had spent the day making love, ordering room service, and now they were soaking in the large tub, Padma's head resting back on his shoulder. She looked around at him, and he pressed his lips to hers. "Have I told you today how beautiful you are?" She felt the vibration of his deep voice through his chest and smiled at him. "As long as you think so." She turned around in the tub, straddling him, running her hands over the firm planes of his chest. She didn't think she could ever get over the way her heart fluttered at a single look at his face. He looked so boyish and fun one moment, then serious and almost dangerous the next. He gazed back at her, with clear green eyes rimmed by the thickest, darkest lashes she'd ever seen. "I think you're the beautiful one," she whispered. Enver's hand reached up to cup the back of her neck as he pulled her to him, crushing his lips against hers. He kissed her slowly. Enver smiled at her. "Yes, my darling one? I have noticed, in between the times you are playing around, You look kind of dangerous. I like it. He raised his eyebrows. You do? I do. So I'm saying, if there's anything you want me to do, to be yours, I would do it. Padme was blushing furiously, but the thought of him getting masterful with her was really turning her on. Enver got it and grinned. A little role play? Padme chuckled, reaching down so she could massage him. Anything. Well then, let me think. The idea of you tied up, in this situation sounds good to me. His eyes suddenly lit up. Or maybe even. He winced, then laughed at her sulky face. So impatient. Well, okay then. How would you like it if we almost got caught while we were intimate? Padme smiled slowly. That would be pretty thrilling. And it would remind me of our first time. I like that. Indeed. But what I'm talking about is actually being in a crowd of people, not behind closed doors, actually in the same room. That sounds intriguing, but how would it work in reality? You'd have to wear a skirt, he said matter-of-factly, and she couldn't help laugh at the expression on his face. And you'd have to make sure you give nothing away with your facial expression. Do you think you'd be able to manage that? Padme laughed. That is the only problem. There was a strange expression in his eyes, and she smiled at him. They both laughed softly. Well, if we're going to be other people, then I say we take that into consideration. Let's play We Never Met Before. Enver's lips twitched in amusement. So again, much like how we met. Well, Padme considered. Padme grinned as he threw his head back and laughed. He was so easy to be with, to tease. She'd never have been able to have a silly conversation like this with any of her past romantic partners. Enver put his hand on his heart and feigned seriousness. Just yours, I swear. Glad to hear it. 2 hours later, they caught a cab into Seattle's nightclub area and randomly chose a club to go to. Inside, the heat and sweaty atmosphere added to their fun, as well as the quadruple tequila shots Enver ordered for them. Padme pulled a face as she downed it. So gross. Enver laughed. Then why did you drink it? Courage, she said as she started to dance around him, making him laugh. You don't need courage, he said, pulling her to him. You're the most beautiful, gorgeous woman in this room. In this city. He kissed her until her head spun, then nuzzled her nose. In this world, cara mia. Gosh, he was intoxicating. They danced together as the music got slower and more sensual, the people around them locked into their own sensual foreplay. Cara mia, cara mia. Padme turned and kissed him with every inch of passion she felt for him. Danilo, whatever your name is, you are the most amazing man I've ever met. If we never see each other again, I will always remember this night. His green eyes crinkled, and he leaned his forehead against his. I cannot imagine, Principessa, that we will ever not be in each other's lives now. In fact, I promise you here and now that for as long as you want me, I will be with you. Padme groaned now, feeling the ghostly strength of his arms around her, his soft lips against hers. You lied, she whispered. I loved you and you lied. Where are you now, Enver? Where are you?
Chapter 8.
Padme stacked the books up on the cart and pushed them to the far end of the bookstore. She'd been hired on by the kind and sweet owner Beth as a favor. For as long as you need, honey, the older woman said. Beth was a friend of Severin's, so Padme knew her mother had something to do with her getting this job. The short hours suited her just fine. She still couldn't stand up for long periods, but the sedate quietude of the place relaxed her. Lately, Beth had given her more responsibility, and it was the perfect thing to help distract her from the rest of her life's problems for a couple hours a day. It was tempting to sit and read all day, as she had during her recovery. That way she could focus on the story rather than obsess over Enver. She had finally stopped going to Henry. She knew it was pointless, and with Dale helping her, she felt like she was doing something. But they hadn't made any headway. Enver was still lost in the wind. Excuse me? Padme turned to see a tall man, good-looking, impeccably dressed, standing behind her. Can I help you? She forced a smile onto her face. He smiled down at her, almost arrogantly, and Padme felt her skin prickle with irritation. I hope you can, Padme. Hello. He held out his hand to her. I'm Frederick Ingalls.
Chapter 9.
Padme felt the blood in her veins turn to ice. She shot a panicked look at Beth, who was talking to another customer at the front of the store. She looked back at Ingalls. If you're going to kill me, take me somewhere else and do it. Don't hurt anyone else, please. I'll come with you, I won't make a fuss. Frederick Ingalls threw his head back and laughed loudly, garnering the attention of everyone in the bookstore. Padme could feel the panic rising in her throat. Please? She hissed at him, but he shook his head. Why on earth would I kill you, my dear Padme? You misunderstand my visit. I merely came to ask you if you would be so kind as to join me for lunch. We can take a cab, or even walk to the small coffee house down the block if you feel uncomfortable. I simply want to talk to you. Padme shot Beth another look, but her boss was still chatting away happily. She looked back at the man in front of her. Fine. I get off in 10 minutes. Wait at the coffee house. I'll be there. Frederick smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. Make sure you're there, Padme. He reached out and stroked a finger down her cheek. So beautiful. I can see why he loved you. Loved. Gosh, the pain was almost overwhelming. Padme watched Frederick Ingalls walk out of the store and head down to the coffee shop. What the hell did he want? To torment her before he killed her? To tell her Enver was dead? Creep? Padme pulled her cell phone from her pocket and called Dale. He warned her against keeping the meeting. Please, Pad, don't go. I have to, she said. I'm scared he'll do something to someone I love. She heard Dale hiss down the phone in frustration. Gosh, Pad. Look, I'm coming by. Don't worry, I won't make myself obvious unless you need me. I'll check out who he's got watching you. Padme felt her shoulders slump in relief. Thanks, Dee, I appreciate it. 10 minutes later, she said goodbye to Beth and walked slowly to the coffee house, her heart thumping. She saw him sitting at a table outside and cautiously approached him. Frederick Ingalls looked up and smiled, rising to draw out a chair for her. Thank you, she said stiffly, leaning her cane against the table. Frederick frowned at it. You are still in pain from the shooting. She nodded. Yes, from when I was shot by your stooge. Frederick gave her a half smile. Brian Daedalus did not work for me, Padme. I did not order your shooting. Just Enver's? No. I would not have been stupid enough to pull a stunt like that. And if I had wanted you dead, beautiful one, I would have done it myself. He met her gaze with dead eyes and she shivered. This man was a true psychopath. What about Chaley? Why did you kill her? Frederick shrugged. To send a message. And of course because it was fun. Anger flashed through her. You creep. She was only a kid, and you butchered her for fun? What is wrong with you? My dear Padme, under the table, I have a .22 with a silencer in my left hand, and it is aimed at your belly right now. So I wouldn't try to make myself angry if I were you. I would hate to add to your pain. Frederick gave her the smile of a besotted romantic partner. He is insane. Padme closed her eyes and drew in a deep breath. What do you want from me, Ingalls? If you've come to ask me where Enver is, you're out of luck. I don't know. I've been trying to find him for 6 months. Ah, but you don't have the resources I do. No, Padme, I just want to know about every single second you spent in Toscano's company. Every single detail. Stop. Padme felt sick, but she raised her chin and stared back at him. And if I don't tell you? Then there will be a bullet for every single person you know and love. Your friend Severin, I hear she is the woman you consider your mother. The chef Harpa, both her and her lovely sister and their husbands. Your friends at the FBI. Your partner. And then of course you, my beautiful Padme. No quick bullet for you, but a long slow death at the end of my knife. Padme felt as if she were having an out-of-body experience. Why haven't you killed me yet? Because I want Toscano. Frederick dropped all pretense of friendliness. Make no mistake, Miss Core, when I find him, I will end him. And then I will come back for you. It's simple. The more you tell me, the longer you live. But you'll kill me anyway. Yes. Like I said, it'll be fun. He drained his coffee and stood, and she saw him tuck his weapon back into his waistband. He was elegantly dressed, expensively too. If you saw him, you might even think he was handsome and desirable, Padme thought, but underneath that mask he is pure evil. He looked down at her, then suddenly bent his head and kissed her roughly on the mouth. She jerked away from him, sickened. Ingalls laughed. Yes, it will be fun, darling one. I might even make you mine before I take your life. I'll be in touch. And he was gone. Padme was trembling violently, unable to move from her seat. She wanted to scream and cry at the humiliation of it all, the horror, but she was frozen. She felt arms wrap around her and Dale's warm, comforting presence. Come on, sweetheart. I'm going to take you home now. She couldn't remember the journey back to her apartment. Dale tucked her into the couch, and then brought a blanket to wrap around her. Making her some hot tea, he waited while she told him everything Ingalls had said to her. Dale stood angry and paced the room. Creep, he said, and Padme nodded. He exudes evil, she said softly. I've been around some bad people, but nothing like him. He's not even human. Dale sat next to her, putting his arm around her shoulders. I won't let him hurt you. But Padme was beyond being comforted. Enver was gone. The only positive thing was that Ingalls had confirmed he was still alive. Except that meant Enver was alive and didn't want her. She felt sick. Maybe you should use that money Enver left you and disappear. Padme looked up at Dale. But I can't hide Severin, or Harpa, or any of you away. Why should you all have to leave your lives for this jerk? Dale hissed in frustration. Damn. Padme sighed and leaned against him. I have no idea what to do now, Dale. None? And he didn't have an answer for her. Frederick Ingalls went back to his hotel and waved his assistant away. He wanted to be alone now, to savor his conversation with Padme Core. Geez, she was one of the most beautiful women he had ever met, and couldn't stop thinking of her. He had to admit it, Enver Toscano had good taste. He, Frederick, would sample what she had to offer before he killed her. He wondered if he should keep her alive, keep her with him as his toy. He could always end her if he grew tired of her. He knew she wouldn't come willingly, that just made it sound more appealing. Yes, he decided, he would make Padme Core his own personal toy. It would make her eventual murder more fun. 1 week later, and Padme hadn't heard anything from Ingalls. She was cooking a late supper for Severin, who sat at her kitchen counter watching her adoptive daughter. Severin was watching Padme as she moved with obvious pain around her small kitchen. Girl, sit down before you fall down. Here, let Mama do that. She took the pan of pasta from Padme and dumped the contents into the strainer. Padme perched on the stool gratefully, rubbing her right leg. It is getting better, Mom. The physio told me today I was making great progress. Physically maybe, but mentally, don't give me that look, young lady, I can see it in your eyes. Padme shrugged and looked away from the mother's penetrating gaze. She could never hide things for long from Severin, although she had kept Frederick Ingalls' threats to herself. I'm going to be murdered soon. Every day since the meeting, she said those incredulous words to herself. She still couldn't believe this was her life, the love of her life gone, and a psychopath calmly telling her she was going to die violently. Severin had divided the pasta into bowls and handed one to Padme. Eat all of that, Padme. You need to put on some weight. Padme had no appetite at first, but as soon as she bit down on the first piece, she realized she was ravenous. She finished her pasta and went back for seconds, much to Severin's approval. Padme snagged a carton of orange juice from the fridge, offering some to Severin, who shook her head. "No thanks, darling. Now, after you finish that, I'm going to do the dishes. You go sit in the living room. I'll be there in a moment." Padme did as she was told and curled into the couch. The pasta carbs were making her feel so tired, and she closed her eyes. So tired, so tired. Padme. Padme. Padme, open your eyes. Gosh, leave me alone, I just want to sleep. Padme, I know you're waking up. Open your eyes, please. The voice was unfamiliar. Padme frowned and opened her eyes. Her throat was sore and painful, and now she could see she was in the emergency room. Severin, her usually stoic face racked with despair and tear-stained, stood by her bed. She clutched at Padme's hand as she gazed at her adoptive daughter. "Darling? Oh, thank God. What's going on?" Padme managed to croak before a fit of coughing took her voice. Severin looked at the doctor, who nodded, and then she helped Padme sip some cold water. Padme drank, feeling immediate relief. "Why am I here?" The doctor and Severin exchanged a glance. "Sweetheart," her mother said, "they had to pump your stomach." "Darling? Why did you take all those pills?" "Why?" She broke off, distressed, and Padme reached for her. "Mom, I never took any pills." "What are you talking about?" "I couldn't wake you. They had to pump your stomach, but you had already digested them. You've been out for a long time." Padme frowned, trying to remember if she had accidentally taken too many of her painkillers. "I don't remember doing that." The doctor cleared his throat. "We don't know if it was pills, actually. Whatever it is you took, it was enough to knock you out. We won't know what until the blood tests come back, but there doesn't appear to be any liver or kidney damage. Your throat will be sore for a time. I apologize for that." Padme gave him a half smile. "I forgive you. After all, you were trying to save my life." When they were alone, Severin let her anger show. "How dare you try and kill yourself?" "I swear I didn't, Mom," Padme shook her head. "I wouldn't do that." Severin's body slumped. "I know, darling. I'm just so confused. I know you've been in a lot of pain, and with Enver being gone, for a moment, I thought you'd reached rock bottom." Padme squeezed her hand. "No, I think rock bottom is still coming, but I'm not there yet." She grinned to show Severin she was joking. Severin's smile was grim. "Just don't give up is all I ask." Padme leaned her head against her mother's shoulders. "Never." Severin had fallen asleep in the chair next to Padme's bed when the doctor came back to see them. "No pills," he said in a grim voice. "I'm afraid to say that it seems you were loaded with an illegal substance." Padme gaped at him. "What? How?" "No idea." Padme frowned, trying to recall when she had been in another person's company. "How quickly do they work?" "Pretty quickly. Within a half hour, I would say. Your dose was mild enough not to do any damage, but strong enough to knock you out. I'd prefer you stay here overnight just to be sure, but I think you may be able to go home in the morning." Padme thanked him. After he'd left, Padme tried to remember what she had eaten or drunk with Severin that night. She knew it couldn't have been Severin who drugged her. Everything she had, Severin had also eaten or drunk. Apart from the orange juice. Padme snagged Severin's cell phone from her purse and called Dale. She explained where she was and why. "Dale, could you go to my apartment and grab that OJ? Have it tested for illicit substances, SL. You think someone got in?" "I do, although I'm not sure why. Maybe they wanted me out of action so they could snatch me. I don't know. I'll get on it." Padme smiled down the phone. "Thanks, Dee, you're the best. Oh hey," a thought suddenly struck her, "would you have the place scanned for cameras or bugs? It just occurred to me that Ingalls might have rigged my apartment." "Will do." You just get some rest. Love you. Love you too, Dali Whaley. He laughed. That sounds more like the old you. Later. Padme ended the call and smiled to herself. Weirdly, she felt more energized than she had for a while. Probably because of the extra sleep, she told herself. She just didn't understand why someone would go to the trouble of drugging her, and then not do anything. One of the night nurses came in, struggling under the weight of a huge bunch of flowers. I didn't even know they did deliveries this late. Here you go, hun. She handed Padme an envelope. Thank you. Gosh, they're gorgeous. Padme was astonished at the beautiful bouquet, all bright jewel tones. She opened the envelope and pulled out a lotto ticket. A Washington State Hit 5 lottery ticket. What the hell? She turned over and saw a signature on the back of it, E. Latimer. E. Latimer? What the hell is going on? She looked for any other identifying marks, but there were none. She read the numbers to herself. 0 2/78, 23/0. What was wrong with this picture? She read the numbers again before it dawned on her. The lotto didn't go up to 78, and there were definitely no zeros. It wasn't a real ticket. Someone was trying to tell her something. Enver? What is it? She hissed softly to herself, racking her brain. But try as she might, she could not make a connection. It was just after 4 a.m. The hospital was silent, with only the soft beep of machinery making any noise when Padme awoke, gasping, not from pain but from realization. Eddie Long E. Latimer. The strange and huge sum of money transferred to her checking account, almost but not quite $750 million. The weirdly ordered numbers on the lotto ticket. They were longitude and latitude. Enver was telling her where to find him.
Chapter 10.
Dale was waiting at her apartment when Padme got home. Severin kissed her daughter goodbye and hugged Dale. Look after her, she said with a twinkle in her eye. She had always liked Dale. If Padme and Dale had suddenly decided they were in love, Severin would have thrown a party. Padme smiled at Dale as he studied her. You okay, sweets? She nodded. I really am. I got my fight back. He squinted at her. You got drugged and it's a good thing? I think I was meant to go to the hospital. I got some flowers there. She stopped and looked around. Is it safe to talk here? Dale nodded and grinned. Oh yes. No bugs? No, there were. Or rather, there's one camera, but somehow I don't think you'll be mad about it. About someone spying on me? I think I might be, Padme said grimly, ready to throw a fit and start yelling. Dale, chuckling, held his hands up. Slow your roll and listen to me. There's one camera, in this room only. Look up at the top shelf. Notice anything? Padme looked up at her shelf. No. She blinked in confusion. Dale sighed, amused. I forget that you're about as domesticated as Angelina Jolie. Look again. See the dust on the books? Okay. See the one book that has no dust on it? Padme squinted at it and started laughing. The story of Oh? Are you kidding me? Dale smiled. The person who's watching you probably hopes you've read that cover to cover. Padme's hand was at her mouth. Enver? She whispered it, and Dale nodded. When I found it, I was about to disable it, but then I got a phone call. From him? Padme's heart was pounding painfully hard. Dale shook his head. From a woman. She asked me not to remove the camera, that it was, how did she put it, a link that her employer wanted. I asked her why the hell I shouldn't rip the damn thing out, and told her that her employer could go to hell. I was sure she worked for Ingalls. I was about to hang up when she said something to me. She said lemon. Left inner thigh. Oh my gosh. Padme's legs wobbled and she sat down. My tattoo. There are only 4 people in the world who know I have that. Me, the tattooist, you, and Enver. Well, maybe the people in the emergency room by now. But how would this woman know? It has to be Enver. Dale nodded and sat opposite her. I think so too. So I left the camera where it was and thought I'd tell you. Padme put her face in her hand and gave a sob, just one, but then looked up smiling. She went to the bookcase and stared up at the camera. Has it got a microphone? Can he hear me? I think so. I think he heard me cussing when I found it, and he called whoever that woman was to stop me. Padme chuckled and looked back at the camera. I love you, she said and smiled. And? I know. She blew a kiss at the camera. Sappy. She laughed and flicked a pillow at Dale. Shut up. Listen, I have something to tell you, but I have to be certain no one will overhear us. Let's go outside. Leave your cell phone in here. Dale's eyebrows shot up. Really? Padme nodded, her smile grim. Oh yes. Really. Dale, Rule 1. Don't use your phone or your computer. Don't go to an internet cafe or use a friend's computer or phone. You don't know where Ingalls has eyes. Padme handed the stranger's phone back to her with a smile. Thank you so much. My husband is on his way. Can I pay you for the time? Oh no, it's fine. Take care. The woman waved and smiled her goodbye, and Padme grinned. No husband was on his way. She had to admit, she'd faked the phone call perfectly. It had taken only a minute to punch in the 2 strings of numbers she'd memorized. Latitude 0.278230, longitude 73.432896. She finally had a location. The island of Gan, Adu Atoll, the Maldives, Indian Ocean. Enver was in paradise. Dale, Rule 2. When you find out where he is, do not say it aloud. To anyone. Not even yourself. Do not tell anyone, not even me. Find a way to communicate with Enver in silence, via the camera. Do not rush this, it's vital. Don't be tempted to run off to the nearest airport. Plan this. It's been 6 months, you can wait a little longer. If you rush it now, you'll both end up dead. My pad, you'll end up spending all your paycheck in here. Beth smiled at her, as she packed another bag full of the books Pad had just bought. Good choices too, a lot of classics. She looked through the selection. Lolita. One of my favorites. Padme smiled. Thought it was time I caught up on my reading. I have a lazy weekend planned with junk food and books. Beth chuckled. That sounds like heaven. Have a good couple of days, sweetheart. See you Monday? Sure thing. When Padme exited the shop, Frederick Ingalls was waiting outside. Dale, Rule 3, don't piss Frederick off. Go along with what he says, have dinner with him, tell him anything he wants to know but don't give anything away. Lie. Embellish. Play up your broken heart. She glared at him, and he smiled, opening the back door of the limousine he was leaning against. You look hungry, my beautiful Padme. Allow me to buy you dinner. She made an act of looking nervous and glancing around. Frederick pulled his coat aside and showed her his gun, then looked inside the bookstore, making his point. Padme sighed and climbed into the back seat of the car. Frederick got in beside her, too close. Padme heard the locks on the doors click shut. Despite herself, she shivered, and wondered if she would be able to fight him off if he tried anything. Seeing her checking out potential escape routes, Frederick reached into his pocket and pulled out a flick knife. Try anything, Padme, and I'll decorate the inside of this car with your blood. Annoyed rather than scared, Padme's eyes narrowed. Do you get off on threatening people? Women? Frederick shrugged. Yes. Gosh. Padme looked away from his penetrating gaze. What do you want? Story time. I want to know how you and Enver met. I know you were with him before you were his FBI. Protection. You were with him in the Four Seasons Hotel for 2 days straight. Did you know he was your protectee? Padme hated that she had to share this with this monster. It would sully her memory of that first weekend. She remembered Dale's warning. Lie. Embellish. Yes, I knew. I went there to talk about the plan for Monday. And you were seduced by him? She turned her usual warm brown eyes on him. Today they were ice cold. How do you know I didn't seduce him? Frederick smirked. I don't. Bravo. I slept with him. But you already know that. So let me get this straight. You're fresh out of Quantico, and you sleep with your first assignment? Tell me, Ms. Kaur, this self-destructive streak you have. He lunged for her suddenly, yanking her t-shirt up and bringing out the knife. He pressed the tip to her belly. Stop lying to me, Padme, or I swear I will gut you right now. Did you know him before you were intimate with him? She shook her head, and he let her go. That's better. Now, where did you meet? A friend's party. And you went back to his hotel with him? She nodded. Frederick pulled her to him, and she cringed as he trailed his lips across her throat and then up to her mouth. I can imagine it, he murmured. When you were with him, did you let him use you in whatever way he wanted? Padme felt sick and tried to wriggle away from him, but Frederick merely laughed and locked his arms around her. We're going to have a lovely meal, my beautiful Padme, and then you will accompany me back to my hotel suite, and you will show me exactly what he did to you. Oh gosh, no, she wrenched herself out of his arms, terrified and furious. Take my life. Take my life right now, Frederick, because I will never ever sleep with you. Frederick threw his head back and laughed, reaching into his pocket. He pulled out his phone. Do you recognize this residence, Padme? Every cell in her body went cold. Severin's house. She looked back at Frederick's triumphant face. Don't hurt her. Her voice broke, which only made his smile bigger. Guess we'll be spending the night together then. Padme closed her eyes. She felt Frederick's mouth on hers. Kiss me back, Padme. Make it convincing. She obeyed, feeling a numbness creep over her. She instead switched off her feelings, become cold, stiff. Throughout dinner she hardly ate anything, and when he held out his hand and led her to the elevator, she began to tremble. As the doors opened, she made to get in, but he stopped her. No. Padme looked at him, confused. Frederick smiled, and the triumph in his eyes was more than she could bear. I don't want Toscano's sloppy seconds, he said. You've proved to me that you're obedient, Padme. You can go now. Humiliation flooded through her body. Turn around, walk away. You creep, she hissed. Was anyone ever outside my mother's house? Oh yes, he said. I'll give you this. You're loyal. But as I said, you've been tainted by Toscano. You can find your own way home. He dismissed her with a wave, and Padme wished that she still had her FBI-issue firearm on her. She would blow this cocksucker's brains out, even if it meant a life sentence. She turned and started to walk away when he called her name. Padme? I expect you to be at my beck and call, if you want your loved ones to stay unharmed. Don't go disappearing on me. When I come to take your life, you had better be waiting and willing. Screw you, she said with tears in her eyes. You won't get away with this. She didn't hear his reply, the blood rushing in her ears was too loud. She went back onto the street and hailed a cab. To her relief, one pulled up almost immediately, a young woman at the wheel. Padme gave her the address gratefully and sat back. The driver was about her age, short dark hair cut into an efficient short bob, her body slender and athletic. It was only when she realized the cab driver was taking an odd route to her apartment that she got nervous. She met the driver's eyes in the mirror and glared at her. Are you one of Ingle's stooges too? Are you taking me somewhere to kill me and dump my body? The driver smirked. Quite the opposite, I can assure you, Miss Lemon. Padme gave a small gasp. And where? The driver nodded. You're being followed, that's why I'm taking you elsewhere. I have a phone hookup. You can speak to Mr. Toscano. Padme's heart soared and she felt tears in her eyes. How quickly things changed. Is it safe? It can only be a very brief, timed conversation. Then I will tell you anything you want to know. I have been told to share with you that your family and friends are also being watched by Ingalls men, but in turn they are being watched by a team of Mr. Toscano's operatives. Your friends and your mother will not come to any harm. Padme felt a weight lift from her shoulders. So I could leave the country and go to Enver? The driver nodded. But we must be careful, Miss Lemon. Padme smiled at the nickname. We'll work out a plan for you to fly indirectly, by setting up decoys and false trails. Mr. Toscano wants you to work with the FBI, so that you have protection. He is concerned about your safety first and foremost. Frederick Ingalls has made you his only focus, and he's constantly watching. Padme leaned forward. You put a camera in my apartment. Yes. Can I ask your name? The driver hesitated, and then nodded. Lisa. Padme touched her shoulder. Thank you, Lisa, for everything. Without you calling Dale. Just doing my job. What is your job, exactly? Lisa's eyes were guarded. I'm Mr. Toscano's associate. I fix things. Padme nodded. I get it. In the case under your seat, you'll find a .22. Keep it with you at all times. Padme dug around for a small case and pulled out the .22. You'll find it's been legally registered in your name, Lisa continued. There's spare ammo in the bag. Also, a burner phone with my number coded in. Only use it to call me Miss Lemon. Call me Padme. Padme. It's important that we do everything according to the plan. If successful, we could have you out of the country by the end of the week without Ingalls knowing. After your call tonight, I will drive you back to your apartment where you will pack a bag. Then you will go to stay with your mother. From there, we will body swap you with another young Indian woman working for us, and you will be taken out of the country. To Enver? Not directly. The Ingalls influence is everywhere. So you will fly to the first location with your own passport. That will lead Ingalls men there with any luck. While they are trying to find you, we will send out more decoys so that they catch your scent, as it were. In the meantime, you will be traveling to the next location under a different name and passport, and so on, until we feel it's safe to reunite you with Mr. Toscano. Understood? Padme couldn't help feeling excited. And you're sure the people I love will be protected? Lisa smiled grimly. Oh, I am sure. She drove them to a house outside the city. Inside, Lisa set up the phone call. We're having to reroute it a lot, she explained to Padme. If Ingalls people even caught a whiff, they'd find him. The second she heard Enver's voice on the telephone, Padme felt like bursting into tears. Pad? Oh gosh, Enver. Enver. Her legs gave way, and Lisa steered her into a chair. Enver, I love you so much, gosh, I love you. His voice was full of emotion. As I love you, my darling one. I have missed you more than I can say. Are you okay? Are you all right? That terrible day. I thought I'd lost you, but they wouldn't let me see you. I'm fine, totally fine. Gosh, Enver, it's been hell without you, not knowing if you were dead. I finally got what you were trying to tell me. I'm sorry we had to go through all that subterfuge. I apologize for having to drug you to get you to the hospital so we could get the last set of coordinates to you, but I was getting desperate. I knew Ingalls was honing in on you. He's reading your mail, he's bugging your calls. I'm so scared he'll try to kill, his voice choked off, and he couldn't finish what he was saying. 50 seconds, Lisa said firmly. Padme started to panic. We don't have long. Just know that I love you, and I'm coming to be with you, and we'll figure this out together. Yes, we will. When we do, I'm going to marry you, Padme Kaur. What you have done for me, gosh, I love you. Lisa was making a wind-up motion with her hand. I have to go now, but I'll see you very soon. I love you, baby, so much. Ti amo Padme Core, ti amo. Trust Lisa. She will do everything you need. Soon, darling. Soon? The connection was broken, and Padme felt bereft but happy. She handed Lisa the phone. Lisa immediately took out the SIM card and snapped it in two, then used her high heel to smash the phone. She bent over the laptop and typed in some code Padme couldn't understand. Padme studied her. Everything about the other woman said efficiency and cool ruthlessness. Are you military? Lisa smiled at her. I'm a freelancer now. Well, I say that, but I've been working for Enver for about 5 years exclusively. He's a great guy. Padme felt a shared kinship with this woman because of her link to Enver. Lisa nodded. He is. Forgive me, Padme, but I don't even think you know just how great a guy he is. Padme wasn't stung by the comment. I know. Believe it or not, the thing I'm most looking forward to is getting to know him without any of this crap hanging over us. Lisa nodded, her eyes sympathetic. That's the hope, once we get you to the location. Padme, I've reached out to Arlo Forrester on Enver's behalf, and so he knows what the situation is. He has unlimited resources, so he was the best option to help protect everybody. We agreed that between Enver's men and Arlo's security team, we could protect your mother, Harpa and Cosima, and your partner Dale if necessary. I will be your protection until we can get you out of the country. You don't mind the babysitting job? Lisa grinned. Did you? Padme laughed. No, but seeing you here today. I just realized that all those years training to be an agent were not wasted exactly, but I failed to see that it wasn't me. Which is scary because I don't know what else is. You'll find your path. And listen, you took 3 bullets for Enver. Was that all because you love him, or because your training kicked in? Padme considered and had to concede. Both. See? So don't be down on yourself. You're 28. All due respect, but you're a baby. Plenty of time to find your calling. Padme smiled at her, grateful for her kind words. I kind of have a girl crush on you right now. Lisa laughed. Well, I'm flattered. Look, let's get back to the apartment. I'll do a sweep of anything that might have been tampered with. Padme blinked. Were you the one who drugged my orange juice? Lisa smiled sheepishly. Sorry. I needed to get you to a neutral place where Ingalls couldn't get in, so we could deliver the last message. Until you knew where Enver was, he didn't think you'd trust me to help you. I wouldn't have. I'm vaguely embarrassed you know about the lemon tattoo. Lisa hitched up her top and showed Padme a tattoo of Dumbo. Courtesy of a bottle of tequila and a bad idea. So we're even. Padme laughed. Gosh, she missed laughing. The last few months had been so stressful and painful, with everyone walking on eggshells around her. You mentioned Dale. Does he know about you? Lisa shook her head. And that's important, no one can know, Pad. I know it will be painful, but I chose Arlo because he has the resources and limitless money to fend off any attack. Dale Fortuna is a good guy, but no one, not even your mother, knows that you're leaving the country. Okay. Padme let out a long breath and Lisa studied her. If you're wondering if Enver is worth it, I can tell you he is. He adores you, he loves you totally. When you were shot, and we had to get him away, it took me and some huge guys to wrestle him onto a private jet. All he wanted was to be with you. We had to sedate him in the end. Really? Lisa nodded. His language when he woke up was beyond colorful. She laughed. We finally got through to him when we got the news you were out of danger. It would have been dangerous for both of you if he'd come back to Seattle. Padme nodded. I see that, and I'm glad he stayed away. It's easy to say now, but in the last few months, I've never known such pain, physically and emotionally. Lisa put a hand on her arm. You'll be together soon. Come on, let's go back to your apartment.
Chapter 11.
It was 2 days later when Lisa came to find Padme at the bookstore. "Can you get off work now? I need to talk to you." Padme nodded. "I'll just see if Beth can spare me." In 5 minutes they were walking down the block to a coffee house, not the same one she had gone to with Ingalls, but a more private, secluded one down an alleyway. They were the only customers, and so Lisa kept her voice low and careful. "Pad, it's a go. We're going to be extracting you on Friday." She flicked her eyes around the room. "This place is a cover. You'll come down here after your shift at the bookstore, grab a coffee, and then use the bathroom. We'll get you out from there. A decoy will be sent from here to trace your usual path back to your mom's place." Padme, eyes wide, nodded. "Good gosh, this is so quick." Lisa studied her. "Pad, we cannot risk any hint of suspicion on Ingalls' part. This means you can't say goodbye to anyone. Anyone. If your mom or any of your friends ask what your plans are for the weekend, you can make plans with them. Except only you will know you won't be keeping them. Pad, we're going to be doing something that may upset you, but it's for your own safety and for Invir's. But it's a little, well, distasteful." Padme searched Lisa's eyes. "What?" Lisa hesitated slightly. "Pad, in a morgue in a private funeral home just outside Seattle, there's the body of a murdered young Indian American woman. This woman was stabbed and then pushed in front of a train. What's left of her we'll use as your body. We have a contact in the coroner's office, and we're going to need some of your DNA." "Don't say it." Padme felt sick. No, Lisa. I can't do that to Severin, to Dale, to my friends. And what about the family of this poor girl? She's a Jane Doe, Pad." Padme stared at Lisa unhappily. "So I would be dead?" Lisa nodded. "But of course that would mean I could never come back, never see my mom, my friends again. But you and Enver would be safe." "You can't guarantee that. Nothing is 100%. Padme, I work for Enver and by extension as his partner for you as well. I promise you this. I will never ever lie to you." Padme gave a half smile. "So, if I asked you if you thought this was the right thing to do?" "I would say yes. To keep you both safe and together for life." Padme sat thinking for a while, then drew in a shaky breath. "Okay. How does this work?" Lisa smiled. "You'll know on Friday. I'm not risking any hint of this plan getting out. The moment you step into that bathroom, you will be under orders, okay? No arguing, no deviating from the plan. I'll be with you some of the way, but the last leg of your journey you'll be alone. We have all the travel documents you need." On Thursday night, Padme went to dinner with her mother. Severin knew something was going on, but Padme kept her word to Lisa and said nothing. "I'm just hormonal, Mom," she told her with a half smile when Severin asked for the 100th time if she was okay. Severin had prepared a rack of succulent, delicious lamb, but Padme found she had very little appetite. Severin studied her daughter with concern in her eyes. "Pad, do you know how much you mean to me? If I had given birth to you, I could not love you more than I do." Padme felt the tears coming. "Mom? It breaks my heart to see you so broken. I can't bring Enver back to you, but I wish I could. I see how much you love him." Padme let the tears escape then, and let Severin hold her. She let her think it was Enver she was crying over, rather than the fact she would never see Severin again after tonight, that Severin would have to go through the pain of thinking Padme was dead. Friday came, and Padme went to work as normal. She was dressed in a sweater and jeans and her sneakers, her usual uniform to anyone's eye, but carefully chosen by Lisa to match the decoys. Padme had gotten used to being escorted to work by Frederick Ingalls' men, and Lisa had shown her how to spot them, keeping them in her peripheral vision while pretending to ignore their presence. "Jerks." Padme unclenched her jaw, rubbing her cheeks to ease the ache. She hadn't slept last night, and now she was hollow-eyed and exhausted. Being with Enver still seemed so far away, and the thought of the possibility of many days traveling made her feel sick. Beth frowned at her young friend when she saw her. "You don't look so good, Pad. Are you sure you're up to working today?" Padme nodded, half smiling. "I'm Beth, thanks. Just didn't sleep too well is all." Beth clearly wasn't convinced. "Well, all right, but if you need a break, you go right ahead, okay?" "Will do." It was almost lunchtime when Padme felt the burner phone buzz in her pocket. She pulled it out to read the message. Now. She felt her adrenaline spike and looked around the store. It was empty, with only Beth at the register reading. "Beth? I might just run out for some coffee if that's okay." Beth smiled at her. "Sure, honey. Look, it's dead in here today, why don't you take off for the day?" "Are you sure?" "Very." Beth came to hug Padme, and Padme clung to her. "Thank you, Beth. For everything. I mean it." Beth released her and frowned. "Are you sure you're okay?" Padme felt her eyes fill with tears. "I'm not, but I will be. Thanks, Beth." Padme left the bookstore and walked slowly down to the coffee house, feeling Ingalls' men following her. She wasn't worried. They never came in, just waited for her outside. She pulled her baseball cap down over her eyes and went into the cafe. She ordered her usual vanilla latte and turned to find a table at the back to wait for Lisa's signal. To her horror, Frederick Ingalls was behind her. He smiled at her. "Hello again, Padme. Would you join me?" "Oh damn." Padme felt panic well up inside her, but she kept her face expressionless. "And what if I say I'd rather not?" He stepped closer and lowered his voice. "Then I'd say I'd hate to ruin that pretty gray t-shirt you're wearing." Padme felt him press something to her. She didn't need to look down to see it was a knife. "Fine." They sat down, and he studied her. "You look tired. Beautiful but tired. What do you want, Ingalls?" "Just your company for a few minutes, my dear. Checking in, you know. Wanting to know how you're spending your last days." She met his gaze. "Why not just kill me? I'm tired of all your empty threats, Ingalls. Either kill me or leave me alone." Frederick chuckled. "I have to say the temptation to drive this knife into your exquisite body grows more acute every day, but I'm enjoying the anticipation. And there's the risk that Toscano will disappear for good if he knows you're already dead. No, I want him to be watching when I kill you." Padme was amazed that she didn't feel scared anymore, that she was growing immune to the horror of this man. "Answer me something. The testimony Enver gave put your operatives away, perhaps lost you some business, some government contracts. But I've done my research, Ingalls. You may have lost face, but you're still worth billions. Why not enjoy that and let it drop?" Frederick's eyes were alive with anger. "Honor." His voice was crackling with dangerous energy. "Toscano thought he could take me down?" "He did. And to be honest, he succeeded, didn't he? What are you now, Ingalls? Little more than a poor little rich boy acting out. Go home, Ingalls. Live your life. This insane revenge plan will only end one way." He moved so quickly that no one could have stopped him. He lunged for her and grabbed her throat. Padme heard the barista shout, "Hey!" in alarm. Frederick slammed Padme against the wall, his fingers squeezing her throat. "You little tramp," he spat. "What do you know about me? I am an Ingalls." She felt the tip of the knife press against her belly. "Do it," she said in a low, steady voice. "Kill me. Because I swear to you, Ingalls, this will be your last chance." Ingalls' face was red and fury, and for a second Padme thought he might go through it. Then they both heard the click of a safety being flicked off. "You will take your hands off of her right now, Ingalls, or I swear to God your brains will decorate the wall." Dale's voice was hard, unflinching. Slowly Ingalls released her, and she slipped away from him. Frederick turned and faced Dale, whose gun was still aimed at his head. "Just a misunderstanding, Agent." Dale put his gun down, but didn't holster it. "Pad, you okay?" "I'm fine." "You want to press charges?" Padme hesitated. No. I think Mr. Ingalls got the message. The last thing she needed right now was to go down to the field office to make a statement. She was already late for Lisa. Have you got this? I need to go use the bathroom, straighten myself up. Dale nodded, throwing her a smile. I got this. Dale eyed Frederick Ingalls. From now on, Ingalls, you stay away from Padme, got it? If I hear you're harassing her again, we got a problem, understand? You're pretty full of yourself for a rookie agent, Frederick said, his tone light but undercut with annoyance. Dale didn't rise to the bait. Get out of here before I go against Pad's wishes and haul your ass to jail. Frederick smirked but picked up his coffee and drained it. I'll see you soon, officer. And he was gone. Dale holstered his weapon, checking around the coffee house and seeing wide-eyed, frightened customers. Relax, folks, he's gone. The barista pushed a coffee towards Dale. On the house, fella, and thanks. Dale grinned. Thank you. Mind if I hang out, wait for my friend? No problem. Hope she's okay. Dale grinned. Pad suffered worse than that and survived. She'll be fine. 10 minutes later, Dale checked his watch. He got up and spoke to one of the female baristas. Hey, would you mind going into the ladies' bathroom and checking on my friend? Sure thing. The young woman pushed her way into the bathroom and in a flash was out again. There's no one in there. Dale pushed past her and checked the place. Empty. At the far end, a fire door swung open and shut in the breeze. Damn. Dale yanked his phone out of his pocket. Yeah, Fortuna here. I need to report an abduction. Frederick Ingalls has Padme core.
Chapter 12.
Lisa listened to what Padme was telling her as they traveled to the airport. Lisa nodded. Believe it or not, that might help us. They might think Ingalls took you, which would mean he might be arrested. That gives us more time to get you out of the country and to Enver. The first leg of the journey was down to Rio. We're trying to avoid Europe as much as possible, Lisa explained, as most of Ingalls' reach is there. South America and Asia, and a rather annoying New Zealand-Japan-Australia leg, are a possibility. Until we're sure you're not being followed, we keep moving. Padme nodded, already feeling wiped out. I'll do whatever it takes to keep Enver safe. And you too, Pad, Lisa reminded her gently, and Padme squeezed her hand. I can never repay what you have done for me, Lisa. You are a true friend. Still think I'm a friend? Lisa asked with a grin 56 hours later, after they'd flown from Rio to Jakarta to Nairobi. They were waiting in Nairobi for the next flight to Hong Kong. Hollowed and high from sheer exhaustion, Padme laughed and cried at the same time. The insides of my eyelids are sparkling, she said, blinking a few times. Lisa looked sympathetic and annoyingly refreshed. I don't usually condone this sort of thing, but I have an Ambien you can take. For the next leg, we booked you in business class, with a bed. I'm not a monster, you need to sleep even if we're dragging you all over the globe. Padme shook her head in wonder. How do you look so good? I have a backup. I sleep when they take over. Padme bugged at her. When the hell did that happen? Lisa chuckled. They've been with us the whole time. At least 30 on each flight. And we've flown at least first class all the way. Geez, how does Enver afford it? I have most of his money at the moment. Lisa shook her head. No, Pad. You hardly have any of it. Padme was quiet after that. She knew Enver was rich, of course, a billionaire, but to say that she had not even a fraction of his worth when there was nearly $1 billion sitting in her checking account. That blew her mind. I need to find a way of transferring that back to him, she said to Lisa, who shook her head. Now look, Pad, Enver wanted, gosh, how do I say this? They'll think you're dead, and hopefully they'll charge Ingalls with your murder, and then this can all go away. But your mother, Enver, wanted her to have something. Something to help protect her, you know? I assume you had a will? Padme couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. So it's like he bought me from her? I can see how that might be a concern or what some people might think, but no. Don't think of it as compensation, think of it as a necessity. Padme was silent then, and soon they were being boarded on their next flight. Padme almost swooned at the soft bed she was given, and Lisa chuckled as she handed over the Ambien and a glass of water. Sleep, girl. I have a feeling this will all be over soon. Padme fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. When she awoke, she looked out of the window and saw land. Hey you, I thought I heard you get up. Lisa poked her head around the seat. We've nearly landed. How long have I been out? Almost a day. Lisa grinned when she saw Padme's surprise. Hey, you didn't miss anything. Except for maybe a really lame in-flight movie. Padme rubbed her eyes. Where are we? What's next? Lisa smiled. The last leg. Really? Padme was shocked and delighted, and Lisa laughed. Really? We have the all clear. Invir's private plane is waiting for you in Hong Kong. It'll take you to where he is. You're not coming with me? Lisa shook her head. No, I'll do a bit more traveling with your decoy to really make sure we're home and clear. Padme wanted to cry, she was so happy. I can't believe we did it. Every step, I was waiting for Ingle's men to catch up to us. Lisa nodded somberly. You weren't the only one. What I think we forget in this melee is that he is only one man. He's the last of the Ingles. If he's toppled, their whole house of cards falls down, and there are plenty of underworld families ready to see that day, believe me. His blind vengeance will mean his demise, Pad, I promise you that. It's my job to make sure he doesn't take you and Enver with him. Padme regarded her friend with worried eyes. You will take care of yourself too, right? You know I will. Relieved, Padme grinned. Because if I end up marrying Enver, I'm going to need a maid of honor. Just don't expect me to wear a dress. Peach meringue. 80s style. I have a loaded weapon core. They both laughed, and Padme grabbed Lisa in a bear hug. The other woman squeezed her hard. I'm happy for you, Pad. You both deserve every happiness.
Chapter 13.
Padme's heart was beating almost out of her chest as the car approached the small house at the far end of the island. After all the shenanigans getting here, in a few short moments, she would finally see him. Her legs shook as she got out of the car, and then the door of the house flew open, and there was Enver, all beauty and love. He was running to her, taking her in his arms. The moment his lips met hers, Padme felt the pain of the last few months fall away. Her cheeks were wet with tears. Enver, oh gosh, Enver. His arms were tight around her as he gazed deep into her eyes. Time and distance had not made him any less glorious than she remembered. His bright green eyes were soft with love, his dark hair wild about his head, a dark beard on his gorgeous face. Il mio amore, he kissed her again and again until she was breathless and laughing with joy. He swept her up in his arms and carried her inside the house. Padme saw that the silent driver had already brought her suitcases in and disappeared. She couldn't stop looking at Enver's face, touching him because she couldn't believe he was real. Enver strode straight to the bedroom, Padme still in his arms, and she giggled as he laid her on the bed and covered her body with his. No staff? Enver grinned. Just us, cara mia. Gosh, I've missed you. She smoothed his curls away from his face. I love you, Enver Toscano. Promise me we'll never be apart again. I promise you that with all my heart. His hands were at the buttons of her dress, and she smiled as he bent his head to kiss her. And you should also know, my darling Padme, that I'm not letting you up from this bed for at least the next 24 hours. The months of longing made both of them tear at each other's clothes, but the smile on Enver's face faded when he saw the scars from her bullet wounds. Mio Dio. He stroked each one gently and closed his eyes. Padme could see the pain on his face. Hey, she stroked his cheek, it's okay. I'm okay. I'm here. She pulled his head down and pressed her lips against his. Mio Dio, sei così caso bella, you're so beautiful. It was evening before they paused, showering together before Enver showed her around the small property. It was everything a beach villa should be: glass walls, wooden floors painted white. It was simple, elegant, and cozy. Padme sat in the large kitchen while Enver cooked steaks for their supper. Can I help at all? Enver grinned. No way. You've had a long journey, and I want you to save your energy for what I'm going to do to you tonight. Padme grinned. I still can't believe I'm here, that I'm with you again. Geez, Enver, these last few months have been hell. His smile faded, and he cupped her cheek in his hand. I know, and I'm sorry. Did Lisa tell you that I wasn't a willing abductee? Padme giggled. She did. She's badass. She is. Padme choked back a laugh. You're scared of her. Enver grinned wryly. Terrified. But she's been my rock. She spends evenings listening to me talk endlessly about you. Did you like her? Very much. She calls me Lemon. Enver laughed. Who said hired mercenaries don't have a sense of humor? A mercenary? Even more badass. She makes me realize I was never cut out to be an FBI agent. Enver shook his head. I disagree, but selfishly I'm glad you're no longer an agent. The thought of you putting yourself in danger again, he shook his head, remembering. I'll never forget that day you were shot, cara mia, never. And they dragged me away from you, and I thought you were dead. Geez. There was so much blood, your precious blood, everywhere. Padme felt a wave of nausea go through her at the memory, but she shook her head. Come back to this moment, Enver. We're here. We're safe and together. Yes. He leaned over to kiss her. And we need to start to figure out where our lives are going now. Sound like fun? Padme grinned. Hell yes. She tangled her fingers in his dark hair, gazing up at him. We have the time to get to know each other properly now. He was silent for a moment, then kissed her softly before speaking. Padme, you have given up everything for me. I hope I prove to be worth your sacrifice. I have no doubts, she said firmly. None. All I want is to be with you. Enver smiled, but his eyes were still wary. Principessa, soon you may want more. A new career, new friends. All I am saying is, please be honest if you ever find yourself unhappy. I will, I promise, and in turn I hope I prove that I'm enough for you, Enver. You had this life, this amazing successful life, and you gave it up to try and do the right thing. I can't tell you how much I admire you. You could show me, he said with a grin as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Gosh, that feels so good, Enver. Dale could barely keep his own emotions under control. I'm so sorry, Sev, so sorry. Henry was holding the older woman's hands. There's no need for you to identify Padme. The coroner has already matched her DNA to the body. Severin's tears were pouring down her face. How? How did she die? Henry looked at Dale. Dale? She was, gosh, I'm sorry, Sev. She was stabbed and then thrown in front of a train. The wounds on her body match Frederick Ingalls' M.O. We're bringing him in for questioning. That son of a gun. Severin was up then, looking between the men. Let me at him. Please, for 5 minutes with a baseball bat. I truly wish we could allow that, Henry said, his kind eyes sad. Severin, when the medical examiner has finished his investigation, we think it best if you have a closed casket funeral for Padme. Severin stared at Henry, as if she couldn't believe a word he was saying. I'll decide my daughter's funeral arrangements, thank you, Henry. Of course. I apologize. I meant well. Severin squeezed her eyes shut. I can't believe she's dead. We'll make Ingalls pay for this, Henry patted her hand. I swear we will. Henry spoke quietly to Dale on his way out. Stay with her, won't you? I think she'll need her friends around her. Dale nodded. I want to kill Ingalls, Henry. I want to rip him to pieces with my bare hands. You and me both, Dale. Severin was standing at the window when Dale returned with a hot cup of tea. She accepted it, murmuring her thanks. Dale waited for her to speak. I don't believe it, Dale, Severin said eventually. I keep going through it in my mind over and over. No one saw her being taken from the coffee house. She would have fought, screamed, yelled. That's what bugs me too, Sev. Unless she was drugged or, gosh, I don't know. But I think I agree with you. This stinks, but I can't put my finger on why. She's not dead, Severin shook her head, then turned to Dale. I want to see the body. Dale went cold. No gosh, Sev, the body it's not Padme anymore. The torso so badly damaged that they didn't notice the stab wounds at first. Her limbs were pulverized. It isn't Padme. That's what I'm saying. I'll know. Damn DNA, they've messed that up. It's not Padme. I want to see the body. Dale stared at her unhappily, but then nodded. Okay. But it'll have to be off the books. I'll get you in, but we'll have to do it under cover of night. Severin nodded, her expression set and determined. Let's keep this just between us, Dale. Don't even tell Henry. Dale's face was grim. I agree. Just you and me. Padme opened her eyes. The sun was warm against the bare skin of her back, and Enver was trailing a cool fingertip up and down her spine. She smiled up at him. His dark curls had grown wild around his head in the months since she'd been here, and he looked boyish and relaxed. She realized that in their time before the shooting, he had always appeared relaxed, but he'd had a tension about him, even in their most intimate moments. Here in their small hideaway, he was completely himself. Their love had only grown more complete, more intense as they spent all day, every day together. They learned about each other's hopes and dreams, which, of course, were mostly based on being with each other and making a family. I want 12. Enver nodded sagely, only his crinkled eyes giving away that he was joking. Padme giggled. Then you can push them out of your wong, because my VAJJ ain't happy with that. 6 sets of twins? He tickled her as they laughed. There was a rainstorm outside, and they lounged around on the huge white sofas, a lazy afternoon. Padme kissed the tip of his nose. I love you, but no. Okay, I'll settle for 2. That's more like it. Girls or boys? One of each. That's fair but boring. Sorry, cara mia? He grinned as she slid her hands under his shirt. Now, how about animals? Padme's eyes lit up. Dogs? Lots of dogs. So you want a lot of dogs but only 2 kids? I don't have to give birth to dogs, she nodded in mock seriousness, and he laughed. Fair enough. He studied her. Padme seemed lost in thought. What is it? Just picturing 2 little tykes with your curls, running around yelling in Italian, chasing our many dogs. And where do you see this scene? Italy, she said firmly. Enver, in my dreams, we make a life in the Italian countryside, or on the coast, or even in a small town. I can see it so vividly it seems real. I just know we'll get there someday. I love it here, but I don't think I don't. Our true life and our own story won't begin until this is all over. We can sit here in paradise and pretend, but... I know, baby. But it's too dangerous at the moment. Ingalls has told you to your face he intends to kill you. And you. I'm more concerned about you. For me, it'll be a bullet to the head. Over quick. When it comes to women, Ingalls is a sadist. Do you think those bullets were painful? Look what he did to Chaley. I know what he'll do to me, Padme said. I'm just frustrated. Why should we let him dictate our lives? We need to confront him. We tried that, remember? Until we have a strong lead on how to bring him down, I won't risk your life. Padme sighed. Fine? Don't be sad, Pad. How can I make you happy? But his hand and warm fingers were already caressing her belly. She smiled up at him. Keep going. I see your other hand is free, Get it busy, man. Enver laughed, his green eyes twinkling at her as his other hand got to work. A few minutes later. Breathless, Enver moved so he could kiss her mouth. Gosh, Padme, you're so beautiful, it kills me. Baby. Enver? Yes, il mio amore? Padme pulled his head down to kiss him. I love you. There isn't a way to tell you how much, there are no words. You are my life. And you are mine, cara mia. The only thing in this world I care about. The only one I will ever want. As the rain lashed down outside, they forgot about the outside world, forgot about eating or sleeping and the rest of their worries. They made love long into the night until, exhausted and sated, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Dale opened the door but then shut it quickly, having second thoughts. He turned to Severin. I'll ask one last time. Are you sure? Severin was pale, her usually radiant dark skin almost gray. I'm sure. Dale led her into the morgue and checked the number on the door. He pulled out number 3, balking again at the cover on the body, or what was left of it. He looked up at Severin, who nodded and took a deep breath in. Dale lifted the cover and heard Severin's gasp of distress. The torso was badly mangled, but the medical examiner had cleaned it, and the stab wounds in the abdomen were obvious, crisscrossing across the center of the belly, slicing through the navel. Dale had seen the same pattern of wounds on Chaley Saunders' body. Vicious, brutal, and merciless, inflicted to cause maximum pain. The body's limbs were crushed but intact, and slowly Severin picked up the right hand and cradled it in hers. For a few minutes she studied it, then closed her eyes, her lips moving in a silent prayer. The doctor did say he thought she was already dead when she was thrown in front of the train. They interviewed the driver, who said he just saw a flash of something being pushed out. He had no time to stop. He's pretty destroyed, poor guy. Doc said her abdominal artery was severed in the stabbing. She would have bled out in minutes. Dale swallowed the bile in his throat. Sev? This isn't my daughter, she said quietly. It isn't Padme. Sev. She opened her eyes and smiled sadly at him. When she was shot by Brian Dedalus, I spent weeks at her hospital bedside holding her right hand. Weeks, Dale. I got to know that hand very well. She has a mole on the joint between her finger and thumb. Next to it, so small you would never know if you hadn't seen her hand up close, is a small strawberry birthmark. This poor young woman doesn't have the mole or the birthmark. It isn't Padme, and now I'm wondering why Henry Jones is so convinced it is. Dale stared at her. You're sure? Never more so. Dale chewed over this information in his mind. It had been Henry who had told him the DNA was Padme's. Henry had spoken to the medical examiner without him. Henry who had questioned then released Ingalls without charge. All of which was fine and above board. Except this wasn't Padme. Dale believed Severin with all his heart. Another thing suddenly occurred to him. The bullet wounds. He gestured to the torso. Where Padme was shot, there's flesh taken from those sites externally, but then there's no mention of internal scar tissue from the bullet path. Geez. He felt his body begin to quiver. Geez. None of this makes sense, Sev. Why would Henry be so eager to pronounce this body as Pad's? And why the hell would the medical examiner go along with it? This stinks. Severin was studying him. Maybe he helped her leave the country. Hell, that's what I would have done. He's been her mentor, her friend since she was a teenager. If anyone could get her safely out of the country, it's him. Do we say we know? Dale shook his head. If he arranged this body to look like Pad's, it may be to throw Ingalls off her scent, so I think our best plan is to keep the status quo. We need to be the devastated mother and friend. We need to have that funeral, even if the casket is empty. Geez, yes, that's why Henry said a closed casket. It all makes sense now. Shit, why didn't I think of it? Severin smiled, the light back in her eyes. She's alive, Dale. She's alive and safe and happy with Enver. I know it with every bone in my body. Dale nodded, a hopeful smile on his handsome face. You're right, Sev. Padme's alive.
Chapter 14.
Dale didn't feel as happy on the day of the funeral. Severin played her part almost too well, utterly distraught, but it was Padme's friends, the ones who didn't know she was alive, that he felt for. Harpa Malhotra was inconsolable, sobbing openly, her beautiful elder sister Cosima trying to comfort her through her own sadness. Mika Ray looked shattered. Arlo Forrester's face was stone-like and gray with distress. Beth, Padme's employer at the bookstore, held Severin's hand, looking older than her years, grief making her seem bent and elderly. Dale read a small poem, his voice breaking before Henry took the podium. 10 years, he began, coughing to hide the break in his voice. 10 years ago, I met a young 18-year-old woman. She almost ran into my car on her bicycle, and she cussed me out. The sight of this beautiful young Indian-American girl angry with me. That day it just made me laugh, especially the salty language coming out of her mouth. I started to laugh. I can't even tell you why. She just stared at me for a long moment, then burst out laughing too. We have been fast friends ever since that moment. I saw in Padme something I rarely see, joie de vivre, a joy of life. Given her upbringing and the abandonment by her birth parents, she could so easily have gone to the dark side, but she never did. When she found her true mother, Severin, something was set off inside her, a spark. A spark, a will to better herself, to become what her intelligence, her street smarts, and her warmth promised. She exceeded all of that promise. She found great happiness with a remarkable man, and it is a tragedy that they were torn apart, and that they were not reunited before this terrible ending. Dale closed his eyes, trying not to focus on the pain in his chest. It's not real, it's not real. She's alive somewhere. He wanted desperately to believe it entirely, but until he could confirm that she was still alive and not being held against her will, he had to hold back his excitement. If Ingalls still had her, Dale was sure that he was inflicting great torture on her, and he would have no intention of letting her go alive. Which meant only one thing. Dale had to go and find out for himself. He had to find Ingalls. Harpa Malhotra didn't have any tears left. She moved around the empty kitchen of her restaurant, closed due to bereavement, and wondered if she would ever feel normal again. Padme was dead. Harpa and Padme had been as close as sisters, and now Cosima knocked at the open door. "Hey sis." She wrapped her arms around Harpa. Harpa leaned into her older sister, breathing in her clean, comforting scent. "I can't believe she's gone, cuz." "I know, Harp. It's unreal." Harpa wiped her eyes. "Gosh, I feel like I did when you got shot. Hopeless. Directionless." Cosima nodded, her lovely face creased with concern. "I wish I could say it gets better." She glanced at her watch. "Sweetie, I'm so sorry, but I have to get back for the kids. Want to come with me?" Harpa smiled but shook her head. "Mika's coming to get me in a half hour. Kiss the kids for me." "I will. Love you." "Love you too, sis." It was eerily quiet after Cosima left, and Harpa wondered if she shouldn't just call Mika to come get her early. She decided to take the trash out of the back door and wedged it open with a block of wood. She dumped the bag in the dumpster and turned to go back inside. 2 huge men were behind her, and she started in alarm. One of them grabbed her, the other twisted a rope around her neck. "No," she croaked as the rope tightened and he began to choke her. "Please gosh, no." "Shut up, tramp. This ain't personal. It's to send a message to your friend." Harpa was unable to struggle against the sheer bulk of her captors, and she began to pass out. As she fainted, she heard a shout, a familiar voice. "Mika," she gasped, then everything went dark. When she awoke, she was being cradled in Mika's arms in the back of Arlo's SUV. She blinked and drew in a deep breath. "Mika?" His face was drawn, pale and angry. "It's okay, sweetheart, we're taking you to the emergency room." "No," she struggled and sat up, touching her bruised throat. "I'm okay. What happened to those animals?" We're going to the even it's just to check you out, Arlo said from the front seat. Cosima was next to him, and she turned to take her sister's hand. Harpa saw her face was tear-stained. Mika and Arlo and some guys from the street managed to grab them. We called the police, and the guys said they'd take care of it. Oh, sweetie, if only I hadn't left you. Harpa felt Mika stroke her hair. It's okay, really? I'm okay, just a bit sore. They said they were doing it to send a message to my tramp friend. What the hell? I'm assuming they meant Pad and that they worked for Ingalls, but he already killed her. Why is he sending goons after me to send a message? Mika and Cosima shook their heads, but Harpa caught Arlo's eye in the rearview mirror. He gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. Harpa struggled to hide her gasp. Arlo knew something. Was Padme alive? Harpa changed the subject. I really don't need the I actually don't think they meant to kill me, just hurt me enough to send a warning. Mika said firmly, and she acquiesced. The more she complied, the more chance she would get to ask Arlo what the hell was going on. Despite her happiness, Enver knew Padme still felt pain. Pain at missing Severin and her friends, pain at leaving Dale behind. Enver would catch her staring out at the sea, pensive and sad. He wished he could do something to ease her pain for her. She had asked him about the lack of phones and laptops in their home, and Enver had been honest. First, because any internet supply can be hacked, and we could be traced. Second, it's to stop you brooding. I know you want to know how your family is, and it's understandable, but it will drive you crazy. I know this for a fact, because I was going crazy all the time we were separated. It was Lisa who eventually took my stuff away. She left me with the camera feed for a couple of hours each week, and I would watch you. I know that sounds so creepy, but that's why I only had one camera in your living room. No, it still sounds creepy, he said with a laugh, and she had to join in. It's okay, I was just glad it was you and not Ingalls. Once I knew it was there, it was a comfort. Did you see me telling you I loved you? Enver nodded, smiling. A couple of times. Padme thought back and laughed. I had this plan, because we didn't know if Ingalls had bugged the place after Dale had checked, that I would read certain books with titles that spelled out a message. I bought bagfuls, but I never got around to doing it. Inventive. Enver was grinning at her, and she threw a pillow at him. What about you? That whole money and lotto ticket thing? I have to say, it took me a while. Not really. After you got the lotto ticket, you pretty much figured it out. Why the delay between the two? I mean, you transferred the money almost the day after the shooting, and then waited for 6 months. Enver rubbed his hands on his head. The money was genuinely to help you. In fact, I almost just put a random amount into your bank account until the idea came to me. The only person I told was Lisa, and she advised me to wait to give you the other coordinates because you were being watched. Also, Pad, you needed to heal. He was looking sick again, thinking about her shooting. Padme pulled him down onto the couch with her, and wrapped her arms and legs around him. You're trapped until you smile. She nibbled at his ear with her teeth, and nipped his bottom lip. Enver smiled, but she didn't release him. Dale backed into the door of his apartment, carrying the pizza box and 6-pack of beer. He needed an evening of something other than obsessing over Padme, a night to himself. Damn, he hadn't even been on a real date in years. He knew some of his friends thought it was because he was in love with Padme, but that couldn't be further from the truth. He loved her as his partner and his best friend, but he had never thought of her in that way. He turned on his TV to watch the game, and ate his body weight in carbs. Just after 11 p.m., he was napping when he heard the door being kicked in. He reached for his weapon but was too late. The man with the tire iron made contact with Dale's head just as his fingers touched the grip. Padme felt a lurch in her stomach and slid from the bed. It was just before dawn, and Enver was asleep beside her. The house was silent as she padded barefoot to the bathroom. She felt another lurch as she reached it and dashed for the toilet. She threw up, feeling sweat break out on her skin. Gosh, please don't let me be sick. She dry heaved a couple of times, but it soon passed. She brushed her teeth and splashed water on her face, then sat on the edge of the bath. Maybe she was due for her period. She always felt a little feverish the few days before. She tried to work out when she'd last had her cycle, and then she gasped. No? No way. It was 3 weeks late. She had been here on the island for a month, and she and Enver hardly ever used protection because she was on the pill. Except, dumbass, you'd only just started taking it again the day you found out Enver was alive and that you'd be reunited. Oh damn. She knew in her bones that it was true. She was pregnant.
Chapter 15.
Cold water was thrown on him, and Dale woke with a start, his head screaming with pain. He could taste blood. He opened his eyes. He was in the back room of some sleazy club, or so he thought from what he could make out. Frederick Ingalls sat in a chair, watching him. Good evening, Agent Fortuna. I only have one question for you, and how you decide to answer it will determine how merciful I'll be when it comes time to kill you. Screw you, Ingalls. Frederick's smile was chilly. Where is Padme Kaur, Agent Fortuna? Dale spat out a mouthful of blood. In the ground where you put her, jerk. I don't think so. I'll ask again. Where is Padme? My answer is the same. Frederick cleared his throat, and one of his goons landed a kick to the side of Dale's head. Dale groaned in agony but righted himself. You murdered her, Ingalls, and you know it. You stuck a knife in her gut, then threw her body in front of the 7 a.m. to Portland. Frederick leaned forward in his chair. The only problem is that I know for sure the woman you peeled up from the tracks wasn't Padme Kaur. She looked like her, certainly. She was beautiful and sweet. But it wasn't Padme. I know because I killed your stand-in. The dead girl was my practice run for how I'm going to kill Padme when I find her, and you're going to help me make that happen. Screw you. I'm not telling you anything. You'll just have to kill me. Frederick stared at him for what seemed an age, and then shrugged. Okay. And Dale waited for the killer blow. The garbage diver moved slowly through the piles of trash, trying to pick out anything he could use or sell or eat. When he saw the young man sprawled unconscious face down in the stinking pile, he was certain for sure that he must be dead. The guy was covered in blood, for one. The garbage man looked around and poked the dead guy. The dead guy moaned and the garbage man jumped back, then sighed. Yesterday, a sympathetic woman gave him some change, and he got a hot dog and burger from a street vendor. Now he had just a few cents left. He was going to have to use them to call an ambulance, wasn't he? Padme didn't know how to tell Enver she was having his baby. It was such a bad time to bring a child into the world. As much as they kidded themselves, they knew they both had targets on their back, and Padme could not even think of her and Enver's child being exposed to that kind of danger. She could only be a month along at most. Maybe the best thing would be to get it taken care of before it grew into a human, but they were on an island in the middle of nowhere. She didn't even know if abortion was legal in the Maldives, and didn't know how she could find out without access to the internet. Lisa is coming to see us, Enver said as they sat at breakfast. Padme was surprised. How do you know? We have our methods of communication, he said cagily, and Padme rolled her eyes and muttered something about James Bond. Enver grinned. You know it. Anyway, she's doing the decoy travel thing, but she'll be here by the end of the week. Padme smiled. It will be good to see her, I have to admit. I assume I'm not allowed to ask her about back home? Enver hesitated, but then relented. You can ask, but it doesn't mean she'll tell you. When Lisa arrived, she was grim-faced but hugged Padme. Your mom is fine, Pad. She's obviously distressed and grieving, but she's safe. Arlo has organized some hardcore protection for everyone. Enver saw Padme's shoulders slump with relief. Thank God. Thank you, Lisa. You're welcome, Lemon. The two women smiled at each other. Hey, you mind if I steal Enver for a few business stuff? Of course. Look, you must be hungry. I'll make us some supper. Padme threw Enver a smile, then disappeared. Enver could see Lisa had bad news for him. He nodded outside. Come see the beach. They walked a little way from the house, so they couldn't be overheard. Lisa looked at her boss. Dale Fortuna is in a coma. He got beat up pretty well by Ingalls' men. They must have thought he was dead. They dumped his body on a landfill site. Geez. Enver was shocked and unsurprised in equal measure. How is he? Not good. Traumatic brain injury. Damn. Lisa nodded. Yeah. There's something else. An attempt was made on Harpa Malhotra's life. She's okay, but pretty shaken up. Arlo's convinced Harpa is suspicious. Enver shook his head. This isn't good. Look, we can't tell Pad anything. Lisa rocked back. Are you serious? You can't keep this from her, Enver. I have to. If she finds out Dale is in the hospital, she'll want to go back, and the second she lands on American soil, Ingalls will kill her. Lisa put her hand on Enver's arm. Calm down. Padme is a grown woman, so you cannot make this decision for her. This is her family. Enver shook his head, his face set and grim. No. At least not yet. Give me some time to figure things out first. Lisa sighed. Okay. But please don't disrespect Padme's choices for her own life. It's not like you. Enver was still thinking about Lisa's words as they sat down to supper. Padme prepared a light and delicious fish curry for them, and Lisa swooned over the flavors. I've been living on pizza for the last month. This is heaven. She smiled at her friend, who flushed at the praise. Glad you like it. Can you stay for a while? Just a couple of days, but we'll have time to catch up. Enver felt Padme stroke his arm. Honey, you okay? He leaned over and kissed her cheek. Just fine, Cara Mia. Hey, what did Lisa say to you out on the beach? You came back and your face was all stressed out. Enver was glad his face was hidden. Just business stuff. A couple of takeover bids, and I'm not there to oversee them, is all. Doesn't matter. He felt bad for lying to Padme, but he could not countenance her finding out about Dale Fortuna. She would demand they go back, and even now here, safe on the island, Enver's nightmares about her being killed were tormenting him. To his relief, Padme didn't question him further, but the next morning when Padme was still asleep, Enver saw Lisa jogging back along the beach and went out to meet her. Listen, he said, I want to know everything that's been going on back in the States since Padme left. Everything. Lisa sighed and nodded. I was going to walk a couple of miles along the beach to cool down. Come walk with me. Padme was awake only a few minutes after Enver left the bed, and she padded through the quiet house to find him. She saw him walking down the beach with Lisa and shrugged. She went to grab a shower and get dressed, and as she was toweling her hair dry, she walked past Lisa's room. Lisa's laptop sat on her bed. Padme stared at it for a long moment before checking where Enver was. She saw them far down the beach. Dropping the towel, she scooted back to Lisa's room and opened the laptop. Opening a browser, she resisted the temptation to look up her family and friends or any news in Seattle, and instead concentrated on her immediate problem. She typed in abortion in the Maldives into the search engine, then saw with a sinking heart that it was prohibited, and in any case the spouse or significant other had to be informed. Shit. She held her head in her hands for a moment, then slid a hand over her belly. This was real. It was happening. It's not that I don't want you, little one, she said, her voice breaking. It's that I can't want you right now. She sighed and scrubbed the browser history. The weight of responsibility was crushing her, and she needed some comfort. She gave in to her worst instincts and Googled Severin, Harpa, the Foresters, and then finally Dale. The shock was icy cold. FBI agent found beaten near death in city landfill. A photo of Dale in his graduation uniform was under the headline. She read the whole article. Only a year into his fledgling FBI career, Agent Dale Fortuna, 33, was found almost beaten to death in a Seattle landfill site. He was rushed to hospital, where he underwent a 30-hour brain surgery to save his life. And while doctors were successful, the Tacoma native lies in a deep coma in a Seattle hospital. Doctors say it is too soon to know if he will ever come out of it. It's not the first time tragedy has touched the young agent. Just over 8 months ago, his agency partner, Padme Kaur, was shot protecting shipping billionaire Enver Toscano as he gave evidence against the mighty Ingalls Corporation. Miss Kaur survived the attack despite being shot 3 times, but was recently herself the victim of a savage and as yet unsolved murder. Padme was shaking, trembling so hard that when she stood to go to the bathroom to throw up, she slammed into the walls and doors as she staggered. She barely made it to the toilet before she threw up over and over again, until there was nothing left. She sobbed out all her pain, every bit of emotion she'd been holding onto since before she came here, leaving her friends, her mom, the horror of being shot, the separation from Enver. Who had lied to her? She knew without a doubt that the news about Dale was what Lisa had told Enver yesterday, and he had kept it from her. She cried for what seemed like hours, but when she felt Enver's arms go around her, she fought him off, screaming at him not to touch her, and ran from the house, passing a shocked Lisa on her way out. She ran and ran down the beach. Enver caught up with her, but she screamed at him to leave her alone, and kept running before collapsing into the sand and gasping for air. Enver had lied to her. About something as big as this. About Dale being nearly killed. What else was he keeping from her? All she knew right now was that she had Enver's child growing inside her, and a romantic partner who she didn't know if she could trust, and a best friend who was lying in a hospital bed because of her. Enver, shell-shocked, returned to the house to be greeted by Lisa, who was carrying her laptop. Enver, she used my laptop. Enver felt his heart sink. Padme knew about Dale.
Chapter 16.
Severin wondered at its sheer tragedy. 8 months ago, she was sitting by Padme's hospital bed. Now she was here with Dale. Another soul who had no one else in his life. She held Dale's hand as she had Padme's and willed him to survive. Hey there. Henry Jones pushed the door open. The nurse told me you were with him. I thought I'd bring you some hot coffee and a Danish. Severin smiled at him. You are a sweetheart, thank you. She took the coffee from him and sipped it. Henry went to Dale and placed his hand on his forehead. How is he? No change? Henry shook his head. Gosh. He sat down opposite Severin. You visit often? Every day, she said softly, reaching out to take Dale's hand again. He doesn't have anyone else. She smiled at Henry. Sorry, I mean, apart from you. He and Pad were like children to me. Both of them were so brilliant and dedicated, even if Padme chose a different path eventually. He's still alive, Severin said softly, not looking at Henry. What? She smiled a little reprovingly. You said he and Pad were like children to you. Dale is still alive. Yes, of course. Sorry, a slip of the tongue. They sat in silence for a moment. How are you dealing with Padme's loss? I mean, is there anything I can do for you? Severin shook her head. No. She debated whether to tell him her theory that Padme was alive, but she didn't want to put Henry in a difficult position. Dale had been so adamant that they should keep it to themselves. No, thank you, Henry. He stayed a little longer, but when she was alone, Severin felt more at peace. She went to stand at the window, looking out over the city at night. Where are you, Pad? Wherever you are, I hope you found peace, safety, and love. I miss you. I love you. Come home. Enver was sitting in the living room with Lisa with his head in his hands when Padme came back. Her face was expressionless, but her whole body was tense. Enver knew not to touch her as much as he might want to. He waited for Padme to speak, as she sat in the chair opposite him. I'm pregnant. Enver felt a rush of joy, but seeing Padme's pale, stern face, he had to once again restrain himself. That's the best news, Pad. I'm so happy. Padme shook her head. Enver? No? It isn't the best news, it's the worst. The very worst. We both have targets on our backs. Do you think I would put a child in danger like that? She sighed, her shoulders slumping. Have you any idea how long I've dreamed of having your child? But I don't even know if I can trust you. Why didn't you tell me about Dale? Enver sighed and rubbed his hands on his face. Because I know what you'll say. We have to go back. He shook his head. No. Padme leaned forward in her chair, her eyes softening. We have to finish this, Enver. I won't live like this. I won't have our child brought into a world where he or she could lose us in a split second or worse, be murdered. Lisa. She looked to the other woman, sitting silently at their side. You must see this too. Lisa sighed. I hate to agree, but yes, I think it's the only way for you both to have a happy life. Enver made a noise and felt both irritated and terrified. And you don't think putting yourself back in Ingalls' sights will be riskier? Do you remember what he did to Julia? It won't matter to him that you're pregnant, he'll cut our child right out of you. Padme winced, but Enver wasn't sorry. She had to know the risks. What are you suggesting, Pad? We kill Ingalls? She looked at him steadily without saying anything, and suddenly he knew exactly what she was saying. Yes. Kill Frederick Ingalls. Without him, his family business would crumble, and they would be free. Pad, even if we kill Ingalls, don't you think they'll seek revenge? That's why you reach out first to Ingalls' enemies. You told me yourself that there are so many families waiting to take over from Ingalls, that it won't matter about the rest of his family, what's left of it. They'll be so grateful we got rid of him. We'll have a worldwide network of protection. Enver stared at his romantic partner. You really want to get into bed with these people? Of course not, and I'm not saying do business with them. Just make it clear that if we do this, then they owe us a life free from danger. Lisa shrugged. It could work. It's certainly no worse than hiding out here forever, waiting to be found. What about the men loyal to Ingalls? Enver was starting to feel outnumbered by the women, and he didn't want to admit they might be right. Lisa scoffed. They're loyal to a paycheck, Enver, not Ingalls. He treats them like shit. Enver got up and paced around, thinking. How would this work initially? I call Henry, get them to ease our passage back to Seattle, get protection. Then we proceed with our comeback, appearing in carefully stage-managed public areas where Frederick Ingalls thinks he can get to us. Enver looked at Padme with a grim half-smile. You've really thought this through, huh? She nodded. Ever since I found out I was pregnant. This has to end, Enver. I want Severin to know her grandchild, and for him or her to play with Cosima's kids. It's not just about you and me anymore. Enver felt a wave of certainty come over him. They could do this, they could fight for the life they wanted. Padme was watching him. That house, that little house on the Italian coast, she said softly, and he nodded. I want that too, cara mia. Okay. Okay then. Let's hash this out before you call Henry, and we'll get things moving. Let's go home, Pad. Let's start our real lives together. 3 hours later, Padme waited nervously as she listened to the phone ring at the other end of the line. She smiled when she heard his warm voice. Henry, it's me.
Chapter 17.
1 week later. Dale was hovering at the very edge of consciousness, having climbed from a chasm of darkness. He could hear the voices around him, the doctors and nurses, so he knew he wasn't dead. But still, he was so tired. His head throbbed with pain. He had felt a soft hand holding his, a gentle voice calling him out of the dark. Severin. She wasn't in the room with him now, but as Dale thought about opening his eyes for the first time, he heard the door creak open. Someone came into the room, but didn't say anything. He heard the faint dial tone as whoever it was placed a call. "Ingalls, it's Henry." "Yeah, he's still in a coma." "Listen, I thought you said you were going to end him. I can't have him waking up and interfering now, we're so close." "Yeah. I know, damn Ingalls, she's coming back. She's coming back, and I'm giving you exactly what you wanted. She and Toscano are delivering themselves to me in an hour. They're yours, as soon as the money hits my account." "Fine. Do it." Dale was rigid with shock and horror. He was glad now he hadn't opened his eyes. He didn't want Henry to know he had just discovered his duplicity. Henry would kill him without a second thought. Gosh. Henry? Kind, generous, grandfatherly Henry? And now he was delivering Padme into the arms of her killer. Dale couldn't believe it. He felt Henry lean over him and kept very still, not even moving his eyes under his closed lids. "You should have just died, kid. It ain't gonna be pretty from now on," Henry said softly. Dale held his breath until he heard the door close, then opened his eyes. His hand fumbled for the call button, and when the nurse arrived, he tried to speak. "Hold on, honey. Let me just wet your mouth." He felt a blissful wetness on his lips. "Severin," he said in barely a whisper. "Please get Severin now." When Severin rushed to his side, he stared up at her with pain-filled eyes and began to cry. "He's going to get her killed, Sev." "Oh my." Henry was waiting with the limousine on the tarmac at SeaTac, as Enver's private jet flew in. Padme knew Enver was nervous. As they alighted from the plane, she saw his eyes raking the scene, looking for danger. She squeezed his hand. "Stop. It'll be okay." Henry hugged Padme. "Can't tell you how good it is to see you, Padme." She smiled at him. "You too, Henry. Sorry, we had to go through all that to get me out of the country." "Where were you, out of interest?" Padme looked at Enver, who cleared his throat. "We'd rather not say, Henry. Just in case." Henry smiled. "Of course. Look, we have arranged a safe house outside Seattle. Severin is waiting for you there." Padme looked astonished and overwhelmed. "You told her?" Henry shrugged. "She came to me, said she knew you were alive and that I had something to do with it. Something about the DNA on the body we used. Anywho, I thought you could use another friendly face. Enver, your men are stationed along the route and are at the house. I'll be driving you there myself." Enver was surprised. "You will?" Henry gave him an expansive smile. "I just don't trust anyone else to do it." He motioned for them to get into the limousine. Padme held Enver's hand in the back of the car as they set off. Severin. Soon she would see her mother again, and it should have filled her with joy, but something was off and she couldn't pin down what it was. She looked at the back of Henry's head. It was odd that he, the head of their field office, who was high up on the FBI ladder, would do something as menial as driving them to a safe house. When she spoke to him on the phone, he agreed that coming home was best. "You can't run forever, Pad." He'd agreed so easily that something hadn't sat right with Padme since, but this was Henry she was talking about, her mentor, her guide. Still, she had pushed forward with their plans, and now they were heading to what Padme hoped would only be a temporary home. Ingalls must know they were back already. She didn't doubt that he had spies all over the airport. They had made the decision to fly back in Enver's private plane, and had filed a flight plan the day before. The wheels had been set in motion, and now they had to follow through. Henry chatted happily, but neither Enver nor Padme felt like talking. It was dusk as they drove up to the small house Henry had procured. Henry helped Padme out of the car and she smiled. "Thanks." A shock ran through her when she noticed that Henry's smile did not reach his eyes, and somehow at that moment she knew. She turned to speak to Enver to try and warn him, but Henry clamped his hand over her mouth and dragged her toward the house as a gang of men rushed Enver and overwhelmed him. He had no time to react. Henry dragged a struggling Padme into the house. "I'm sorry, Pad, but it has to be this way." Padme kicked and bit, but Henry was too strong for her. He threw her to the floor of the living room, and she felt a hand under her chin as her face was tilted upwards. Frederick Ingalls smiled at her. "Beautiful Padme, how nice of you to join me for your actual murder." Enver was dragged inside, and he too struggled against his captors. "Creeps." He saw Henry Jones come out of the living room. "You scoundrel." Henry slammed his fist into Enver's face. "Mind your manners, jerk. Give Mr. Ingalls a little time to prepare Miss Core for her murder, then take this piece of crap in to watch." Enver spat at Henry, who ignored the gesture. "She trusted you," Enver growled beyond angry now. "How can you do this to her?" "Do what?" Henry asked. "She's already dead. I know because I read the eulogy at her funeral. What Ingalls does to her in there is none of my business." He walked out, and Enver struggled with his captors until they heard Frederick Ingalls call out to them. "Bring Toscano in." Enver, his mouth full of blood, went cold when he saw Padme tied to a chair, her shirt torn open. Frederick gestured to the chair opposite her. "Put him there. I want him to have a good seat to watch her bleed." Padme met Enver's eyes, they were full of sorrow. "I'm sorry," she said, "this is my fault." "I love you," he said softly, but then screamed with rage and grief as Frederick drove the knife halfway into Padme's side. She gasped at the pain of it, not wanting to cry out or give Frederick Ingalls the satisfaction. He looked pleased with himself anyway, wrenching the blade from her. "Finally," he breathed as if the act of stabbing Padme had released some kind of tension within him. He smiled at a raging, devastated Enver. "As I told Padme over and over, this was inevitable. Now, I'm going to enjoy this as we take it slow." "Creep." "She's pregnant, Ingalls. Have some mercy." Enver was hysterical in his grief. Blood was pouring from the wound on Padme's side. "Oh, shut up, that was just a flesh wound," Ingalls smirked. "This one, however, is going right in the center of her belly, all the way in." "No." Smirking, Frederick drew back his arm to stab Padme again, but there was a sound of breaking glass, and a small red dot appeared on Frederick's face just beneath his right eye. He looked confused for a second, then dropped like a stone, crumpling to the ground, his eyes open and staring. The blood began to trail down his face. The bullet had hit him. A sniper had taken him out. Finally, Frederick Ingalls was dead. Enver didn't hesitate. He lurched forward towards a bleeding Padme and untied her from the chair, pulling her into his arms. A second later, Lisa, Arlo Forrester, and a troop of black-clothed operatives, all armed, burst into the room. Enver gaped at them all for a second, then turned his attention back to his romantic partner. Padme pressed her hand against her injury, trying to stem the flow of blood. Despite the apparent shallowness of the wound, she was bleeding heavily. Her eyes wide with fear met his. "The baby," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. In that moment, all that mattered to Enver was getting his beloved Padme to safety and ensuring the well-being of their child and their future together.
Chapter 18.
Dale was getting used to the wheelchair now, and so when no nurses were looking, he scooted down to Padme's room. She was lying on top of her bed, looking bored, but grinned when she saw him. "You'll get in trouble." "I don't care," he said, grinning. "You look better." Padme nodded. "Much? It wasn't that deep, but they're keeping me for observation. The baby is fine though, little sluggard that she is." "It's a girl?" Padme grinned. "I don't know that for sure, I just feel it. Anyway, how about you? Are you getting out of that thing anytime soon?" Dale shrugged. "Looks like. I have to say, I'm kind of sick of hospitals at the moment." "I'll bet." Dale, look, If you say you're sorry one more time, Pad, I will kick your ass. From this wheelchair. Try it." But she grinned at him. Dale glanced around the room. "Where's Enver? Thought you two were joined at the hip." Padme laughed. "At the groin, actually. TME." She chuckled. Severin wrestled him into submission, and made him go to her house for food, a shower, and some rest. Gosh, it sounds so good to say that. So good to know we can now move freely around, be open, and it is heavenly. Yeah, because it must have been so rough in the Maldives. Dale looked at her askance, and she grinned, acquiescing. It is paradise, I won't argue that. But you weren't there. My family is here, Dale. Dale smiled at her. I had heard about a move to Italy. We're not there either. The difference being you could come visit us there whenever you wanted, Doofus. I know. They sat in companionable silence for a few minutes. You haven't mentioned him, Dale said. Padme sighed. Henry? No. I don't even want to hear his name, never mind speaking it or talking about him ever again. His trial will be something. Padme nodded grimly. Creep? Yes. Padme's expression cleared. Enough of him. The future is all that matters now. Dale nodded. You, Enver, and the Bean. You guys getting married? Padme shrugged. He hasn't asked me. You should ask him. The sisterhood might forgive you then. Padme grinned. In all truth, I'm honestly not bothered about being married. I want to be with Enver all the time. A piece of paper isn't going to change that. Later, when Enver returned, looking refreshed and relaxed for the first time in weeks, Padme kissed him hello. Docs say they're letting me out tomorrow. Enver smiled, pulling her against him. Good. I'm ready for our life to begin, Pad, at last. She gazed up at this remarkable man that she had given up everything for, had nearly died for twice, and nodded, her eyes shining. At last, my love. At long last. 3 months later. Enver's hand splayed across the small bump in her belly. And now they knew, a girl and a boy. Twins. They hadn't expected it, but it had been a source of great joy to them when they found out. Padme had found the house by accident, randomly browsing properties on an Italian website, but when she saw it, she knew she had found their home. It was a huge, recently renovated farmhouse with an indoor pool, and plenty of space for their children to run and play and be free. Enver had agreed, and the sale had gone through within a few days. They had been here for a month now, and in Padme's heart, she knew she had found her place in the world. She looked at her romantic partner now, and smiled at him. Ti amo, Enver Toscano. He grinned and kissed her. Ti amo, Padme. He picked up her left hand, and traced a circle around her third finger. Sposami? He asked in a soft, almost nervous voice, because they'd talked about it but not seriously. Now though, and despite what she'd told Dale, Padme looked into the glorious green eyes of the man she loved, and could only think of one thing she wanted to say. Si Enver ti amo.
The end.
Sneak peek for his beautiful revenge. We hope you enjoyed listening to his Sweet Torment by Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for his beautiful revenge by Michelle Love. His Beautiful Revenge, a Billionaire Romance.
Chapter 1.
The phone's shrill ring broke across the bookstore. Zalika waved at the receiver. Lucian, she yelled across the room. Nora didn't notice the man sitting at the corner table, and his attention was caught by the way he stiffened at Zulika's words. Nora grinned at Zalika as she took the phone from her. I've told you before, me Nora, him Lucian. Zalika poked her tongue out good-naturedly at her friend. Ha ha. She walked away, swatting Nora's butt with her hand. Hey you, Nora glanced at the clock on the wall of the bookshop. Hey doll, Lucian sang cheerfully. It's Friday, work's out, and I'm in the mood for some quality time with you. Are you going home soon? Nora grinned, caught up in his mood. He sounded more cheerful than he had in months. And wanting to spend time alone with her? Rare, she thought to herself, what was up with him? But she didn't want to waste his good humor. Yeah, very soon. Just gotta clear up some stuff, then I'm all yours. You cooking? They both laughed. Pizza it is then, Nora said. I'll pick it up on the way home. Do we have beer? There was a pause. Well, we did until last night. She rolled her eyes. Okay. Hey, did Ziggy eat his breakfast? Ziggy was their ancient St. Bernard crossed with a barrel on its legs. Lately he had stopped eating so much. Yep, all of it. Lucian sounded like a proud daddy. Oh good. Oh okay, be home soon. Love you. She hesitated and smiled. Love you too. Nora went back up to her little office above the bookshop. Her freelance graphic design company, consisting of just Nora and her uber-organized work ethic, was beginning to take off, and she found herself spending less time in the bookstore she ran with her almost sister-in-law and best friend, Zalika. It was a blessing and a curse, she thought now as she glanced through the endless emails she'd received. As much as her first love was art and design, she loved the laid-back pace and friendly atmosphere of their San Francisco store. Now that Russian Hill was an up-and-coming, hip area, their clientele had tripled in the 3 years they had been open. The store, all dark wood bookshelves and large comfortable couches, had added a coffee machine in the last year, which had drawn many people in, and they had recently expanded into the empty storefront next door, adding tables where writers could sit and work. Ziggy also took up residence, making friends with the customers and their dogs. Nora, at 28, was completing her PhD in graphic design part-time as well as working, and sometimes the work seemed overwhelming. She wondered if she had missed the signs that her relationship of 5 years with Lucian Hargitay was beginning to unravel, and whether it was her fault for working too hard. She'd even said as much to Zalika, Lucian's stepsister, but Zalika had merely rolled her eyes. If my brother can't handle a successful woman, that's on him, not you. Zalika and Lucian were not close, but Nora and Zalika were, and so Zalika put up with her brother. Her mother married Lucian's father after both were widowed, but the marriage was a disaster and lasted less than 5 years. It had cost Zulika's mother her health, and when she died, Zalika went to her best friend for comfort, Nora. The two had met in college and become as close as sisters. They'd earned the name the twins because they were always together. Looks-wise, the only thing they shared was their long dark hair. Nora, with her dark beauty inherited from her Indian mother, dark brown eyes and soft warm smile, was tall and curvaceous, whereas Zalika, her sapphire blue eyes large behind black-rimmed spectacles, was athletic and slender. They shared a silly sense of humor as well as sharp intelligence and street smarts. Despite never being apart for long, they enjoyed each other's company. Nora considered Zalika her family, and when she met her stepbrother, Lucian, it seemed the orphaned Nora had found her family. It was only later that she discovered that Zalika had been dismayed at the relationship between her best friend and stepbrother. It had bugged her ever since, but to Zulika's credit, she had never bad-mouthed Lucian to Nora or interfered in their relationship. 5 years later, Nora felt as if something major, something bad, was about to happen. Lucian had been distant, distracted, and even cold. They rarely made love anymore, both exhausted from work. Lucian worked for a major PR company in the Bay Area, and his work often took him to Los Angeles or New York. Yes, that was it, Nora told herself, it was work, except she knew from Zalika that Lucian was relatively junior in his role. At 31 and not long out of college, where he had struggled to maintain higher marks, he was still working his way up the ladder. Nora wondered if all of his trips were actually work and not. No? Stop thinking about it. An affair? Nora was horrified by her own thought process. She would rather think the worst of him than accept that his trips were genuine. It wasn't fair to Lucian. But she couldn't shake the feeling that he was treading water with her. She pushed the thought out of her mind, something she had a lot of practice with, and it wasn't until there was a soft knock on the door that she looked up from her work. The sun was getting low in the window, and for August, that meant it was getting late. Yes? The door opened, and Lucian stuck his dark blonde head around it. Hey you. Nora was surprised. Hey, I thought I was meeting you at home. I thought I would surprise you, and say hi to my little sister. She's serving a customer, so I thought I'd come up. The store's still open, sorry. I mean, hi, she chuckled and kissed him. Lucian was a typical preppy archetype, handsome, well-maintained, bland. What had attracted her to him in the first place? Nora was ashamed that she couldn't remember, but she knew she had loved him once. Now, didn't all relationships turn into this? Friends with benefits? If you could describe their stale, intimate life as a benefit. They went back downstairs to see Zulika, finally locking the store up. She grinned at Nora, half ignoring her stepbrother. You will not believe the sale I just made, that complete leather-bound Dickens collection. Sold, baby. Nora's jaw dropped. The $5,000 set? The very one. Holy moly, we've had that for years. Zulika grinned at Nora. You wanna make out with me? Always. Okay, it just got weird. Lucian pretended to be sick. Yeah, but if I wasn't your sister. Dude, stop. You really have no filter, huh? Zulika shook her head. Nah. Not much of one. By the way, I have news. I have a date. Lucian and Nora looked at each other, then at Zulika. Holy hell. Nora's eyes were wide. Did the skies darken? Lucian checked outside the window. Oh, you're both so funny. Zulika gave them both the finger, but she grinned and chuckled. When's the first date? Tomorrow night. Oh, I was going to ask a huge favor. Zulika fluttered her eyelashes at Nora. It would be really nice if, say, I at least attempted to look like a lady. And seeing as I don't own anything. Nora smiled. Zulika was always borrowing from Nora's beloved collection of vintage dresses, and Nora kept a few of them upstairs in her office for emergencies like this one. Yes. Here. She threw her door key to Zulika. Go nuts. Just don't wreck it. Zulika kissed her cheek. You're the best. She and Lucian laughed at the speed with which Zulika scooted out of the door. Lucian shook his head. Poor guy doesn't stand a chance. Nora grinned. Who is it anyway? Not Rufus? She looked hopeful and Lucian grinned. You wish, Reddy. How long have you been trying to finagle that? 2-3 years? Nora tapped her head. I'm telling you, it'll happen. I know things. Lucian hooted. Oh, you know things. Tell me, oh wise one, why do you want them to get together? Because they are perfect for each other. Zulika is gorgeous, Rufus is cute, and he makes her laugh. Lucian's smile was fond, and a little patronizing. Is that really all you look for in a man? Nora flushed at the slight. That, along with kindness and fidelity. She couldn't resist the snark, and she watched something flicker in Lucian's eyes. He didn't rise to the bait, though. Come on, you. Let's get home to the dog. Both he and I are starving. Nora relented a little. I can rustle up dog food pizza for both of you? Lucian laughed. Yum? Now I'm really hungry. Gross. That made him laugh even harder. Let's see, do I fancy beef chunks in gravy? Chicken in jelly? Nora made a gagging face. Stop, please. He laughed, caught her by the waist, and pulled her into his arms, kissing her tenderly. It was a sweet, loving kiss, but Nora felt herself tense up. Lucian noticed, and his smile faded. Let's go. I'm bushed. He walked out of the door in front of her, and got into his own car, not waiting for her to follow him on the way back to their Palo Alto home. For a brief second, Nora considered not going home, staying there, pulling out the little temporary cot they kept upstairs for emergencies and sleeping there. If it wasn't for Ziggy. Nora sighed and, starting her car, followed Lucian out of the city. Giacomo Conti was bored. Yet another cocktail party with people he had nothing in common with, yet another evening wasted when he could be working, reading, or hanging out with his own, more sedate friends. But then again, he reasoned, Tara was willing to appear with him for public events whenever he needed her, so it was only fair. He looked across at her now, seeing her blonde hair falling to her shoulders, her petite doll-like features, and her long legs. Tara Hubert was the world's highest-paid supermodel, and she was with him. Giacomo Conti was a self-made billionaire, an Italian geek whose brilliance within the technology field had sent his career into the stratosphere when he was just 19. Almost half a lifetime, and now he was bored. His company, Conti Tech, was competing with Google and Facebook in the world, and was on target to become a trillion-dollar company any day now. Yet Giacomo found himself envious of the lives his friends led, more sedate and less shallow. As teachers, writers, artists, and lawyers, they didn't work any less hard for what they had. It was just their fields didn't pay as much, apart from the lucky few. Giacomo's best friend and his brother-in-arms, Orlando Price, was a school teacher in one of the city's poorest schools, and yet the results he had with his kids, the hope and inspiration he imparted, were priceless. Giacomo's evenings with Orlando, his wife Carmel, and their 7-year-old daughter Firma were his absolute favorite times. Tara never joined them. She had little time for the little people, and she and Carmel had no time for each other whatsoever. Tara's beauty was icy and cold, whereas Carmel's dark good looks were sensual and exciting. Tara was jealous, so when Giacomo insisted on spending time with his friends, Tara always cried off, to everyone's relief. And now? Giacomo realized he hadn't been listening to the man talking to him, but there was a good reason. Tara was cheating on him. Giacomo had suspected it for months, and now he had a name to go with his suspicions: Lucian Hargitay. Giacomo had had his private detectives follow Tara for the last 3 months, document and photograph every time she met with the man, and build a portfolio that, when Giacomo confronted her, Tara would not be able to deny. It had been Carmel who had started him thinking. She'd mentioned she'd seen Tara in the city with another man months previously, not realizing that Tara had told Giacomo that she would be in New York for work. Carmel had been horrified to think she had casually blurted out the evidence of Tara's cheating, but Giacomo had reassured her it had been for the best. Carmel had shaken her head angrily. "Giacomo, I know it shouldn't be my business, but don't ever bring that woman here again. I don't take her cheating on you lightly." There had been a nasty incident a few weeks later when the two women had come face to face. Carmel had to be restrained by her husband as Tara complained at her about Giacomo's immersion in work, and she couldn't help blurting out that at least Giacomo knew about loyalty. Tara had asked her what she meant by that, and Carmel snarled at her. "You know." Giacomo feigned innocence when Tara asked him about it, and Carmel apologized to Giacomo for her mouth. "It gets away from me sometimes," she said ruefully, hugging him. "I just can't stand the fact that she had the nerve to cheat on you." Giacomo had hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, Bella. I'll handle it." Since then, he had bided his time, burying himself in work as his detectives gathered the evidence. Only today, he had been at a meeting, completely disengaged, that afterward, he had decided to go to the workplace of Hargitay's girlfriend and sister. He had donned a baseball cap over his dark curls, and stuck some wayfarers on his face to cover his distinctive green eyes. At 37, Giacomo Conti was considered one of the world's most handsome, most eligible, said the women's magazines, choosing to forget his relationship with Tara Bachelors. His tall, darkly handsome face was saved from being generic by the brooding, almost dangerous set of his green eyes rimmed by thick black lashes, his chin dimple and his strong jaw. His black hair was left to grow in wild curls, and he was a man who could make both a Savile Row suit and an Abercrombie & Fitch sweater look good. His broad shoulders, slim hips, and long legs contributed to his demeanor, and on the rare occasion that he smiled, it lit up the room. Giacomo knew he was good-looking, and did not believe in false modesty. When he was younger, he had screwed his way across Italy, then Europe, and finally the world. His physical prowess was legendary. Giacomo deliberately let the world think he was a playboy and as deep as a puddle. It suited him to know that the real Giacomo was still that little geek, playing with computers in his small house in Trani. His small circle of real friends knew him as Jack, and knew the fun-loving, loyal, big-hearted man beneath the image. He trusted few people with the truth, especially not women. So when Tara's infidelity came to light, he hadn't been that shocked. And today, when he'd gone to the little bookshop, Anthology, in the Russian Hill district, He had been pleasantly surprised at the laid-back feel and the friendliness. The giant Saint Bernard had taken a shine to him, and sat with him as he drank the superb coffee and watched the two women who ran the shop. Giacomo could barely take his eyes off the taller woman, Tara's romantic partner's girlfriend. Her sweet smile, her easy, infectious laughter, her patient way with customers, and her literary knowledge spoke to Giacomo in a way he'd never felt. "He's cheating on you, lovely girl?" "Idiot," he thought in disbelief. When the phone had rung, and the younger woman had yelled out the creep's name, Giacomo had felt immediately on edge, almost jealous, almost wanting to yell at her to ignore it and that the figlio di puttana wasn't good enough for her. He'd watched her face break into a smile, and couldn't do it. He couldn't break this lovely girl's heart. He'd left soon after, unable to stand it. At home, he hadn't been able to resist Googling her. Nora Reddy, part owner of the Anthology bookstore and also a freelance graphic designer. He looked through her online portfolio and was impressed. He called Sebastian, his longtime personal assistant, and asked him to set up a meeting with her. "I think we might find her useful for some of the campaigns we have coming up," he told Seb. "Also, she's gorgeous, and I want to see her again." He grinned to himself as he hung up. Two birds with one stone. Suppose he could harness the woman's obvious talent and get that beautiful body into his bed. Opportunity and revenge in one go. He smiled to himself again now, as the cocktail party droned on. Watching Tara network and flirt with the men in the room, Giacomo knew Tara barely registered the other women, knowing she was the most beautiful woman there. He wondered how he had ever gotten involved with her. She was so totally opposite of what he was attracted to, but then again, 5 years ago, he'd been reeling from the death of his grandparents, cancer, within weeks of each other. And he dealt with it by drinking and numbing the pain by screwing around. Tara had seen his sadness and moved in, telling him she was what he needed. He felt a pang of sadness now. Yes, he had needed her then, and he couldn't help but know that he was partially responsible for the fracture in their relationship now. He was obsessed with his work and passionate about what he could achieve. He had neglected her, and Tara wasn't a woman to neglect. He'd seen the disgust in her eyes when she looked at him. Maybe he should just cut her free. His phone beeped, a message from Orlando. "Dinner with Carmel and me on Friday?" Giacomo smiled. "Yes, gosh, please. Hell yes. Send Black Ops to get me out of this party. Ha ha. Grit your teeth. See you Friday, buddy." Giacomo sighed. What he wouldn't give to have a time machine now. Still, he had no meetings tomorrow as yet. So he could always go spend some time in that little bookshop. He pushed the thought away and went to get his drink refilled.
Chapter 2.
Carmel gently took the headphones off her sleeping husband's head. Orlando was stretched lengthways on their couch, his breath coming out in tiny snores. She kissed his forehead and smoothed a finger down his face. His arm, solid and muscular, slipped from his chest and hit the floor. He stirred, grumbled softly, and turned onto his side, still muttering. Carmel suppressed a laugh. She moved around the living room, picking up empty bottles, cups, sheet music, and student papers. It was a wonder if any students got the correct papers back from their favorite music teacher. Orlando's organizational skills were not exactly a gift. Carmel carefully stacked everything that looked school-related on the small desk in the corner of the room, catching them as they slipped out of her grip. As she tidied, she glanced out the window of their small home and froze. A movement caught her eye, someone moving away from the window. Their neighborhood was safe, and it shook her to see that. Not least because, for the last few weeks, she had had a creeping feeling that she was being followed or watched. Carmel wasn't a woman who scared easily, but it had been insidious, and whenever she had been alone, out in the city, or on her way to work, she had become more paranoid. She hadn't said anything to Orlando, not wanting to worry him until she knew for sure. Now though, if whoever was following her, if they actually existed, was coming to her house. No? No way, Buster. Not with my daughter asleep upstairs. She opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, peering into the gloom. The street, which was tree-lined and still somewhere the kids could play outside, was empty, except for Jason, the elderly man down the street who waved at her. She waved back, smiling. Jason was in a wheelchair, and hardly likely to be peering in their high windows. Satisfied she was being paranoid, she turned and went inside. Just for once, she locked both doors. She heard footsteps and turned. Orlando shuffled sleepily from the living room. He ran a hand through his short hair and grinned at her. "Sup, babe, what you," he yawned expansively, "doing out there?" He took in her face. She was frowning slightly. "What's the matter?" He stepped toward her and slid his arms around her waist. Carmel blinked and her face cleared. "Ah, nothing," she said, not convincing him for a second. "Well, I just thought I saw someone watching the house." But there wasn't. "So?" He grinned down at her, cheeky and boyish. "Shut up." She scowled at him, trying not to smile. "Watching the house?" "Shut up." She started to laugh. Orlando put a mock-serious look on his face. No, better to make sure. Want me to have a look?" No. Wouldn't hurt to look." He reached behind her and opened the door. For a second, they both looked out. Carmel secretly hoped they would see something. Orlando turned to look at her. Strange. She wiggled away from him, swiping at him. Laughing, he gathered her up in his arms and buried his face in her neck, pressing his lips against her warm skin. He felt her body relax and, raising his head, tipped her face up to his. He kissed her gently on the mouth. Carmel sighed with happiness. "Wanna go cuddle some?" he muttered, his lips moving against hers. She responded by kissing him harder. His right hand tangled in her hair as their kiss deepened, his left hand sliding down the curve of her back. She pressed her body into his, feeling the excitement build in both their bodies. She gasped for air as he broke away, sliding his hands under her buttocks and lifting her so her legs curled around his back. His dark brown eyes burned with desire as he bore her up the stairs. He laid her on the bed when they heard it. "Ah," said Orlando, sighing. "The walking, talking contraceptive device." "Mommy?" Carmel chuckled and disengaged herself from her husband. "Take a load off. I'll go see what she wants." "There's a reason you don't have brothers or sisters," Orlando yelled grumpily to his daughter, and Carmel hushed him, giggling as she went to see what her daughter wanted. Firma was sitting up in bed, her hair in cornrows. "What is it, sweetie?" "Monster." Carmel sighed. "Where, darling?" "On my toes." "A monster on your toes. Okay." Carmel sat down, pretending to look under the comforter. "Now who would be so brave to go near your stinky feet, pumpkin?" She lifted the edge of the comforter, then pretended to hold her nose. "Pooh? No monster, darling. No cheesy feet-eating monster." Firma giggled and wiggled her toes. "My feet don't stink." "They don't? Okay, I'll check again. Pooh arg hh." Carmel pretended to choke on the stink. "Help, I can't breathe, the smell." "The smell?" Firma giggled uncontrollably, and Carmel tickled her daughter. "Now look, kiddo, there are no monsters, okay? None that will get in here, not while I'm around, okay, Snugglepuss? Sleepy time now." She settled Firma back into her blankets, then went back to bed to find Orlando sprawled across the bed snoring. "So much for love," she muttered, grinning, then crawled into bed next to him and was asleep almost as soon as she closed her eyes. Nora shut off the shower and dressed quickly. Lucian lay watching her, then as she passed him, hooked her legs and pulled her down onto the bed. Stay, he said, pinning her down. She wriggled out from underneath him, annoyed. "Quit it. Too much to do. Get off. She struggled to her feet and swatted his head, smiling to soften the snub. Up. Time to do manly stuff." Lucian rolled into a sitting position, yawned and smiled at her. "Manly stuff?" She grinned. "Yep. Chop wood, hunt bison, that kind of stuff." From downstairs they heard a pitiful whimper. Ziggy wanted his breakfast. Nora sighed. I gotta feed the kid. She left Lucian to shower and thumped downstairs. Ziggy was beside himself. She fought him off while reaching for his food, his nose seeking out the meaty chunks. As soon as she put his bowl on the floor, Ziggy fell on it with abandon. Nora switched on the coffee pot and surveyed the contents of the fridge. Eggs. Eggs sounded good. She snagged a mixing bowl from the cupboard, feeling the satisfying crack of the shell against her palm. She grimaced as the egg white stuck to her skin and flicked the food into the bowl. She was whisking the eggs, adding some paprika, when Lucian came down the stairs. Ziggy had finished his food and was now licking the empty bowl around the kitchen, the metal scraping against the floor tile. Lucian snatched up the bowl, and Ziggy looked up at him with hope. Now you've done it, Nora shook her head. He thinks he's getting extra. Lucian shrugged. No dice, dog, he addressed Ziggy. Live with it? He threw the dish into the sink. Ziggy harumphed and wandered off. Lucian grinned and slid his hands around Nora's waist, pretending to bite her neck. She put the bowl of eggs into the microwave, fixed the time, and pressed start. She turned to face him. Booby check. Lucian pulled her shirt out and peered down her cleavage. Yep, still there. She half smiled, a little irritated by his cheerfulness. Nora was not a morning person. Lucian smiled. You okay? Yeah, fine. Do you want eggs? Please. They were interrupted by the sound of wood being chewed. Lucian grabbed Ziggy and tugged him away from the table. Hey, quit that, Ziggy grumbled, rolling onto his back and biting his own leg, wiggling his body from side to side. Lucian laughed at their dog, teasing him with his toys and playing tug-of-war. Stupid mutt. Don't call him stupid, Nora said and bent to kiss Ziggy's head. You're Mummy's favorite boy. Yes, you are. Ziggy licked her face and she giggled. The microwave beeped. At the same time, a knock came from the front door. Nora threw Lucian the dishcloth. I'll get the door. You deal with breakfast. Okay. I'll let His Majesty out for a run. He's antsy. The postman was waiting with a package for Nora to sign. She thanked him and was opening it when Lucian came back into the kitchen. Anything interesting? Nora was studying the contents, a Conti Tech brochure and letter outlining their future projects. The letter, by the looks of it, handwritten by Giacomo Conti himself, asked her to keep the contents secret and requested she call his private office to set up a meeting. I have studied your portfolio, Miss Reddy, and I think we can work well together. I'd like to hear your vision and see if we can build a professional relationship. Look forward to hearing from you very soon. Yours? Giacomo Conti. Nora felt her body tremble. Conti Tech wanted her. She felt a little breathless. If she landed a Conti Tech contract, gosh, it would send her career into the stratosphere. Just a possible future client, she said casually, stuffing the contents back into the envelope and slipping it into her bag. Nothing interesting. As they ate breakfast, Nora asked herself when she had stopped confiding in Lucian about the important things in her life. Then it struck her. Had she ever trusted him? She studied him now. How's work? Lucian shrugged. Busy. Too many egos at work on this latest job. I tell you, never work with diva photographers or supermodels. A nightmare to work with. It doesn't matter what we've pitched, they always change their minds. You're lucky in your line of work. Yes, Nora said dryly. Because clients never change their minds in my line of work. He waved away her sarcasm with his hand. You know what I mean. You don't have the high-pressure work that I do. Nora gritted her teeth. This was more like it. The affable, fun-loving boyfriend of this morning was gone, and in his place, the egotistical douchebag who belittled her at every turn. Her eyes narrowed at him. Why do you do that? What? Put me down? Does it make you feel like more of a man? What the hell are you talking about? You don't have the high-pressure work I do. She mimicked him, knowing it annoyed him. I run my own business, Lucian, and you think I don't have pressure? Actually, I run 2 businesses. So don't give me that bullshit. Lucian looked astonished at her outburst. Finally, he started to smile. Are you menstruating? Wanting to pound the smirk off his face, Nora got up. I'm going to work. She looked around for her phone, and realizing she'd left it upstairs, she headed out of the door. Upstairs, she sat on the bed and took a deep breath in. Why was she so annoyed? Maybe because this is what Lucian did. He'd be playful, friendly when it suited him, and distant and dismissive when it didn't. She was sick of it. She dropped her head in her hands. It was Saturday, and she was glad that she had the bookstore to open. Maybe it would distract her. She grabbed her phone, and then saw her pill packet next to the glass of water on her nightstand. Gosh, she'd forgotten to take it this morning. Hurriedly, she swallowed it with some water. No, Lucian, I'm not on my period because I make sure I never have them. She didn't question why she had always made absolutely sure she wouldn't get pregnant, not with Lucian's child. As she walked back downstairs, she asked herself the same question she had asked herself for a long time now. Why the hell am I still with him? Lucian heard her on the stairs and stuffed the envelope back into her bag. Conti Tech. Giacomo Conti wanted to hire Nora. Coincidence? He didn't think so. Nora came in and grabbed her bag, giving him a short, "See you later." He grunted in reply, then when he heard the front door close, he pulled his cell phone out. Tara's greeting was a purr, but a few seconds later she was much less friendly. What are you talking about? I'm talking about your boyfriend hiring my girlfriend. Does he know about us? No, of course not. How could he? Lucian sighed. I thought you said that a friend of his might have seen us. Carmel? That situation is being dealt with. Put it out of your mind. How do you mean dealt with? Don't worry about it. I don't think this thing with Giacomo and your girlfriend is anything to worry about. Didn't you tell me she was an excellent graphic designer? Well, yes. Giacomo has a habit of nurturing new talent. He probably just sent out feelers to a whole slew of young up-and-comers. If we freak out about it, well, that's just going to confirm issues. Lucian rubbed his eyes. When can I see you? Soon? As soon as this other situation is over with. Tara's voice warmed again. I'll miss you. I'll miss everything about you, baby. She laughed softly. I'll be thinking about you.
Chapter 3.
Nora read and reread Giacomo Conti's letter. She showed it to an impressed Zalika, whose eyes bugged out of their sockets. Wow, Nora. I know, right? It was late afternoon, and the bookstore was quiet for once. Nora couldn't resist telling Zalika about the letter. Zalika read Giacomo's handwritten letter and sighed. Even his handwriting is attractive. He's attractive? Nora looked confused. She'd never seen the man himself. Zalika rolled her eyes. Just occasionally, she teased. Check out some gossip sites instead of your usual geeky ones. Here, she grabbed her iPad and quickly brought up some photos. She handed it to Nora, who did a double take. Holy moly! She looked into the intense green eyes and dark good looks of Giacomo Conti. I thought he was much older. Well? Nora nodded, grinning. That is one gorgeous man. And you could be working closely with him, Zalika teased. I can see it now. You're working one late night on an urgent presentation. You're both so absorbed in the work that you don't realize it's gotten dark outside. You lean across him, and he smells your perfume. Nora was giggling. Are you writing some kind of adult movie in your head? Hey, you mentioned it, so who's the pervert? Zalika grinned and Nora flushed. She'd got her there. Nora held up the iPad, trying to hide her embarrassment. Look at this man. Who wouldn't think of an adult movie? True story. Grinning, Nora handed her back her tablet. Anyway, besides that, it could mean the business taking off. Which might mean you are not being free to work here as much. Zalika nodded. I get it. We always thought that might happen. Do you mind? Zalika shook her head. Putting aside the fact I'll miss your company, your business is the reason our business has been financed this long. I'm grateful. I'm more than that, I'm delighted for you. We need to celebrate. Good idea. Zalika studied her friend. Why don't you stay with me tonight? Call Luke, tell him you need a girls' night in. Nora nodded. I'd like that. What she didn't add was it would be a relief. The tension at home and Lucien's mood swings, she needed a break from it. What she also hadn't told anyone else was that she'd been looking at apartments in the city to rent. If Lucien was cheating, then she already knew her plan. In a weird way, she almost hoped he was cheating, because then she would have the final push to do what she had wanted to do for a long time. End it. Giacomo had now been to the anthology 3 times, and was feeling like something's of a stalker. Finally Seb had told him that Nora Reddy had called, and tomorrow was the day he would finally meet her. The few hours he had spent in her unknowing company, he had seen a woman who, above all else, was free. Free from vanity and free from expectations. He reminded himself that he did not really know her from those hours observing her, but he couldn't help feeling excited about the meeting. Tonight, however, Tara was sitting out on his balcony, smoking one cigarette after another and fretting about, what was it this time? Giacomo sighed and went outside, pinching a cigarette from her packet. What is wrong today? He said, lighting the cigarette and inhaling deeply. He studied her. Tara, her denim blue eyes large, was almost 30, but she looked a good 5 years older. Sun damage and smoking had weathered her face, but it didn't detract from her beauty. She gazed back at him steadily. Why have you never asked me to marry you? The question surprised Giacomo. They had never discussed marriage before. He leaned forward. Because marriage has never figured into my plans, he said honestly. And, rightly or wrongly, I thought you would prefer to have a career rather than be shackled to me. And why would I marry someone who would cheat on me? Or is that why you are cheating on me? Tara smirked. My career is steady. I get the work of girls 10 years younger. I know that you do. But I think of marriage, kids. With me? Tara put out her cigarette. Of course you. Giacomo smiled coolly. I'm surprised. Why? He met her gaze steadily, leaving the reason unspoken. Tara was the first to look away. Whatever. She got up, but he caught her hand. You are not happy, Tara. No. Then why don't you leave? She didn't answer, merely pulling her hand away. As she turned to leave, he saw, just for a moment, a flash of hurt in her eyes. Tara? Don't, she said, her voice quivering, and disappeared back into the apartment. Giacomo felt like a heel, but told himself he'd done nothing wrong. You're not the one who is cheating. Not yet, he said, thinking of Nora Reddy's pink lips and sweet smile. Not yet. He dropped his head into his hands and sighed. Che caso di casino. What a mess. Nora straightened her skirt over her hips, and wished she had another suit. As a graphic designer, she'd always been casual, if professionally dressed, but otherwise, she was hardly ever out of jeans and Chuck Taylors. She felt awkward in the dark red suit, but as soon as Giacomo Conti entered the room, she forgot everything else. The photograph on the website did not do him justice. He shook her hand, his large warm hand dwarfing hers, and led her into his office. His very cute assistant, Sebastian, grinned at her. Would you like some coffee? Just water, please, she managed to croak out at him, and he gave a reassuring wink. Jack for you. Giacomo smiled, and Nora felt her stomach flip. Gosh, that smile. Water's good for me too. Thanks, Seb. He's nice, Nora said after Seb had gone, and Giacomo smiled. He is, and very efficient. I got lucky. Now I want to thank you for coming to see me, Nora. I can call you Nora, yes? Oh gosh, yes. Especially with the accent. Of course, Mr. Conti. He laughed. And that's Jack to you. I hate standing on formality. Nora relaxed a little. Me too. Good. Now, as I said in my letter, we have a number of new projects in the pipeline, and I am impressed with your portfolio. Nora nodded. And thank you for taking the time to look, but Mr. Conti, I have to tell you from the off, I've never worked on a major project before. Not that I wouldn't welcome the chance to work with you, but I have to be honest. It would be a huge step up for me. I appreciate that, Giacomo. Jack, she reminded herself, said as Seb came in with their drinks. Then I suppose think of this as graduation day. He grinned at Seb, who rolled his eyes. That's his favorite saying, Seb said to Nora in a stage whisper, and she chuckled. It is? Giacomo nodded. Yes, but it's also true. Nora, Seb's right in that I do like to nurture new talent, especially from the Bay Area, but it helps when that talent has new, fresh, exciting ideas, and your portfolio shows me how talented you are. Seb made a loud beeping noise. Too many uses of the word talent. You're out. You're fired, Giacomo shot back, grinning as Seb made his exit, laughing out loud. Nora was shaking her head in disbelief at the comedy show. I may be out of line, but I've never been in an office like this, she laughed, and Giacomo smiled at her. Like I said, I hate formality. Or hierarchies. Gosh, who gets off on power trips? Never a good way to run a business. Nora liked this man immensely, not just because his green eyes were beautiful and warm, or because his smile was making a steady pulse beat between her legs, but because, if nothing else, he was honest. Rich and handsome, and the world at his feet, but he made jokes with his employees and took their teasing with good humor. Yeah, you're a good one, Nora thought, and felt sadness that she didn't know more men like him. Are you okay? She pulled herself up. Yes, very. Just wishing more workplaces were like this. He smiled. I hear you. Come and sit on the balcony, and we'll talk about the projects I have in mind. The afternoon flew by, and Nora left the Conti building feeling more energized by work than she had for a long time. The challenges Giacomo Conti laid in front of her were daunting in their scope, to be sure, but the kind of challenge she had longed for. I see us working closely together, he said, his eyes twinkling, and she grinned at his flirtatious manner. This man knew how gorgeous he was and didn't mind using it. You are trouble, she thought now, smiling to herself, but she had enjoyed every moment in Giacomo Conti's company. More than his looks and personality, though, he had treated her with respect, listened to her as she went through some preliminary ideas, and gave her constructive criticism and praise. It was a productive, collaborative meeting, and she enjoyed it. Giacomo had asked her to officially sign a contract with him. She had agreed without even discussing money. She had forgotten all about the money side of things until she got home and read through the contract. She frowned. It must be a typo. She grabbed her phone and called him. I think there's been a typo, she said, her tone amused. There are one too many zeros on the end of this check. She heard his deep, soft laugh, and it sent thrills through her. No, he said. There's no mistake. Nora gasped. Giacomo, no. This is too generous. No, it isn't. You just haven't been paid what you are clearly worth before. I have to tell you, I won't budge on this. Nora was speechless. I don't know what to say except thank you for believing in me. That laugh again. I know you won't let me down. I won't. I promise. Not ever. Were they still talking about work? The conversation had taken a far more intimate turn. There was a pause in the conversation. Nora, I'm having dinner with some friends tomorrow night. Would you like to join me? Nora felt a pang. Gosh, yes she would, but... Giacomo, I can't. I'm sorry. I have commitments at home. Understood. Another time? Definitely. Good night, Giacomo. Sweet dreams, Bella. A few minutes later. She heard the front door slam, bringing her back to reality. She turned over in the bed, not wanting to talk to Lucian as he stomped up the stairs. Nora? You awake? She kept her eyes shut, feeling irritated at his presence. Gosh, just leave him already, woman. She stiffened as he got into the bed. He smelled of booze and perfume. Creep? She felt him reach for her and kept her body stiff and unresponsive. Come on, baby, he slurred, wake up for daddy. She wanted to throw up. He knew she hated it when he got like this, drunk and sloppy, and he did it deliberately. The daddy thing had always revolted her, and it was a new thing too. Did his other girlfriend like it? Lucien's hand was between her legs now, and finally she reacted. What the hell are you doing? He laughed. Just getting mine. Come on, honey, we haven't done it for weeks. She edged away from him, but he grabbed hold of her arm. Let me go, Lucien. You know what? No? You're my girlfriend, damn it. He moved quickly, pulling her back onto the bed and covering her body with his hands burrowing. Get off me, she growled at him, getting more annoyed, but he didn't let her go. His fingers were seeking her now. He kissed her roughly, and she bit down on his tongue in retaliation. Damn tramp, he snarled, striking her across the face. The impact left her stunned and numb. Lucien proceeded to overpower her, his actions fueled by rage and possessiveness. A minute later he groaned and buried his face in her neck. Don't ever leave me, Nora, he growled, his voice laced with a chilling threat. You ever leave me and I'll take your life. Frozen, Nora lay under him, and after a few minutes Lucien was snoring. She shoved him off her. He didn't wake as she slid from the bed. She got dressed, pulling her hold all from the closet and dumping her clothes and toiletries into it. Downstairs, she attached Ziggy's lead, grabbed her laptop and phone, and got into her car. Without looking back, she drove into the city and straight to Zulika's apartment. When Zulika opened the door, she was shocked to see Nora's face, wan and pale. Dry-eyed but obviously devastated, Nora let Zulika lead her into the apartment, then said very calmly, I need you to take me to the nearest police station, Zul. I have to report an assault. Giacomo smiled at his friends as they sat around the outside dinner table. Firma was perched on Giacomo's knee, showing him how to draw the perfect spacecraft, and Carmel was leaning against a reasonably drunk Orlando. Lando raised his glass. To my family, my beautiful wife and daughter, and my brother Giacomo. Giacomo buried a grin, and Carmel rolled her eyes. Fourth time tonight, hun. They had enjoyed sizzling hot fajitas and 2 or 3 bottles of red wine, and now it was getting late. Come on, fruit bat. Carmel lifted her daughter up. Time for bed. Give Jack a kiss. Firma threw her arms around her godfather's neck and kissed his cheek. Giacomo chuckled. Night, mio caro. While they were alone, Lando studied his friend. You look different. Upbeat. Giacomo smiled and ran his hand through his dark curls. And if I told you why? Lando laughed. Please make my day and tell me it's a woman. It is, Giacomo admitted wryly. And not the one it's supposed to be. I figured. Who is she? Her name is Nora Reddy. She's a brilliant graphic designer, and she has a boyfriend. That would be okay. After all, I couldn't date someone who worked for me except for one thing. What's that? Giacomo hesitated for a long moment. I think Nora's boyfriend is the one sleeping with Tara. Lando was sober then. Oh gosh, Jack. I know. What a mess. He gave a humorless laugh. I've been saying that a lot lately. Lando sighed. Man, does she know? I mean, this Nora girl? Does she know? I don't think so. Hell. Yup. They sat in silence for a few minutes, then Lando leaned forward. You like her? Giacomo nodded. Very much. She's the opposite of Tara. Man, I think it's time you ended things with Tara. You haven't been happy with her for years. She asked me the other night why I had never proposed to her. I gave her some guff about not wanting to settle down and hurt her career. Did she buy it? No. I think we both know it's over at this point. Gosh, I knew she was cheating, and my instinct was to find out who she was, but now I wish I never knew. I wish I had just had the guts to finish it. They sat in silence until Carmel came back down and rejoined them. Men? Have we moved into serious territory? Jack's got a crush. Carmel grinned at Giacomo. How many times have I told you, Jackie? I'm married. Sucks, my mistake. He grinned at her, but then his smile faded. Carmel, I met someone. Someone special. But I also know something that could break her heart. Do I tell her? Carmel didn't have an answer for him. Chapter 4. Zalika took her friend to the police, then accompanied her to the hospital for the assault evidence collection kit. She saw the burgeoning bruise on Nora's face, and her stomach roiled with fury. When she was sure that Nora was asleep, back safe in Zulika's apartment, she called her stepbrother. He was still asleep. Creep, she hissed down the telephone at him. Lucian was awake then. Zul, what the hell is going on? In the background she could hear sirens, and she smiled grimly. Hear those blues and twos? They're coming for you. I saw what you did to her. I saw the bruises on her face. You assaulted Nora. What the hell? Assaulted? I was intimate with my girlfriend Zalika, not that it's any of your business, and where the hell is Nora? Nora? She heard him call out for his absent girlfriend, and it made her growl. You don't even remember, do you? You struck her, Lucian, and then you took advantage of her. Assault is assault, dear brother. Gosh, I could kill you. What? Lucian's voice had changed from confused to scared now. No. I couldn't have, gosh. Zalika heard the knock at Lucian's door. Better get that jerk. It's time for your walk-in perp irons. You'll never see her again. Do you understand? Neither of us. Don't come near either of us ever again, or I'll have you arrested. Zul, please call my lawyer. She heard the police inside his apartment now, telling him to hang up the phone. Go to hell, she said and hung up the phone. Tears began to fall down her cheeks, and trembling, she buried her face in a pillow to muffle her sobs. The shock of what happened was hitting her now, but she knew it was nothing to what Nora must be feeling. Zalika couldn't believe it. She had never liked her stepbrother, but had never thought him capable of this. She felt an arm slip around her shoulders, and looked up to see Nora was awake. They hugged each other for a long time. Don't cry, Nora said gently, which of course made Zalika cry even harder. Why are you comforting me? You've been through hell. Nora opened her mouth to argue, but her body slumped and she nodded. I guess it's just hitting me. Ziggy, his eyes mournful, padded over to the two women and stuck his snout between them. Nora gave a little laugh and hugged him. The only man I can rely on, she said, stroking his silky head. They sat up until dawn, talking about what she would do next. Stay with me, Zalika begged, and Nora agreed. Just for now, she said, and told Zalika about the apartments she had already scouted out. I was lying to myself for so long, Zul. It's been over for months, maybe even years. Zalika nodded. I think we both needed to break up with the jerk. It's not as if our parents are even married anymore. Nora didn't know what to say about that. I can't thank you enough for being here for me. Zalika hugged her again. You are my family, Nora. It's you and me against the world. You, me, and this furball. She scratched Ziggy's ears. Monday, you start your new job with that gorgeous man. Gosh, that seems like a million years ago. Was it really only a few hours? Nora's thoughts were muddled, she was so tired. Eventually they fell asleep on Zul's bed, Ziggy between them, and slept until mid-afternoon. Lucian did not want his father finding out about his arrest, so he called the one person he knew had enough money to bail him out. Tara arrived, steaming angry, in heavy disguise at the station and posted bail. Lucian tried to kiss her and she stopped him. Not here, she growled and stalked off, leaving him to trail behind. In her car, speeding out of the city to a motel they often used, she railed against his calling her. Giacomo could have found out, she hissed at him. Or the paparazzi. What if they had taken you to the same station, as they do all the celebs? The press pays the police to tip them off. If someone recognized me. She ranted all the way to the motel. In the room, he realized she hadn't even asked him what he had done to be arrested. He waited until she had finished admonishing him. Baby, I'm sorry. It's a big mess anyway. What did you do? What they have accused me of, he corrected, is assault. What happened is very different. She folded her arms. So what happened? Who did you allegedly assault? Lucian sighed. Nora? We were intimate and she cried foul. Tara stared at him. You told me you two weren't intimate anymore. We rarely are. I was drunk and missing you. So it's my fault, is it? I didn't say that. Anyway, we were and then she bit me, so I slapped her. Lightly. Playfully. Tara curled her nose up. She likes it rough? No? Lucian swallowed hard. Yes, he lied. Tara sat down beside him, and after a moment brushed her lips against his. Fine, you're forgiven. When is your court date? Lucian kissed her again. I don't know yet. Can we talk about something different? Or rather, now that we're here, do something different? Tara smiled. Yes, we can. Lie back and enjoy. Monday morning, Nora began to feel like herself again. Well, not really, but at least she had her new job to look forward to. She covered the nasty bruise on her cheek with a heavy foundation, which she hated, but made do otherwise with a light coating of mascara on her already thick eyelashes. She slipped into a yellow and orange sundress, which glowed against her dark caramel skin, and some flat pumps. She wanted to be comfortable, but she wanted to look good too. For a good first impression, she grinned to herself. Not for any other reason. You look gorgeous. Zulika was approving, and Nora flushed. Thank you, Zul. Gosh, I'm nervous. Is it natural to be this nervous? Well, when you're going to work for Adonis himself, Zulika grinned at her friend, whose blush deepened even further. Try not to get in bed with him on the first day. Gosh, Nora, I'm sorry. I didn't think, she said when she saw her friend's stricken face, then quickly got up to hug her. It's okay. Nora's voice was muffled. We can't dance around it forever. I need to move past it. Nora was pushing the assault to the back of her mind as she got into her car, but a second later, she jumped out of her skin as Lucian knocked on the driver's window. Go away, she yelled, locking the doors and windows. I just want to talk, Lucian called, holding his hands up. Look, just open the window an inch so we can hear each other. That's all I ask. No. Anything you have to say to me, you can say to my lawyer. She started the car and he backed off. Nora, I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to say. I'm sorry. Nora watched him turn and walk away from her, getting into his car and driving off. She drew in a deep breath and started the car. The Conti Tech buildings were out in Mountain View. She would have to drive past her old home. Tears pricked her eyes then, but she pushed them away. You don't get to win this, Lucian. You don't get to ruin my big day. She pulled the car away from the curb and drove towards her new life. Seb came to get her at reception an hour later, grinning and nudging her with his shoulder in a conspiratorial way. Nora was already half in love with him and chuckled. You look more excited than I do, she said. I'm really not that interesting. I beg to differ, Seb said. I need a new pal around here. He lowered his voice. All the guys are so straight and so nerdy it's painful. And I told Jack the other day, he's getting old now, so I need a new playmate. Nora felt her spirits soar, only for them to plummet again when Seb continued. Jack's just having an argument with the dragon at the moment. Sorry, I mean his girlfriend. Hopefully he's dumping her, we can but hope. Right on cue, the door opened, and a beautiful but icy blonde stalked out. Nora recognized her but couldn't place her. The blonde met her gaze, and they sized each other up. The blonde's eyes narrowed and she stalked out. Seb cheerfully gave the finger to her retreating back. Seb? Giacomo was at the door of his office, trying to hide a grin. Seb shrugged good-naturedly. Sorry, I have finger Tourette's. Anyway, here she is. Seb indicated Nora flamboyantly, and Nora burst out laughing. Gosh, how did these two ever get any work done? Giacomo shook Nora's hand. Come on in before you're scared off by this lunatic. Sebastiano, can I trust you to field calls for a little while? Take as long as you need, Seb said, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Nora couldn't help but grin at the man. He was fun, and she loved that he had already singled her out to be his friend. And as for the man in front of her, gosh, she would have to try hard not to be distracted by his sensual presence. He was wearing a light blue shirt tucked into dark gray trousers that fit him perfectly. Giacomo smiled at her. Ready to start work? She grinned back at him. His smile was like sunshine. You bet. By the end of her first week, Nora was flying. It had been intense, exhausting, and high speed, but she had loved every exhilarating moment of working with Giacomo. He had very fixed thoughts about what he wanted for the campaigns, but he never dismissed her own ideas, listening to them carefully so that in the end, the first draft of the very first advertisement was a 50-50 collaboration between them. More than that, she found him to be great company. He was relaxed, flirtatious without being creepy, and comfortable with himself in a way that Nora envied. But then again, she supposed that when you looked like Giacomo did, you would be comfortable. It bordered on arrogance sometimes, especially when dealing with people she could tell he didn't like, but never ever with his employees or with her. He came unexpectedly to the anthology one afternoon when she was working upstairs, and she felt shocked at how happy seeing his face made her. Don't fall for your client, girl. But she had to admit that she didn't think she could stop herself. Nora introduced Giacomo. She just couldn't get on board with calling him Jack. It was too generic for a man like him, to Zalika, who liked him immediately, and to Ziggy, who greeted him like an old friend. Nora almost groaned. Looks class, fun, and likes dogs? Yes, please. When he invited Nora to come for drinks after a meeting with two of his friends, this time she agreed, and now, as they took a cab into the city, Nora felt nervous, excited, nervous to be sure. Giacomo's arm was across the back of the seat behind her, as they rode in the back of the cab. He was chatting easily, but she couldn't help but feel the tension that had been building between them. Giacomo held her gaze as he talked to her, but she barely heard a thing. He seemed to sense the turmoil in her. He stopped talking, and let the back of his finger drift down her cheek. Nora felt her skin vibrating with longing, and his warm fingers brushed her collarbone. She closed her eyes, reveling in the feeling of his touch. She felt him move closer, then his lips brushed hers softly. She didn't dare open her eyes. She didn't want to break the spell, or have to deal with the fact that she knew this was wrong. He had a girlfriend. He was her client. His lips were firmer against hers now. His fingers knotted in her long hair. Her hands had a mind of their own. Nora opened her eyes. Giacomo was gazing at her, his green eyes dark with desire, drinking in every detail of her face. His lips moved against hers so naturally, their breath mingling. Finally they drew apart, and Giacomo smiled ruefully. I have wanted to do that since we met. She flushed. Me too, but Giacomo, we can't. We work together. You have a girlfriend. Giacomo nodded sadly. I know, and I assume you have a partner at home? Gosh, the shock of the reminder sent a pain through her stomach. Lucian. She shook her head. No. Not anymore. Giacomo stroked her hair. Bella, we should talk. Not here, obviously, he half smiled. But soon. Soon. I will not have the other commitment, and believe me, not just because of the way I am feeling about you. It had been over long before I was aware of your existence. The work thing. I understand your reticence, but we can work around that. For now, just know you are all I think about. She could hardly breathe. This gorgeous, beautiful, unattainable man wanted her. She knew the truth of it in his gaze, his words, and the tenderness of his touch. She was still glowing when they reached the bar, and she was caught up in the introductions. Orlando and Carmel Price, both strikingly beautiful African Americans, tall and with the friendliest smiles, were waiting for her. They introduced themselves to her and teased Giacomo, who clearly adored them. They ordered drinks and sat in a corner booth. Carmel, a human rights lawyer, chatted to Nora amiably about her work, Nora's work, and Firma, their daughter. Nora liked the other woman immensely. Orlando was a riot, funny and erudite. His gentle teasing of Nora made her feel at home with them. Giacomo was relaxed, and at one point Nora noticed him raising his eyebrows at Carmel, who nodded back approvingly. Nora tried not to blush at the obvious sign of approval she was receiving. The evening went on longer than anyone expected, and it was only at 10 o'clock that Orlando looked ruefully at his watch. Sorry to say, we have to get back for the sitter. She's probably sitting in the corner, sobbing and rocking back and forth because Firma's been on a tear. Nora nearly snorted her drink out of her nose at the image. I must meet Firma. She sounds like my kind of anarchist. Carmel and Giacomo laughed, and Orlando nodded. She is that. Nora, it has been an absolute delight to meet you, and I hope it's just the first of many such evenings. Hear, hear, said Carmel as they all stood. She hugged Nora and whispered in her ear. I shouldn't say this, but Jack's crazy about you. Nora felt tears prick her eyes. I like him too, she said, slightly embarrassed, but Carmel grinned at her and squeezed her hand. You'll be good for him, sweetie. I can tell. Orlando gave Nora a bear hug too. If everyone is free one night next week, can I suggest dinner at our place? They agreed on a night, and then Carmel and Orlando left them alone. Giacomo held out his hand to her. Shall we catch a little night air before getting a cab? They walked down to the waterfront. Giacomo took her hand and held it, winding his fingers through hers. Nora felt like a giddy teenager, but when Giacomo stopped and took her in his arms, she didn't resist. His kiss was intoxicating, soft at first, then as their lips moved together firmer and rougher until they were both panting. He groaned and broke away. Gosh, Nora, I'm sorry. I know this is wrong and that I should settle things with Tara first, but... He looked at her with such tenderness that she wanted to cry. I want you, Nora, so badly. In my arms, my bed, my life. Do you feel it too? Nora nodded. I do. Her voice barely above a whisper, the breath caught in her throat as he came to her again. Leaning his forehead against hers, he met her gaze. Come home with me, mio caro. The deep timbre of his voice, the accent, gosh. Nora found herself nodding. Yes, Giacomo, yes. Nora couldn't remember the cab ride to Giacomo's place. She couldn't remember him leading her into his mansion in Pacific Heights. She couldn't remember him sweeping her off her feet and taking her up the huge staircase to his bedroom. She could remember every moment of what happened next. Nora, you make me the happiest man, he said, emotion making his voice break. He smoothed his hand down her body. Beautiful, just beautiful. Nora didn't know how anything else in the world was beautiful besides this man, but her heart warmed at the compliment. Giacomo, she nuzzled her nose against his. You don't know what this means to me, this night. She felt him stroke a finger along her collarbone, and knew what he was seeing. A bruise from Lucien's attack on her. What did he do to you, mio caro? His eyes were dark with danger now. He had obviously guessed she'd been attacked. Something unforgivable. Giacomo nodded, his eyes serious. I'm going to make him pay for this. Nora kissed him. He isn't worth it, Giacomo. He's nothing. What he did to me. I won't let him ruin my life. Giacomo traced the shape of her lip with his finger. Still, I am surprised you. Nora smiled, a little pang of something inside her. I know. Me too. If it hadn't been with you, I don't think I could have. Not so soon. But I have to admit, I've been thinking about this since I met you. Giacomo grinned, cocky. Glad to be of service. Nora laughed, but then her smile faded. What I don't like is, now I have done what I said I'd never do, sleep with another woman's man. Giacomo kissed her fingers. Principessa, I am your man. But I do see your point. Believe it or not, I have never been a cheater until now. I have cultivated the image of someone who plays hard and fast with a woman's heart, but I am really not like that. Then why do you let people think that? She was genuinely curious now. He gave her a strange smile. Safety net, he said simply, and she smiled, her hand stroking his face. I understand. Somehow I thought you might. I will talk to Tara tomorrow. She's out of town tonight. Does she live here? Giacomo shook her head. No, she has her own place. One here and one in New York. Suddenly, Nora didn't want to talk about Tara anymore. She'd already cheated with Giacomo once. She wouldn't stay the night, though. When things are settled with Tara, then I will, she told him, and although he was disappointed, he accepted it. At least let me drive you home. The night was warm, so they drove back to Nora's apartment with the top down. Nora enjoyed the feel of the cool air on her skin. Giacomo's hand was on her bare leg as he drove, and she smiled over at him. This whole night has been a dream, she thought, a total dream. Giacomo kissed her tenderly before he let her go. Good night, mio caro. Nora floated back to the apartment. Ziggy gave a delighted woof and padded out of his dog bed to greet her. She sat on the floor with him and hugged him. My other best man, she murmured, but then nearly jumped out of her skin as Zulika's voice came out of the dark. Oh yes. She flicked a lamp on and grinned at a blinking Nora. You look as if you've been with a man. Can I assume you and the billionaire were together? Nora flushed scarlet, but couldn't help the smile that crept over her face. Am I a tramp? Zulika's eyes widened. No, but it's true? Yes, yes, yes. She punched the air triumphantly. Was he as good as he looks? Still burning, Nora sat down next to her friend. Better. Nora chuckled. And that's all the detail you're getting, Nora got up, giggling, but Zulika pulled her back down. Okay, no more details except, are you okay? I mean, after what happened, I'm surprised that you know. Zulika's eyes were concerned, serious now. Nora hugged her. Me too, actually. But I'm not letting Lucian destroy my life. I wanted Giacomo, so I had him. Now that does sound slutty. She burst out laughing, and Zulika joined her. No, it doesn't. You know what it sounds like, no? Nora shook her head. What? Zulika smiled. Happiness. Giacomo asked Tara to meet him at her favorite restaurant. After he'd told her gently that it was over between them, she stared at him. And you thought you'd tell me in public so I wouldn't make a scene? Giacomo sighed. Yes. Is that what you want to hear, Tara? Honesty? Then yes. Tara looked away from him, and he was surprised to see tears glinting in her eyes. Tara? I need a smoke. Come outside with me. They sat on the patio, and Tara offered him one of her cigarettes before lighting her own. Giacomo, not trusting this calm, shook his head. Tara, we haven't been happy in who knows how long. You know this. Tara blew a lungful of smoke out. I know. I just hoped we could find our way back to each other. Giacomo toyed with the stem of his wine glass. Tara, I know about Lucian Hargitay. She laughed derisively. I figured. Lucian means nothing to me. And yet he was worth cheating on me with? Tara gave him a withering look. Please, don't tell me you've been entirely faithful to me this all time. Until I knew it was over, I was. She looked skeptical. Is that why you hired Lucian's girlfriend? Ex-girlfriend, and no. I hired her because she was the best person for the job. Tara's eyes searched his face. You've slept with her, haven't you? Giacomo said nothing, kept his face blank, and didn't look away from Tara's gaze. Tara made a disgusted noise. Well, little Miss Pure ain't so pure after all. That got him. You don't know the first thing about Nora, so shut your mouth about her. Tara smirked, and Giacomo knew he'd lost that round. He sighed. Look, Tara, there's no reason this has to be unpleasant. I'm going to go now. Take care of yourself.
End of sneak peek for his beautiful revenge, A Billionaire Romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.